Ancient Rome and wine. A relationship that was more than just a hedonic indulgence, but rather a defining pillar of the Roman identity. From those humble beginnings influenced by Greeks and Etruscans, wine rapidly became integral to Roman life. It saturated daily routines, economic practices, and even quite a few cultural rituals. It fueled the trade networks, shaped the social hierarchies, and even in time became a subject of philosophical and moral debate. But what drove Romans to such a vinous devotion? That's what we're here to talk about today. That relationship between ancient Rome and its coveted drink. Allow me to welcome you to the channel first. It's good to see you again if you're coming back, and welcome to any newcomers. If you are not aware yet, well, you don't have to worry about being interrupted about ads on this channel. Everything is ad-free. Same with all the other videos in the playlists. And this is because we are crowd-supported. Things like Patreon, YouTube memberships, we have a merch store, and also the occasional donation that goes through the Super Thanks or the PayPal link. You can find them all in the pinned comment or the video description, but other than that, just like, comment, subscribe, that sort of thing. Always helps push us out in the algorithm. Means a lot more than you know. But in any case, introductions out of the way and welcome said and done, let us get on to the topic for today. Nice and relaxed as always, and perhaps you'd like to get a glass of wine of your own as we talk about ancient Rome and their relationship with wine. So how far does it go back? Well, Roman viticulture had its roots and influences from older cultures, and of course in the mythic and religious fabric of early Italy. The Italian peninsula itself is really quite blessed with wild grapevines, but it was the ancient Greeks and the Etruscans who first shaped that viticulture in ancient times. Greek settlers in southern Italy, the area that we know as Magna Graecia, brought advanced winemaking techniques, and the Etruscans of central Italy adopted and spread the cultivation of the vine. By the time of Rome's founding, wine was already well and truly embedded into Italic society, both as a daily beverage, but also within religious rites. Roman legend even links wine to divine favor. For example, Virgil relates how the hero Aeneas vowed the first fruits of the grape harvest to Jupiter in exchange for victory over King Mezentius, a mythic origin for Rome's wine festival Vinalia, and also, of course, a sign that viticulture was certainly entwined with the gods from the very beginning. At the spring festival of the Vinalia Urbana, new wine was solemnly opened and a libation of pure wine offered to Jupiter, showing once again wine's sacred status in early Rome. And rituals like this, well, they seem to suggest that from those early times, Roman wine had become more than just a drink, but an apparatus of cultural identity, and also divine blessing. And you don't get that with a glass of water, that's for sure. The Roman writers always emphasize how uniquely suited Italy was for viticulture. Pliny the Elder, for example, he was writing in the 1st century. He marveled that viticulture was, quote, the special distinction of Italy, claiming that its one gift, Italy had surpassed all other lands. Now, that is perhaps arguable. They weren't the only ones doing it, but still quite impressive. But the Italians did regard their land as a new Oenotria, that is, the land of the vines, naturally abundant and blessed for grape growing. Really couldn't ask for better conditions. Even to this day, Italy makes great wine. As Roman power grew, vineyards spread across Latium, Campania, and Etruria in the early Republic. Initially, Greek wines remained prestigious and were eagerly imported. In fact, for much of the early history, Greek vintages like Chian or Lesbian wine fetched the highest prices, while early domestic wines were considered rustic. But by the 2nd century BCE, Italian viticulture entered its golden age, with improved techniques and select grape varieties yielding wines that rivaled the Greek imports. The local stuff was finally catching on. It took a while, but it was getting there. Roman agronomists began to codify viticultural knowledge. Cato the Elder's De Agricultura in 160 BCE. It's the earliest surviving Latin prose text, and significantly, it opens with deep respect for farming. Just the first quote goes like this: "When you ask me what is the best kind of farm, I say, a vineyard first, if it yields plentifully good wine." Well, in Cato's hierarchy of farming, a productive vineyard is the top prize, showing how cultural wine had become in the Italian economy and society by the Middle Republic. Of course, here we see a transformation of sorts. Rome, once a modest consumer of the foreign wines, had now become a prolific cultivator in its own right. The tables had turned, or the turntables, whichever comes first. Well, the late Republican era saw deliberate improvement of grape stock and expansion of vineyards too. Writers like Varro, who lived 116 to 27 BCE, described methods of vine training and recognized Italy's diverse microclimates, while Virgil's Georgics celebrated the diligent vine dresser and the richness of Italian grapes. Virgil praised how no land yields more abundantly or with more variety than the gifts of Bacchus, showing again Italy's natural advantage. By the 1st century BC, certain Italian districts were gaining renown too. The volcanic slopes of Campania produced a strong wine, Falernian, a wine that soon achieved legendary status. The vintage of 121 BCE, during the consulship of Optimius, became famous as the Optimian vintage, a wine so fine that later generations savored it as a treasure. The idea of vintage, naming a wine by year and consul, speaks to a growing connoisseurship too. The historian Pliny notes that some of this 121 BC Falernian wine was still being served over a century later, a sign of both its reputed durability and the Romans' almost antiquarian reverence for great wines of the times long past. Thus, the obsession seems to have germinated quite early, if you pardon the wording, fed by external influences, but quickly blooming into a unique, homegrown culture. By the end of the Republic, the cultivation of vines had spread throughout the Italian countryside, from the Alban hills to the Bay of Naples. Wine wasn't just an agricultural product. It was tied to Roman notions of piety, through offerings and festivals, but also to health. Early Romans believed old wine had a kind of medicinal value to it. And then don't forget the social life. Already by 300 BCE, plebeians and senators alike shared a cultural attachment. Well, the stage was certainly set for an economic boom in wine, that's for sure, but also for a ever-deepening cultural infatuation with the grape. Let's talk about the economics side of it first. During the Republican period, since the 5th to the 1st centuries BC, wine transitioned from a local indulgence to a booming trade commodity. Of course, that altered Rome's agrarian economy and trade network somewhat. As Rome expanded across Italy and into the Mediterranean, the demand for wine exploded across all strata of society. The Roman belief that wine was a daily necessity, safer than water in many cases, made it nearly ubiquitous. One later writer even remarked that wine in Rome was democratic, in the sense that it was available in some form to everyone, from slaves all the way up to aristocrats. Just depends how much they watered it down, I suppose. Well, this burgeoning demand turned viticulture into big business for enterprising Romans, and there were no shortage of them. In the Middle Republic, old patrician family, who once prided themselves on grain or olive farming, began to switch to more profitable vineyards. Cato, in the 2nd century BC, already calculated the yield of a good vineyard in painstaking detail, giving instructions on how many amphorae of wine that an eugrum of land could produce, and how best to store and sell it. An amphorae, by the way, is kind of like a big wine jug. Find these quite often in any Italian museums. His treatise, that being Cato, reveals a proto-capitalist mindset. For example, he advises monitoring one's slaves, even on rainy days, having them scrub and pitch the wine casks, repair wine presses, and prepare containers, or to ensure that not a drop of potential profit was lost. In any case, wine had certainly become a pretty worthy commodity of meticulous attention. Investment in vineyards certainly brought a fortune to quite a few. By the late 2nd century BCE, Italy was dotted with large villa estates oriented towards wine production. Landowners selected a choice grape variety and imported techniques to increase yields. Columella, a Spaniard writing in the early empire about ideal farming practices, drawing upon earlier republican knowledge, noted that a good vintner, that is a winemaker, must decide between quantity and quality. You see, if your land produces a fine and flavorful wine that fetches a high price, even a moderately fruitful vine is acceptable. But if the wine is low quality, or even cheap, quote, it is best to plant the most prolific vines, so that our revenues may be increased by the greater quantity of the yield. It all makes sense, doesn't it? Just general business practice. But this astute advice likely echoes the wisdom of the Republican-era growers who learned to balance mass production versus boutique quality in pursuit of profit. After all, no one starts a business without that in mind, and that goes for the ancients as well. Many Romans strove for the richest possible yield, and as fast as possible. And sometimes that came at the expense of the land. Of course, some people didn't know about things like that. People who were new to farming, but perhaps not new to business. Profiteering. Well, Columella actually criticized those who exhaust their vines for short-term gain, a concern that presumably arose in the Republican boom when some vineyards happened to be overcropped. In any case, by the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, Italian wine had flooded foreign markets. The Roman state's expansion meant new provinces full of potential customers, and of course, competitors. There was more than one vineyard in town and more than one culture of people doing it. You had Greeks doing it, you had everybody. In any case, the Roman state's expansion meant new provinces full of potential customers too, as we mentioned, and the trade in wine became a driver of economic exchange, especially with Gaul and Hispania, to have modern-day France and Spain. Ancient evidence, that is, shipwrecks loaded with wine amphorae, for instance, attest to a roaring wine export trade. They found plenty of old sunken ships that are just full of wine. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus preserves a telling anecdote about the late Republican Gaul. Quote, "The Gauls are exceedingly addicted to wine and drink it unmixed. Many Italian merchants, eager for profit, supply them with wine, transporting it by river and wagon, and receive an incredible price. For in exchange for one jar of wine, they get a slave, trading the drink for a servant." This is almost unbelievable, don't you think? One amphora of Italian wine for, well, quite literally, a human being. Well, in any case, it's either going to show the immense value and desirability of Roman wine in the barbarian north, or the immense disposability of those slaves. Well, it also speaks to the exploitative entrepreneurship from the Roman side, who essentially used wine as a currency to acquire anything, regardless of any human cost. By the eve of the empire, Italian wine was penetrating even regions that could not grow their own grapes. A form of vino-cultural imperialism, I suppose, carrying Roman tastes and habits across Europe. Now, of course, some regions couldn't grow grapes, fair enough, but they had their other ways of making alcohol. Perhaps a history of mead or a history of ale video. Maybe that's on the cards. We'll see. Let me know in the comments. The domestic wine market likewise expanded dramatically in the late Republic. In the city of Rome itself, a tavern culture had begun to blossom, with wine shops, which were actually called tabernae, on every other corner catering to the common folk. These establishments served pretty rough local brews, new tart wines, or posca. It is a sour wine mixed with water for the lower classes and slaves. Meanwhile, the elite had their own drinks, and, well, their own private cellars, with amphorae from the Italian first growths. Pliny the Elder later lists the renowned vintages of this late Republican era: the honeyed Falernian of Campania, the rich Caecuban of Latium, which, Pliny notes, was once considered the finest of all, at least until its vineyards were destroyed by neglect. There was also the Massic and the Cettine wines praised by poets, and the Mamertine of Sicily, which Julius Caesar himself had quite a fancy for. We even hear of vintage years being celebrated, not only that Opimian vintage of 121 BCE, but others too, like the consulship of Lucius Lucilius, perhaps 66 BCE, which connoisseurs marked on their amphorae. And this shows a new chronological dimension to wine too, with savvy consumers tracking the year and the origin of the bottles, a practice very much alive today, but essentially born in the late Roman Republic. Economically, viticulture's success had ripple effects. Some historians believe that Italy's focus on wine and olive oil by the late 1st century BC contributed to a decline in grain self-sufficiency, making Rome more dependent on imported grain, especially Egypt and North African wheat. Yeah, I can see why they say that. Well, writers of the time note that enormous swaths of fertile land in Italy, once used for cereals, were suddenly converted into vine cultivation. Why? Well, you'd make more money off that. And after all, why would anyone go and farm wheat or, I don't know, some other legume or something when they could be making 5 times the money? It just makes sense. In any case, this agricultural shift occasionally sparked a bit of tension. We see hints of it in political debates on the ager publicus, as public land, and populist calls for land reform, as smaller farmers struggled when wealthy landowners filled the market with inexpensive wine. there was also awareness that monoculture could be risky. A particularly instructive case occurred in Pompeii. By the early 1st century CE, Pompeii's hinterland was blanketed with vineyards supplying cheap wine to Rome and beyond. After the region's destruction in 79, and even before when a blight or glut occurred, Rome experienced a sharp wine shortage, followed by a price crash when new vineyards nearer the city came into production. This cycle of boom and bust revealed the perils of speculative viticulture. In fact, to address overproduction, Emperor Domitian in 92 CE famously issued an edict banning the planting of new vineyards in Italy and ordering half of the vines in the provinces to be uprooted. That's quite an intervention, isn't it? But it seems to have been a necessary one, protecting the Italian wine industry from ruinous oversupply. Too much of a good thing, I suppose. In any case, it all sounds good on paper, but Domitian's law was largely ignored abroad and eventually repealed by Probus in 280. But it does show how significant the wine economy had become. No one's arguing that. In any case, during the Republic, wine went from an esteemed local product to a pillar holding up the Roman economy. It enriched farmers, fueled trade with barbarians, which is pretty much anyone who isn't Roman in the Roman eyes, and even figured into Rome's colonial strategy. Legionary veterans were often settled in new provinces with instructions to plant vineyards, quite literally planting the seeds of Roman culture abroad. Writers like Varro and Cato saw viticulture as the engine of agricultural wealth, and by the dawn of the empire, Rome had turned wine into an instrument of economic power and social change. And with that, the stage was set for an even greater era of extravagance and refinement. And so with the advent of the empire, as the 1st to 2nd century CE, Rome's love affair with wine reached, well, extravagant heights. The early imperial period ushered in an age of unholy connoisseurship, in which the upper classes competed to acquire the oldest, rarest, and most prestigious vintages, while writers catalogued the merits of various wines with almost scientific precision. Well, at the same time, the sheer excess of wine consumption among Rome's wealthy became quite proverbial and occasionally scandalous. Banquets grew ever more lavish, and wine often took center stage as a mark of luxury, sometimes to an outrageous effect. The encyclopedist Pliny the Elder provides a near-contemporary guide for the imperial wine scene in his Natural History. Pliny names the era's first-growth vineyards in something like a Grand Cru ranking. Quote, Falernian holds the highest rank at present, declares, noting that it is the one wine that, quote, that will catch fire if a flame is applied. Well, that certainly must be potent, likely a reference to the high alcohol content of the fortified Falernian. And he describes Falernian in detail too. Apparently it came from three styles, sweet, dry, and light, and even sub-regions. Faustian Falernian, from the estate of Faustus, was considered the finest. Distinctions like that show an almost modern sensibility to brand and vintage. Pliny lists other top wines too. The Alban wine from hills near Rome, the Setine beloved by Emperor Augustus for its mildness, and the Caecuban, once esteemed above all until its vineyards were ruined by Nero's canal project. He does mention, too, the Rhaetic wine from North Italy, said by Virgil to be second only to Falernian, and the aromatic Lunense from Etruria. This was a true wine canon, a repertoire of famed labels, that any aspiring connoisseur of the time would know by heart, and hopefully you would have tasted them all. Imperial connoisseurship also extended to vintage age. The Romans discovered that some wines improved up to a point with time. A notoriously prized relic was the Opimian Falernian of 121 BCE. By the early empire, this wine was over 150 years old, more a syrupy essence than a drink at this point, yet it was still being brought out as a party trick or a tonic. Well, we have a delightful fictional depiction of this in Petronius's Satyricon. At Trimarchio's decadent dinner party set in 60 CE, the host has his servants bring in carefully sealed bottles, labeled Falernian Opimian Vintage 100 years old. Trimarchio claps and exclaims in a faux lament, "Ah, me, to think that wine lives longer than man. Let's drink. This is genuine opimium. I'll swear it." He even boasts that he didn't serve such a fine vintage the night before to better-born guests, implying that today's company is a little bit more dearer to him. The scene satirizes the ostentation of the novo-rich Romans who measure their status by the age and pedigree of the wine they pour. To serve a century-old Falernian, probably undrinkable by normal standards, it is, well, the ultimate flex, I suppose we can say. Petronius' account, though fiction, certainly rings true with what other sources tell us, that the wealthy in Nero's time would go to ridiculous lengths and ridiculous cost for famous wines. We hear of amphorae of wine being saved from generation to generation, of consular year vintages treated like heirloom treasures, and indeed the Emperor Tiberius once quipped that a wine more than a generation old was, quote, just vinegar, and accused physicians of praising a certain thin vintage, that is the Surrendine vintage, only to sell more of it. Tiberius's dry wit aside, many of his contemporaries did covet the oldest wines, a trait that Pliny gently mocks, noting that wine, too, has a prime and can age into senility, just like a person can. Nonetheless, the trend was clear. Wine collecting had arrived in Rome, a kind of hobby for the aristocracy, and a pretty expensive one, too. But with it the concept of expert tasting and discriminating preference and taste. Well, if connoisseurship, was one side of the imperial wine culture, excess and indulgence was the other. There were people who liked wine, then there were people who liked it a little bit too much. Seems to be a problem that has not quite yet gone away. The early empire saw an explosion of elite feasting where wine flowed freely and often extravagantly. The satirists and moralists of the time paint a vivid picture of these revels. The poet Horace, though of the previous generation, the 1st century BC, already satirized the pretensions of wine snobbery, playfully telling a friend that at his humble Sabine farm he can only offer cheap Sabine wine in modest cups, while hinting that the friend is used to grand Calanian wines guarded by 100 keys down in some old cellar. By Martial's day, that is the 1st century CE, late 1st century that is, one expected a patron at dinner to serve different quality wine to different guests, the host sipping old Cetin or Falernian, while offering his client something markedly inferior, a practice that Martial skewers as stingy and offensive, certainly a little bit poor manners. But in imperial Rome, one's choice of wine could signal society, social hierarchy at the table, I suppose. Some emperors themselves gained reputations, fairly or perhaps not, for wine-soaked indulgence. Caligula and Nero were accused by later historians of wild debaucheries where wine figured prominently. No good story starts with a glass of Coca-Cola, I suppose. Now Suetonius claims that Nero squandered fortunes on Tyrrhenian wines and floated on barges with wine fountains. Wine fountains, wow. Could imagine some sort of Willy Wonka-esque kind of boat. Now, philosophers like Seneca, too, felt compelled rather to remind readers that appreciating wine was not inherently bad, but, quote, drunkenness is nothing but voluntary madness, and I will have you remember such a quote next time you overindulge in such things. He praises the example of Cato the Younger, who was known to get merrily drunk on occasion, yet remained morally upright, a paradox that Seneca uses to argue that moderation can coexist alongside enjoyment, but also that one must guard one's reason, even in drink. These voices show an acute awareness of, and perhaps discomfort with, the excesses of the age. Stories of extreme wine extravagance abound. One legendary tale tells of Cleopatra, though not Roman, but certainly entwined with the Roman triumvirs, certainly a main character in Rome's story, at least I believe so, dissolving a priceless pearl in vinegar wine, creating an incredibly expensive cocktail merely to win a bet against Mark Antony. And while this is an outlier anecdote, it circulated among Romans as the ultimate emblem of wasteful luxury. Close to home we have reports of Roman banquets where the floor was strewn with rose petals and the wine mixed with rare spices, and of a costly affectation. But once again, those upper classes showing off the only way they know how to. Now Athenaeus, compiling earlier writers, records a Roman host who filtered his Falernian wine through mounds of snow to chill and dilute it, another mark of refinement. Another common extravagance was to serve wine in huge vessels. Pliny mentions seeing dolia, massive wine jars, so large that people drowned in them during the infamous banquet of Piso. And the sizes of wine goblets in this era grew absurd indeed. The nobility drank from jeweled cups the size of buckets, prompting the satirist Juvenal to quip about ladies at dinner, quote, drinking from such large crystal that you'd think is the ambition of our women to challenge the capacity of their husbands' wine casks. Yet, even in this atmosphere of overindulgence, the Romans maintained a keen sense of discrimination in taste. They distinguished wine not only by vintage and region, but by color, body, and medicinal properties. A host might offer a mulsum, that is a wine, honeyed and spiced, as an aperitif, and then progress to a dry-aged Falernian with the roast, much as modern sommeliers pair courses. Certain wines were considered best when young. For example, the light Pompeian wines that Pliny says, quote, reach their peak in 10 years and then decline, whereas others were only drinkable after decades in the amphora. Strong K Cuban and some Falernian fell into this category. But the very fact that amphorae were often labelled with not just origin, but also the consular year and type, indicates how sophisticated Roman wine logistics had become. In Pompeii and elsewhere, archaeologists have found tituli picti, painted inscriptions on amphorae, listing information like vintage year, producer, and quality. Rome in the early empire truly had a culture of wine appreciation that extended from the vineyard all the way to the dining room. And to illustrate this pride of connoisseurship, Pliny relates how one of the Emperor Augustus's freedmen, a certain Julius Hyginus, was famed for his sensitive palate. At a provincial banquet, Hyginus sipped a local wine and remarked, quote, I don't recognize his taste. is not high class. But I wager the emperor will drink nothing else. A shrewd prophecy that came true when Augustus developed a liking for that very particular wine. This little anecdote shows the almost pundit-like role of wine experts in society, much as today's famous critics might make or break a wine's reputation with a kind of witty pronouncement. It's all about reputation, I'm afraid. The early empire thus saw wine mania on two fronts: an ever-deepening knowledge about wines and their finer points, and an ever-loosening restraint in consuming them. The two were not contradictory in Roman eyes. They were the twin faces of devotion to Bacchus. The elite could extol the nuanced bouquet of a well-aged Alban, and in the next moment drain a crater of it in a drinking game. Little wonder that Pliny, observing all this, warned that in his time, quote, "pleasure has begun to run riot. Life itself has ceased to be simple," linking the decline of old Roman virtues to a rise in luxury, with wine exemplifying that trend. Even so, he couldn't resist compiling in loving detail the very catalogue of fine wines that perpetuated this culture. Rome was obsessed with it, and in the early imperial age, that obsession produced both glorious refinement and notorious excess. Which comes first? Well, that would depend on the person. Wine at this point was permeating every level of society, and that's not just as an economic good or source of elite enjoyment, but as a daily staple, a medicine, and now a topic of moral discourse. The Romans often claimed, with some justification, that wine is what truly separates civilized men from barbarians. Their words, not mine. Well, in their worldview, to drink wine diluted in measured moderation was a mark of Romanatus, Romanness, basically, whereas to abstain, or conversely to drink to stupefaction, were both seen as problematic extremes. You had to be somewhere in the middle, the Goldilocks zone, as we call it. Examining the social dimensions of Roman wine reveals a tapestry of attitudes, celebratory and pragmatic, but also cautionary. Roman authors and lawmakers had much to say about who should drink, how they should drink, and when they should stop, and that reveals a few deeper values about class, gender, and health. So one of the, most in-your-face social questions was this: should women be drinking at all? In archaic and republican Rome, the normative answer was barely, if at all. The Romans inherited their ancestors' deep anxiety about women's chastity and sobriety. Early Roman custom, as recorded by historians like Valerius Maximus, strictly forbade women from consuming wine. Valerius bluntly states that in old Rome, quote, "the use of wine was formerly unknown to the Roman women, for fear it might bring them to disgrace, since the first step to forbidden acts is from Father Bacchus." Excessive wine, it was thought, could lead women to lose control and, engage in immoral behavior, undermining the family and lineage. What immoral behavior that is, I'll leave up to your imagination. There was even a draconian enforcement of this unwritten law. Multiple sources recount the legend of one Egnatius Messinius in the late 8th century BC, who found his wife secretly drinking wine and, he consequently beat her to death. Quite an overreaction. But far from being punished, Ignatius was actually applauded for defending familial honor and cultural norms. To later Romans, the story served as an exemplum of ancient severity. Extreme, maybe, but illustrative of the old belief that whatever women covet, immoderate wine shuts the door to all virtues and opens it to all vices, as they would say. Similarly, they told of a matron who was starved to death by her relatives for stealing the keys to a wine cellar, and another was fined heavily, to the tune of the value of her dowry, for drinking too freely and openly. These tales are likely embellished over time, but they reinforce a moral point. Female drinking was tantamount to unchastity, and was subject to harsh sanction. So how'd they police all this? Well, they had a few curious practices. One was the ius osculi, the right to kiss. Close male relatives, husbands, fathers, even a magistrate in some accounts, could legally kiss a woman on the lips as a kind of breathalyzer. If her breath smelled of wine, well, there was trouble. Plutarch, in his Roman Questions, note this custom, and its intent to ensure woman stayed literally abstem. And now hang on a second, let me get it. I'll get it, third time lucky. Abstemious. There we go, I got it. That is a word that tellingly comes from the Latin abstemious, sober, literally away from wine. Of course, we get our word abstain from that. Moreover, certain religious rites encapsulated the taboo. The Vestal virgins were absolutely forbidden wine, a sacred vow of chastity symbolized by water only. And at the female-only Bona Dei festival, wine was present, but it had to be euphemistically referred to as milk, lest the word wine be uttered in respectable female company. However, by the late Republic, and certainly in the Empire, these strictures had quite considerably softened. Social reality did not really mirror the old legends anymore. Literary and archaeological evidence indicates that Roman women did drink wine in moderation by the 1st century BC and AD. The historian Livy hints at respectable matrons sipping wine at mixed banquets during the Hannibalic War, albeit with some raised eyebrows from the older men. Horace, in his Odes, portrays aristocratic ladies not averse to a glass or two in a proper setting. For example, the tipsy Galatea in Odes 319. You should read that work too. It's a often ignored work, but it's quite interesting. Anyway, well, there was also the exile of Emperor Augustus's own daughter Julia for adultery in 2 BCE, and it came with a specific punishment. She was forbidden wine during her banishment, a telling penalty that implies an accustomed habit now being taken away. Of course, they wouldn't have to forbid wine from her if it was already forbidden in the first place, right? Now, recent archaeological finds also corroborate that upper-class women were buried with wine vessels and imported vintages even in archaic times. And this suggests that the absolute prohibition of women's drinking is more myth than fact. In the daily life of the empire, women did partake, though ideal decorum urged them to do so in a modest manner. Moralists continue to frown upon drunkenness in women as unseemly, but an orderly enjoyment of wine by a matron at dinner, that became acceptable now. By the empire, the presence of women at dinner parties, those convivium, was quite common, and they were served from the same crater, mixed wine bowl that is, as the men were, albeit social norms expected them to dilute it a little bit more and control themselves. Thus, the morality of wine largely shifted from who should drink it to how one drinks. Temperance, and that's for both men and women, It was extolled by philosophers of, all degrees. Musonius Rufus and Seneca advised that a Roman should take wine, quote, within the limit of prudence, never to the point of losing rational control. I think that's pretty fair, as long as it's applied evenly among all genders and social castes. No one should be going overboard. It's not dangerous. Well, it is kind of dangerous, sure, but it certainly ruins the party. It's just not worth it. Well, I think the earlier quote summed it up, submitting yourself to voluntary madness. In any case, the Romans were also realists. The word sobriety, sobrietas, was a valued virtue, sure, but they also acknowledged wine's benefits. Quote, it unlocks the tongue and heart, one Roman said, loosening social stiffness, but it must be reined by the mind. And they had examples to emulate too. Socrates was famed for holding his liquor very well, and Cato was admired for drinking late, yet being up the next morning and the first in the Senate. The underlying message in Roman ethical writings was clear. Wine itself was not a sin. Losing control was. Now that's a nuanced view, and it allowed them to incorporate wine deeply into society without falling into self-decadent self-destruction, at least in their eyes. But daily consumption of wine, meanwhile, was practically a given for Romans of all classes. The oft-cited modern estimate that the average Roman might consume about half a liter of wine per day, usually mixed with an equal or greater part of water. It's like a liter. We often hear this quite a lot. The common drink of soldiers and slaves was posca, essentially a watered-down sour wine. This was both a cost-saving measure and a health one. The acidity of posca killed bacteria, making it safer than plain water on campaign. Roman legionaries grew so accustomed to posca that it became a staple of military life, even appearing in the Gospels. When a sponge of sour wine is offered to Jesus on the cross, likely the standard posca ration of the soldiers. For ordinary workers and peasants, there was lora, a weak wine made by soaking and pressing the grape skins already used in winemaking, essentially the second pressing wine. Thin but potable. Such brews ensured that even the poor had wine, even if it wasn't that good. A saying went that, quote, the people need only two things, bread and wine. And if you got both of them, I suppose life isn't so bad. But we should note that Roman wine was typically stronger and sweeter than modern table wine, and it's often quite closer to today's fortified wines, and thus diluting it with a bit of water was the norm. To drink wine neat, this merum, was looked down upon as something only a drunkard or perhaps a barbarian Gaul would do. At respectable gatherings, wine was mixed in a large bowl, we mentioned that crater, with hot or cold water, sometimes additionally flavored with herbs or honey. The dilution ratio could range from 1:1 to 1:3, that is 1 part wine, 3 parts water, depending on the time of day, and, perhaps the temperament of the company. But this practice not only stretched supplies, but it also allowed for longer drinking, without having to turn in too early. There was even a minor social art to mixing. The symposiarch, master of the drink at banquets, would decide the ratio to set the tone of the evening. A weaker mix for a philosophical discussion, maybe. Perhaps a stronger one when revelry was the aim. But beyond daily nutrition and sociability, the Romans accorded wine an important place in medicine and health regimens. In an age with limited pharmacology, wine was a key ingredient in countless remedies. Pliny's Natural History lists dozens of medicinal wines, wine infused with herbs for digestive issues, wine as a base for tinctures, or simply wine taken by itself as a tonic. One notable example is Syngian wine, a very dry, austere white wine from Signia, which Pliny says, quote, counts as a medicine, being useful as a stomachic for its astringency. The dryness of Signian purportedly helped bind the bowels and settle the stomach. Another, Satinian wine, Augustus's favorite from Campania, was praised as particularly wholesome. In fact, Galen later mentions it as suitable for convalescence. Mulled wine, that is wine boiled with spices, was taken to ward off winter chills. For external injuries, wine was an antiseptic. Celsus, the first-century medical writer, advised cleaning wounds with wine, which, given its alcohol content, was actually effective in reducing infection. Galen, in the 2nd century CE, wrote extensively on the properties of various wines, classifying them by their heating or cooling effects on the body. Sweet raisin wine, called passum, he found to be nutritious and good for a weak patient, while rough red wines he prescribed for lethargy and excess phlegm. We even find proto-recipes for what sounds like respiratoral therapy. For example, Pliny notes that a cup of old Falernian at bedtime can stimulate digestion and even cheer the spirit. But he does warn that too much leads to dropsy and headaches. The line between food and medicine was thin. Wine was right in the middle. Of course, dosages are important. Now finally, wine was entwined with religion and ritual too. Every meal might begin with a small libation, a few drops of wine to the household lares, or a silent toast to the guardian spirit of the house. Religious ceremonies, from the grand state sacrifices to private rites, almost always included wine libations poured on altars or the ground. The phrase, do ut des, I give that you may give, often involved giving wine to the gods in hopes they grant favor in return. At funerals, the deceased was bid farewell with offerings of wine. At festivals like Saturnalia, social norms loosened under the benign influence of Bacchus's gift. The god Liber or Bacchus, often identified with Dionysus, was officially worshipped in the Liberalia and other festivals, although a more unruly cult of Bacchus was suppressed in 186 BCE, reflecting the Senate's fear of uncontrolled nocturnal drinking parties under a guise of religion. Oh, come on. What a way to ruin the fun. Oh, well, maybe it was noise complaints. Who knows? In any case, that does show while Romans loved wine, the higher-ups were a little wary of its chaotic potential when divorced from social control and moderation. Really, we can see wine as a multifaceted force. It was as ordinary as a ploughman's lunch, and as rarefied as a consul's trophy vintage, as praised as life's second bread, and cautioned against as the nurse of vice. It fueled the economy, graced the gods, sealed friendships, tested morals. The Romans' obsession with wine was not a monolithic drunken frenzy, but rather a deeply ingrained cultural phenomenon with practical, spiritual, and intellectual dimension. And so, as one walks through a day in ancient Rome, from the farmer's field, where workers take a sip of watered wine at noon on their break, to the baths, where friends share a glass after exercise, to the banquet hall, where crystal cups clink in salute, one can find wine everywhere, a very close companion to the Romans in joy and sorrow, in leisure and toil. Always there, perhaps for better or worse. There's little wonder that when later generations looked back on classical Rome, they saw in its love of wine both the glory of a refined civilization, but also the seeds of its excess. And in reality, it's pretty nuanced. A civilization truly drunk with wine in every sense, from the economy to its religion, yet always wrestling with wine's dual nature, a temptress and a benefactor. The story of wine is in effect a story of Rome itself, pragmatic, luxuriant, expansionist, indulgent, cultured, disciplined, and even at times a little paradoxical. A grand and heady vintage that still captivates the connoisseur today, whether that be of wine or history, whichever one comes first for you. One cannot imagine Egypt without the Nile River. In fact, Herodotus, over 2,000 years ago, famously remarked that Egypt itself was the gift of the Nile. And even before his time, the Egyptians themselves praised their river in hymns. Hail to thee, O Nile, who comes to give life to Egypt. That's a deep reverence, and it shows how crucial the Nile was to daily life. So I want you to imagine yourself in the shoes of an Egyptian farmer. It's 1500 BCE, and you've just stepped out onto your plot of land as the sun has gone up and the floodwaters have receded, leaving a rich layer of black soil. You gaze at the great river that made this soil so fertile. Your entire year, your entire survival, and the prosperity of your family all depend on the Nile's flood cycles. We're about to explore the world of an ancient Egyptian farmer, the life of not a king or a warlord, but just a very ordinary Egyptian person during the Bronze Age. So if you'll come with me, we can spend the next hour together, and I'm sure we'll learn something along the way. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Good to see anyone returning, and hello to the newcomers. More Egyptian history for you today. If you're yet to subscribe, I invite you to do so. And I also remind you that this video and the entire channel is ad-free, which is great news for all of us. No one likes to be interrupted by that, especially these days when there's ads absolutely everywhere. Perhaps this is a space for you where you can be confident that you won't encounter them. We can do this because we are actually crowdfunded. Things like the merch store, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and Patreon, the PayPal rather, but yes, the Patreon and the YouTube members too, which make up the bulk of our support. So thank you again to those on that prestigious list. A list of, if you would like to join, you may find in the pinned comment, the video or channel description. Other than that, do the normal like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button for the algorithm. You know what to do. And with all that being said, let us begin our journey back to the life of a farmer on the Nile in the Bronze Age. Of course, we all know that the Nile River was the heartbeat of that great Egyptian civilization. Without the Nile, there would simply be no Egypt. Every year in the late summer, the river would swell up and its banks would overflow across the flat floodplain. And this annual inundation, known to the Egyptians as Akhet, the flood season, deposited a layer of dark, fertile silt over those farmlands. The Egyptians actually called their river Ar, meaning black, referring to this rich soil. When the waters withdrew, the land was left renewed and ready for planting. In a good year, under ideal conditions, these floodwaters turned Egypt's fields into some of the most productive farmland in the ancient world. So fertile were the fields that they could produce much more than enough grain to feed the entire population for an entire year, and that's with a bit of surplus left over. That surplus was stored in state granaries for trade, or perhaps for lean times. A bad growing season was almost always the result of a poor Nile flood. If you had one of them on your hands, people would tend to panic quite a lot. And of course, the ancient Egyptian calendar and world view were deeply tied to the Nile. Their year began with the first month of the flood, and they personified the inundation as a deity, that is, Hapi, the god of flood and fertility. Now all Egyptians recognized that without the Nile flood, the land would be barren, completely useless, and everybody would just starve to death if they didn't move somewhere else. But if the floods were too low, or even too high, disaster could strike. Not enough water, bad. Too much water, also bad. Egyptian texts recount that when the Nile failed, famine would always follow. One account even speaks of people driven to cannibalism. Such extremes once again show the Nile's importance. When it behaved normally, it was a celebrated giver of life, kind of like the artery running through the ecosystem of Egypt. And of course, the other side of that coin is when it failed, well, it brought disaster and despair. But fortunately, most years, the Nile's behavior was pretty predictable, at least predictable enough that Egyptian society flourished for millennia on its bounty. But geography did create some regional differences in farming. In the broad, marshy Nile Delta in the north, we're talking up near Alexandria, you can still see how green it is on the map even in our modern day. Water was plentiful, and the soil was especially fertile. Delta farmers could often rely on natural flood distribution among the many branches of the river. But in contrast, in the narrow valley of Upper Egypt to the south, they call it Upper Egypt because of the flow of the Nile, so Lower Egypt being the north, Upper being the south, the fields hugged the river's edge in a thin strip. Upper Egyptian farmers, remember those in the south, had to be a little more inventive, let's say, to channel those floodwaters onto the distant fields. And so, from an early date, they learned to cooperate with neighbors in digging irrigation canals and drainage ditches to direct water wherever it was needed the most. This cooperation was not just practical, but became almost a moral imperative. Interfering with someone else's water supply was a grave offense, so much that in the Egyptian negative confessions, that is, if you're not familiar, kind of list of sins that a soul declares it did not commit in the afterlife, one vow was, quote, "I have not obstructed water in another's canal." Well, managing water, of course, was seen as a sacred duty of the community and its leaders. Local officials were responsible for maintaining canals and sluices, and they could be fined if they let waterways fall into disrepair, or if any water was wasted. The state sometimes organized large-scale hydraulic projects as well. During the Middle Kingdom, for example, the pharaohs undertook major irrigation works in the Fayum oasis, building little dams and canals to divert flood water into a lake for storage, and of course to reclaim new farmland. Such ambitious projects expanded the agricultural land, albeit primarily for the state's benefit, but, well, it was them who were organizing it, so fair enough. But they were only possible with organized labor directed by central authorities. As for the hard work, well, it was up to the common man to roll up his sleeves. All for the greater good, I'm sure. And speaking of the common man, how did he fit into this landscape of floods and receding waters, all the rest? Well, life for the Egyptian farmer followed a seasonal rhythm, and it was all dictated, by the Nile cycle. The agricultural year was divided into 3 main seasons, not 4. Now, the first was Akhet, which we've mentioned. That is the inundation, roughly from mid-July to October in our calendar. And during Akhet, the fields were underwater. You couldn't get much planting done with that. This wasn't idle time, however. Farmers used these months for other tasks, and there was plenty to do. Many performed maintenance on the irrigation system, dredging silt from canals, strengthening dams, and readying the earth for when the waters would finally retreat. The state also took advantage of this off-season to conscript farmers for labor on royal projects. Thus, during flood season, an average farmer might find himself hauling stones for a tomb or temple, quarrying blocks for a pyramid, or maybe digging new canals under the eye of a scrutinizing supervisor. There is evidence from inscriptions and later Greek accounts that large building projects like the pyramids were accomplished using labor from farmers when their fields were submerged. Not slave labor, by the way. That's been long debunked. In any case, this labor duty, a form of corvée labor, was a kind of tax paid in work instead of produce. And the laborers were compensated too. Rations of food and beer. The food was often things like onions, that kind of thing, which Egypt was quite abundant with. But that doesn't mean it wasn't hard work. There's only so many onions and beer that you can drink. But it did keep the population employed, and the state projects moving forward during the Nile's high water period. Progress does not grind to a halt because of the weather, after all. In any case, by mid-autumn, the inundation waters receded, leaving behind waterlogged, freshly deposited earth. This marked the start of the second season, which is called Peret, that is, the growing season, approximately November to February. As soon as the floodplain had drained enough to walk on, farmers hurried to plow and sow the fields while the soil was still soft. The timing for all this was quite critical. You see, the moisture left in the ground would sustain the seeds at germination, and crops needed to establish before the land dried out. Plowing was typically done with light wooden plows, and they were drawn by oxen. Tomb paintings and little wooden models from tombs show teams of oxen pulling plows, guided by a farmer who used one hand to steady the plow and another to guide the animals. But on large estates, a 2-stage plowing method was sometimes used. A heavier plow, or mattock, first cut crude furrows, and a second, lighter plow followed to turn the soil over. If a farmer didn't have oxen or a proper plow, he and his family resorted to manual labor, which, well, is quite hard work, of course. Now, a common hoeing tool was simple, a wooden blade on a short handle, just like you'd see in the modern day, but not with that iron fixture and all the rest. But using it required the farmer to work bent over, hacking and turning clods of earth by hand. Not easy. An ancient scribe exaggeratingly described the farmer at this stage as having to toil until his fingers turned to sores from breaking up the mud. The image is somewhat embellished, but it does convey the effort required to prepare fields for planting. Once the earth was plowed and broken up, the sowing would take place. Egyptian farmers sowed grain by broadcasting, that is, walking through the field casting handfuls of seed evenly across the ground. A farmer might carry a large basket of seed on his hip, or maybe strapped across his shoulders, flinging the grain with broad sweeps of his arm. And after sowing, the seeds needed to be covered or pressed into the soil. For this task, the Egyptians cleverly enlisted their livestock. They would drive herds of sheep, goats, or pigs back and forth across the field to trample the seeds into the soft mud. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, was amazed at this practice. He noted an Egyptian, quote, sows his plot of ground, then turns swine into it. The swine tread in the corn, and after that he awaits the harvest. In the eyes of Herodotus, Egyptian farming seemed almost effortless compared to the harder plowing and hoeing needed in Greek fields. That is, of course, thanks to the Nile's deposit of soft soil. Of course, real Egyptian farmers did work very hard, but the use of animal trampling was an efficient way to plant without extensive harrowing. And so, with the fields sown by early winter, the crops began to grow. The main staple crops were cereal grains, emmer, wheat, and barley, used to make bread and beer. That was what formed the core of the Egyptian diet. Other important crops included flax for linen fiber, papyrus for making paper and other goods, and various vegetables like onions, garlic, lettuce, beans, lentils, things like that. During the growing season, once again called peret, farmers turned their attention to irrigation and crop maintenance. The Nile's receding flood usually left behind enough moisture for the first part of the growing period. But as the weeks passed, additional watering was often needed. Farmers opened small canals and channels to lead water from the nearest river branch or canal into their fields. They built low mud barriers to hold water around the crops, a method of basin irrigation, ensuring the water soaked in deeply. And so as the dry months progressed, lifting water became a daily task. Egyptian farmers invented a device called the shaduf around the time of the New Kingdom, that is about 1500 BCE, and this was used to assist in irrigation. Think of it like this, a kind of simple lever and pulley mechanism. Basically a long pole balanced on a frame with a bucket hung from one end and a counterweight on the other. By pulling the bucket end, a farmer could fill the bucket from the canal, and then the counterweight helped swing the bucket back up and pour it into an irrigation ditch. This allowed water to be lifted from lower depressions to higher fields or garden plots. The shaduf was pretty genius. It greatly extended the area that could be farmed away from the direct banks of the Nile, though it required continuous manual effort. Scenes of Egyptian farmers using shadufs show it in action. A man pulling the rope to dip the bucket, and then another, or perhaps the same man emptying the water onto the thirsty plains. Well, before the shaduf's introduction, all water lifting had to be done with jars, so this device was a pretty significant innovation of its time. Still, for an average small plot, much irrigation was done simply by opening a channel to let water flow in by gravity when river levels were adequate. In any case, while crops matured, farm families also protected and tended them. One big challenge was keeping animals and pests out of the fields. Farmers posted family members or hired boys as scarecrows. Not the inanimate kind either. They would actually be there shouting, clapping, slinging stones to frighten away flocks of birds looking to eat the freshly sown seeds or the ripening grain. In paintings, these bird scarers are sometimes shown standing on small platforms or mounds in the fields, whirling around slings and whatnot. Wild animals like gazelles and hippos in earlier times could also damage crops, so fields were often watched and sometimes fenced with reed barriers. Weeding was another necessary chore, though not one that people would generally volunteer for. Teams of workers, including women and children, moved through the rows plucking out weeds to reduce competition with the crops. But despite these efforts, Egyptian farmers might have viewed the growing season as a somewhat easier time compared to plowing or harvest. The days were a lot cooler, and there were moments when one simply had to wait, just trust the Nile and the sun to do what they do best. In any case, by early spring, roughly March in our calendar, the fields of wheat and barley turned from green to golden, signaling the third season, that is, Shemu, the harvest season from March to June. Harvest was a time of intense labor, but also intense reward. Farmers and their families rose before dawn to beat the heat, and went out with sickles to reap the grain. Ancient Egyptian sickles were curved blades set in a handle. Many early sickles had a wooden or bone handle with sharp flint blades embedded along the curve. And as for flint, we should mention that it remained in use for quite a long time, not because it was the best technology, but mainly because it was abundant, and did a pretty good job of sewing through the stalks effectively, even as bronze tools became widely available. In any case, by the New Kingdom, some sickles were made entirely of bronze, but flint-edged sickles are still found in later periods, indicating that for many farmers, stone tools were good enough, and of course they spared the expense of metal. Reaping was usually done by men, cutting the stalks close to the ground. Women and children followed behind the cutters to gather the fallen stalks and tie them into bundles. The work was hot. The sun was intense at harvest time, so workers often only wore light linen garments, or even just a loincloth. A famous tomb painting from the Old Kingdom shows a harvesting scene with men sweating in the fields and pausing for a drink of water or beer offered by the women. A vignette that feels quite familiar to real life. In any case, after cutting, the grain had to be processed. Bundles were carried to a threshing floor, an area of hard ground or plastered surface. There the dry bundles were spread out and trampled by livestock to separate the grain kernels from the stalks. Farmers used their oxen or donkeys for this, driving them in circles over piled sheaves. Sometimes 2 oxen would be yoked together, pulling a sled, or just their own hoofs did the work, crushing and loosening the husks. To someone watching, it would raise clouds of chaff and dust into the air around them. Once the threshing was judged to be sufficient, the straw was removed, and the remaining mix of chaff and grain was winnowed. Winnowers scooped up the broken material in flat baskets and tossed it into the breeze, often in the late afternoon when the winds were steady enough to do so. The lighter chaff and bits of stalk blew away, while the heavier grain fell back into the basket or onto the mat. By repeating this, tossing it all around and up into the air, clean grain could be collected. This whole process was typically a communal effort. Many hands make it faster, and often neighbors would join in, moving from field to field. Finally, the cleaned grain was measured and stored. Large clay storage jars or silo bins were filled with the year's yield. A portion of the harvest, sometimes a large portion, was then taken as a tax or a rent. And we'll discuss more on that in a moment, but from the farmer's perspective, this was the moment of truth. It all came down to this very hour. How much of the crop would remain for his family's use after the obligations were met. Whatever grain the family kept would be their staple food for the year, and the seed for the next planting, so it had to be carefully managed. Now, if a farmer was wise, or if he had means, he would aim to store extra grain in good years as insurance against the bad ones. Archaeology has found remains of mud brick granaries, even in small villages, indicating that storing grain was central to life at every scale of society. Harvest time was also a period of celebration and anxiety mixed together. When the yield was good, there was celebration and rejoicing. Egyptian communities gave thanks to the gods for the bounty. They might offer the first sheaf of grain at a local shrine of the harvest goddess or of Osiris, a god associated with vegetation and rebirth, if you're not familiar. There would be feasting with freshly brewed beer. Perhaps they'd even slaughter a goat, if the village was flush with grain. So folks could relax a bit, knowing that food was secured. Conversely, when the Nile's flood had been poor and the harvest was thin, well, the farmers faced a difficult year ahead. Letters from the Middle Kingdom illustrate those fears in a set of documents known as the Hekanakte letters, which were around 1950 BCE. A landowner named Hekanakte writes to his family about rationing their grain during the shortage. He warned them not to complain, insisting that reduced rations were better than starving. Essentially, half of life is better than none. And in one report, Hekanakte claimed people in the region were so desperate they had begun eating each other. This may have been an exaggeration born of panic, but it certainly shows how catastrophic a failed harvest could be. In any case, thanks to Hekanakte's careful management, his household apparently survived without hunger. But his letters convey the very real concern that the normal Egyptian farmer had when looking at an emptying granary and wondering if the Nile would rise adequately the next year. So, what about the basic toolkit of an Egyptian farmer? It didn't change too much over the centuries, but it was pretty simple and pretty effective, though with a few refinements here and there. The primary tools were pretty much what you can imagine: the plow, the hoe, and the sickle, as described above. Early plows were all wood. Later, the farmers sometimes fitted a bronze or copper blade onto the plow tip to help cut harder soil. But the problem is metal was expensive, so even in the Bronze Age many farmers continued to use wooden ard plows without any metal parts. The strength of their oxen and the moisture of the Nile mud, they were usually sufficient to break the ground. The hoe, used for smaller plots and garden beds, and for tasks like weeding or breaking clods, changed a little. A broad blade of wood, or wood with a stone blade in some cases on a short handle. One area of technological progress was in irrigation aids. The introduction of the shadoof in the New Kingdom era was one such advance, as we discussed. But in later periods after the Bronze Age, the Egyptians would adopt even more complex water-lifting devices, like the sakia, a water wheel turned by oxen during Persian and Ptolemaic times. But in the Bronze Age context, irrigation was still largely a manual art, measured by the sweat of farmers hauling water or operating shadoofs under the hot sun. The layout of irrigation canals and ditches was another technology in its own right. Villages often had a designated official or experienced elders who directed where new ditches should be dug or how existing ones should be apportioned among fields. This traditional knowledge of water management was passed down through generations. Egyptian farmers even trained baboons, believe it or not, to climb trees and harvest fruit, as depicted in tomb scenes. Pretty clever way to extend their reach. They should have trained them to use the shadoofs, I suppose, or just do the entire job of farming. I suppose you only have so many baboons around. They'll start unionizing. But they also employed other animals too. For example, cats were used to keep rodents out of granaries, dogs to guard and herd livestock. The reliance on animals was pretty integral. Oxen and donkeys were the tractors and trucks of ancient Egypt. A farmer with a sturdy pair of oxen could till more land and transport heavier loads than one without. As for the main pack animals, they were the donkeys. They carried seed to the fields and sacks of grain back to the village after harvest. It was a common sight to see a line of donkeys plodding along a path, laden with sheafs or jars of beer, driven by a farmer or his children. But for longer trips, say to take surplus grain to market or deliver the tax quota to a central granary, the Nile itself was the highway. Farmers would load goods onto small boats. Even simple rafts of bundled papyrus or wooden skiffs could float bales of wheat downstream. Thus the river served not only as a giver of water and soil, but also as the chief transport route for agricultural products. One aspect of farming that often goes unmentioned, but was critical in Egypt, was storage and preservation. The granary was a farmer's bank, constructed of mud brick with thick walls, often in a beehive shape or as rectangular silos. Granaries protected grain from pests and humidity, as much as was possible in that climate. Within the household, smaller bins and large clay jars stored the family's provisions. To avoid spoilage, grain might be dried thoroughly before storage, and sometimes smoke was used to deter insects. Archaeologists have found remains of grain storage facilities in many excavations, and that shows once again their importance. But to really understand the life of a farmer, you have to step into the village and home. You see, most Egyptian farmers lived in small villages, maybe a few hundred people, and that's being generous, often much smaller hamlets, strung out along the Nile or near the edges of the floodplain. The houses were made of mud brick, using the very Nile mud and straw that their fields produced. A typical peasant house was pretty modest as well, a rectangular structure with 1 to 3 rooms, perhaps, a flat roof. The floor plan was pretty simple. Perhaps a main room for living and sleeping, a back room for storage, a roof terrace where family members could sleep on hot nights or dry their crops and laundry. The walls were plastered with mud, and sometimes they were whitewashed with lime to reflect heat. There were few windows, of course, and we don't mean glass windows. We just mean things that keep out heat and dust. And the interiors were quite dim, so much of daily life took place in the courtyard or street in front of the house. In the courtyard, a family might have a small clay oven for baking bread, a quern for grinding grain, and containers of water. They might keep a goat or a pig in a penned corner, and chickens were likely scurrying about. Chickens actually became common in later periods, but earlier ducks and geese were a bit more prevalent. But now we're just getting technical, aren't we? The roof of the house, supported by a palm log beam, was usually used for storage. For instance, storing jars of grain or hanging bunches of onions and garlic was pretty common. Now, the daily meals of a farming family were pretty humble, but not bad by the standards of the day. Bread and beer were the staples, and every morning someone, usually the woman of the household, or perhaps the daughters too if they had them, would grind grain into flour. This was done by kneeling and rubbing a handheld grinding stone back and forth over a large flat stone cairn. And it was pretty hard work too, kneeling and rubbing grain on a stone for hours, but it produced the coarse flour for that day's bread. The flour, often gritty with a bit of stone dust, was mixed with water and perhaps yeast to a sourdough starter. Then formed into dough, of course. They would bake the dough in a small domed clay oven or on flat griddles over a fire, producing flatbreads or loaves of various sizes. Now, these loaves were the main source of calories for most Egyptians. Of course, as we mentioned, beer was the other essential item. Beer in ancient Egypt was a thick, nutritious brew made from fermented barley bread. One common brewing method was to partially bake barley dough, crumble it into water, and add dates or malt for sugars. Then you would let it ferment in large jars. Pretty much what you'd get out of this was a porridge-like beer. It was rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. It was, I suppose you could say, liquid bread. That's effectively what you got. Drunk daily by adults and children alike, with low alcohol content too compared to modern beers. And it provided hydration and nourishment. But besides bread and beer, farmers ate what vegetables they had from their gardens. Onions, leeks, cucumbers, pulses like lentils and peas. Occasionally fruits like dates and figs. Meat was rare for ordinary folk, typically reserved for feast days. A family might keep a few pigeons or ducks and eat one now and then, or slaughter a goat for a festival. But fish was more commonly accessible. If near a canal or the river, the farmer or his children might catch fish which could be grilled fresh or sun-dried for storage. Clothing for the farmer and his family was simple and dictated by the climate. Men generally wore a linen kilt or loincloth while working in the fields, and many farmers often worked barefoot and shirtless, wearing just a wrap around the waist. Some reliefs even show field laborers completely naked, which might not have been common, but indicates how minimal clothing could be in scorching fields. Women, wore straight linen dresses with shoulder straps, often called a sheath dress, or a wrapped skirt and blouse. The linen cloth was usually undyed, that is, a kind of off-white color, and woven at home from the flax that they grew. Children in peasant families often went without clothing until about puberty age, especially in the summer. It was practical, and saved wear on garments. In winter or cooler nights, people might don a wool cloak or heavier linen tunic for warmth, but thick clothing was rarely needed, not for too long in Egypt's climate. Both men and women often kept their hair short or shaved for comfort and cleanliness. Wigs or elaborate hairstyles were more a thing for the wealthy. A peasant's feet were usually bare or in simple sandals woven from papyrus reeds. Despite long work hours, Egyptian farmers had their forms of leisure and community life. Families likely gathered in the evenings to share food and stories, and there was music and dance enjoyed at the community level. Someone might play a flute, another might beat a drum, this kind of thing. Excavations have found harps and flutes even in modest tombs, suggesting that music wasn't just something for the elite. And then there were the games. They were part of life too. A popular pastime was a board game called Senet, involving moving pieces across a grid according to dice rolls or sticks. Traces of what could be Senet boards scratched into floors have been found, implying that even common people amused themselves with board games. Additionally, there were simple sports and activities. Young men might wrestle or practice archery. Children played with clay dolls, balls, and spinning tops. We found all sorts of these things, not just in tombs, but in house ruins. Of course, religion was the thing that permeated daily life for everyone, and a farming family paid respect to many gods and spirits. In the home they might have a small shrine, or clay figurines of household gods. For example, Bes, the dwarf god who protected children and pregnant women, or maybe Tawaret, the hippopotamus goddess of childbirth. Before sowing or at harvest, they might say a prayer or make a tiny offering, like a bit of beer poured onto the ground to the gods of such fertility, such as Osiris or Renenutet, that is a cobra-headed goddess of the harvest. The village would have its local shrines too, and on festival days everyone would celebrate together. So one can imagine the festival of Opet, or local festivals of Min, a god of fertility, being observed with beer, music, processions. The farmers all joining in to take a break from work to honor the deities that they believed ensured the Nile's flood and soil's fecundity. Socially, the farmers' world was tightly knit, but it was also hierarchical. Villagers helped each other, as seen in practices like gleaning, after the official harvesters, often working for a landowner, had cut the fields. Local poor families, usually women and children, were allowed to follow and gather any stray grain that was left behind. Tomb illustrations show women gleaning harvests behind the people who were doing the main work, and texts indicate it was an accepted custom. It provided a kind of safety net for those less fortunate, and ensured that nothing was wasted. In the village, farmers' wives engaged in informal barter markets. One woman might trade a jar of her homemade beer with another for some fish or maybe some extra cloth. These small exchanges formed the basis of the local economy, and there was no cash at all in ancient Egypt, no coinage until much later periods, so barter was essential. Goods were directly exchanged according to their perceived value, and they even had a notional unit of value, the deben, which was a weight of copper, to quote prices, but actual payment was in kind. Thus, a farmer might buy a new pair of sandals by bartering a sack of wheat, and the sandal maker might accept the grain knowing it could be traded onward for something else that he needed, or he might just eat the grain. But within the broader Egyptian society, our farmer was near the bottom of the social pyramid in status, if you'll forgive the wording, yet he was absolutely foundational in importance. Ancient Egyptian sources don't mention individual peasant farmers by names quite often, but they do frequently acknowledge the produce of their labor. Grain, vegetables, flax, animals. That's the real wealth of the nation. Farmers were typically tenant farmers rather than landowners too, and much of the arable land was owned by the state, i.e. the pharaoh, the temples, or just the noble families. A farmer usually worked a plot that was part of one of those estates. Each year he owed a certain amount of grain as a rent or tax. If he produced more than that quota, he could keep the surplus, but if not, he could fall into debt. There were certainly some independent farmers who owned small plots, but even they owed taxes to the state. I'm afraid it's a tale as old as time, the government coming to get their greedy hands on all of your money or your grain, whatever it is. We could have pretty normal conversations with ancient people about those kinds of complaints, I think. And so we should talk about the relationship between the peasant farmer and the state in ancient Egypt. Just like our modern day, it's a constant push and pull. The state relied on farmers to produce the surplus that fed the cities, armies, and the non-farming specialists, and the farmers in turn relied on the state to maintain order, the irrigation infrastructure, and to appease the gods for good floods. The pharaoh was often depicted in royal propaganda as a great provider, sometimes called, quote, Lord of the two lands who gives life-giving floods to his people. But in reality, of course, it was the natural Nile that gave the flood, but they weren't going to tell them that, weren't they? But give credit where it's due, the pharaoh's governance did organize and distribute a lot of the water and storage of its produce. So there is that. In any case, after the harvest, government scribes gauged the yield and took a state share, typically a substantial percentage of the grain as a tax. They used nilometers, stone flood gauges, to anticipate the harvest and set tax expectations. A high Nile meant a bumper crop and heavy taxes. A low Nile meant shortages and hardship, though tax demands did not always relent accordingly. Scribes and tax collectors would arrive in villages to record how many sacks of grain each farm produced, and to collect the required portion for the state. Many documents survive of scribes' accounting, meticulously noting fields, yields, and taxes. If a farmer tried to hide some of his harvest to reduce his tax, the officials were charged with preventing that. A text from the New Kingdom advises a local official to watch the threshing floor, implying peasants might try to tuck away grain before the tally. Tax grain was taken to regional granaries and eventually to central storehouses to feed government workers, soldiers, and craftspersons, and to be used as a reserve in case of famine. In this sense, the agricultural economy of Egypt was redistributive. Farmers paid taxes in grain, and that grain was redistributed to others as rations or used in trade. In return, or at least in principle, the state took care of the larger-scale needs. The government oversaw major canal dredging, dam building, and basin maintenance, beyond the capacity of small villages, that is. But during calamities such as unusually low floods, the pharaoh could order emergency grain distributions from the state granaries to prevent starvation. There are inscriptions claiming such acts of mercy by benevolent rulers. A Middle Kingdom text, known as the 11th Hour Summons, describes officials organizing boats of grain to be sent to Upper Egypt during a famine, suggesting some central relief efforts occurred. Whether the average farmer could always rely on such help, that's kind of uncertain. But the ideology was that the pharaoh, as a semi-divine ruler, cared for his people like a shepherd for his flock. And indeed, Egyptian kings sometimes emphasized their role in ensuring agricultural prosperity. Many built or enhanced temples to the Nile gods, offered prayers and rituals to guarantee good floods, and in their inscriptions took credit for the making the Nile rise when it had failed. Maybe a little bit of poetic license, no doubt about that. But even justice and law in Egypt intersected with a farmer's life. There are recorded cases of farmers bringing complaints against local officials who mistreated them. One famous Middle Kingdom tale, The Eloquent Peasant, tells of a poor farmer who is robbed by a corrupt official, and then eloquently petitions the authorities for justice. The story is a bit idealistic. It shows a peasant receiving a fair hearing, reflecting the notion that even commoners were entitled to justice under Ma'at. It is the principle of cosmic truth and order. But in reality, a peasant's ability to get justice depended greatly on the goodwill of the higher-ups. But the existence of the story does indicate that fairness was valued. Perhaps it was not a reality, but it wasn't ideal. Better than nothing, I suppose. Well, religion also played a part in the state-farmer ownership, relationship, rather. The farmer was told by scribal teachings and temple decrees that the gods by the pharaoh made the Nile flood and the crops grow. So many farmers willingly gave a share of produce to local temples as offerings. Temples in Egypt also owned extensive lands farmed by peasants, and the yield from those lands supported the cult of the god and the priests. For example, the great temple of Amun at Thebes in the New Kingdom had vast estates and whole villages of farmers, whose taxes went not to the royal treasury, but to the temple granaries. In practical terms, the difference might not have mattered much to the farmer. Grain was grain, after all, whether it fed bureaucrats in Memphis or priests in Thebes. But it added a layer of piety to a contribution. A surviving text lists a man's donations to a temple, and it counters in terms of pious duties rather than tax. Still, doesn't take the sting away of having it taken away. Tax is never good, no matter how they word it. But one cannot overstate the prosperity of ancient Egypt, which awes us in pyramids and treasures, and it was all fundamentally built on the backs of its farmers and the bounty of the soil. The higher classes were well aware of this, even as they sometimes disparaged manual labor. A Middle Kingdom didactic text by Ketty called The Satire of the Trades humorously complains about the life of various workers, especially the farmer, painting him as a wretchedly muddy and tired person scolded by overseers, or to convince a student to become a scribe instead. Now, while it is satirical, it does reveal genuine hardships that farmers faced. Long hours, physical exhaustion, and often quite scant appreciation. Yet tomb scenes of nobles regularly celebrated the abundance their farms produced, with detailed depictions of farmers plowing, harvesting, and bringing in great piles of grain, vegetables, and animals as offerings. And it's those scenes that breathe a certain pride and satisfaction in agricultural plenty. Even if individual farmers remained nameless, their work was respected, in the abstract, as the very source of Egypt's wealth. But farming along the Nile changed remarkably little in its core practices, from the earliest times to the Bronze Age and beyond. This continuity was mainly due to the Nile's reliable nature and the time-tested methods that Egyptian farmers developed to make the most of it. If one of the first farmers from pharaonic Egypt, say 2500 BCE, were magically transported to 500 BCE, he'd find the pretty basic agricultural routine familiar. He would still wait for the inundation, still plough with oxen, sow by hand, irrigate with canals and shadoufs, and harvest with sickles. Many tools and techniques remained, appropriate technology for thousands of years. But of course, that being said, there were gradual changes. Over the span of the Bronze Age, Egyptians came into contact with neighboring civilizations and adopted a few crops. For example, pomegranates were introduced from the Near East and became a valued fruit. Olive trees also arrived, though Egyptian climate limited olive cultivation, and they never really rivaled the traditional sources of oil like linseed or castor oil. New vegetables like chickpeas and fava beans were added into the diet in the New Kingdom or later, supplementing the older staples of lentils and peas. The New Kingdom also saw the introduction of the horse with chariots by the Hyksos, but horses were used for war and prestige, not farming. That was the oxen's job. In terms of tools, the Bronze Age did eventually allow more metal implements in agriculture. Early Bronze Age Egypt used mostly copper. True bronze became common by the New Kingdom, that is, copper alloyed with tin. And we start to find bronze plowshares, bronze sickles, and metal carpentry tools in that era, which would have made certain tasks more efficient and durable. However, metal was never cheap in Egypt. You see, tin had to be imported from far away, so many poorer farmers continued with the traditional tools even when metal ones existed. Widespread use of iron tools came only after 1000 BCE, in the so-called Iron Age, for instance the Assyrian and Persian periods in Egypt. But even then, the transformation was gradual. It was really in the later classical era, Greco-Roman times, that iron plows and scythes became more accessible, and devices like the water wheel, the sakia, became prevalent to expand irrigation. One significant change over time was not in the farming methods per se, but in the administration. In the older Middle Kingdom periods, most farmland was centrally controlled by the pharaoh or managed through a feudal-like system of local governors called nomarchs. There was a concept that all land belonged to the king, who granted use of it to temples or officials, and by the New Kingdom huge temple estates, specially dedicated to Amun, had developed. There were more instances of private land ownership among nobles. After the Bronze Age in the late period, and under foreign rule, land ownership patterns shifted further, with military settlers or Greek colonists being granted land, for example. But to the farmer working a plot, these political changes may have been barely noticeable in the daily routine. He still plowed, planted, and paid his grain, whether it was to a pharaoh's scribe or to a temple priest or a Ptolemaic Greek landlord. And so, looking at Egyptian agriculture in the long view, it's pretty striking how stable and sustainable it was for such an incredibly long time. Now, there were periods of disruption, sure. The end of the Old Kingdom around 2200 saw famine and social strife, likely due in part to low Nile floods and the ensuing agricultural collapse. Yet the Egyptians adapted and recovered, re-establishing order and maximizing their food production again in the Middle Kingdom. Another crisis at the close of the Bronze Age affected the Mediterranean world, and Egypt too experienced invasions and economic stress. But the Nile cycle continued, and the fields still produced. In fact, Egypt's agricultural resilience was the envy of others. Classical historians like Diodorus and Strabo in the 1st century BCE commented on how Egyptian farmers could reliably get 2 harvests a year in some places, and how the Nile never failed to feed multitudes. Perhaps once again a bit of an idealization on their part. The Roman emperor later banked on this reliability. Egypt became the breadbasket of Rome, exporting shiploads of grain to feed the city of Rome and other parts of the empire. And this export was possible because the Egyptian farmer typically grew more than what was needed for subsistence in good year. Well, unlike the Romans, the life of the farmer was still much the same. Under the Romans, rather, the life of the farmer was still much the same. Well, though now their grain tax fed distant masters. It is, however, a testament to the durability of the Nile farming system that it kept functioning under pharaohs, Persians, Greeks, and Romans alike. All pretty impressive. At least I think it is. The great city of Uruk. Formidable mud brick walls and temple towers that dominate the skyline. It is the early Bronze Age, around the 3rd millennium, and Uruk is at the height of its glory. This Sumerian metropolis, often hailed as the world's first true city, bustles to life at dawn. In its golden age, Uruk may have been home to some 50,000 inhabitants, a population unheard of in its day. And you can almost hear the city waking. Close your eyes and imagine those roosters crowing, livestock stirring in their pens. But our video is about those people beginning their daily routines. What was it like for the ordinary person of Uruk in this era? We'll talk about the typical day of Uruk at its zenith. Of course, we're going to use a bit of imaginative license to tell a bit of a story on this one, but it's all based on archaeology and historical record. Of course, we don't have the stories of individuals, but what we do have is a pretty good picture of what the average person would have been doing from day to day, and that's how we're going to approach a video like this. It's history at the very grassroots levels. It's not about big battles. It's not about kings or soldiers, queens. It's just about farmers, laborers, and everyone in between. People just like you and me, albeit 5,000 years in the past. So, let's spend the next hour together, and we can learn about life in Bronze Age Uruk. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you will have no ads in this video or any other videos on this channel, an immense point of personal pride in our ad-infected modern culture. Perhaps this is a nice little escape for you. In any case, we can do this because we are funded by the crowd on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal and super thanks on YouTube, and also the merch store. But what really helps us out is that little kick up in the algorithm. A comment, a like, subscribe, hitting the hype button, and just telling your friends about the channel. So if you enjoy the channel and want other people to enjoy it, well, spread the word. Thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, I won't ask you again. We can begin our video. Let's go back to the Bronze Age, to Uruk. Uruk, just like anywhere else, begins its day at the first light of dawn. In this thriving Sumerian cities, families stir awake as the sky over the Euphrates River turns from an indigo to a pale blue. Early mornings are cool and precious, especially in the hotter seasons, so if you want to get work done before the heat really set in, you better get up as early as you can. Household members rise from their simple beds, perhaps a wooden frame if the family's well off, but more commonly you would have reed mats or stuffed mattresses laid upon the packed earth floor. A little bit more on the general housing condition later. In any case, before the heat sets in, chores would commence. As for the women, they would grind barley into flour using stone cairns, preparing dough for the day's bread. That's the majority of your calories. while others fetched water from the nearby canal, or if they had one, a communal well. Water drawn from the canal system is used to wash faces and hands and to mix with barley for baking and brewing. A small hearth in the courtyard, or a clay oven, is stoked with kindling to bake flat loaves for breakfast, a pretty common staple all over Mesopotamia and Egypt. A typical morning meal is pretty modest, but hearty by the standard of the day, especially when you don't have much to compare it with. You could expect bread, made fresh, of course, from barley or emmer wheat, perhaps accompanied by onions or milk curds, washed down with a sip of barley beer, and, well, if you had it, cool water, but generally people would drink more alcohol because the water was, well, not always the cleanest. In many homes, however, the first tasks of the day include tending to domestic animals. If a family keeps a goat, or perhaps a few sheep, the animals are let out of their pens, often just a corner of the courtyard, and they would graze at the edge of the city or along irrigation canals. Now, chickens are not yet known in Mesopotamia, but families might keep ducks or pigeons. Of course, ducks lay eggs, so there's that as well. I don't know if you ever had a duck egg. They're not bad, actually. In any case, certainly dogs would roam about as both pets and guards. Practical purposes, of course. Now, after feeding any livestock, the family pauses for a brief devotional act. It's common for households to maintain a small shrine or a sacred niche within the house. An alcove or tiny room is set aside as a sanctuary for the household's protective deity, or for the city's patron goddess. At dawn, a quick prayer or libation at this household altar is offered to seek the god's favor for the coming day. A father or mother might pour out a small drink offering or burn a bit of incense, while the children would watch on respectfully. They'd learn how to do it when they get a little bit older. Now, this simple ritual shows how religion is interwoven with daily routine from the very start of the day, very important to the Sumerians and Mesopotamians as a whole. We've done a few videos about religion in that area. If you are interested, you can find them in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, as sunlight begins to flood the city, everything comes alive. Uruk's residents step outside their mud brick homes and greet neighbors and kin. The typical house is built of sun-dried mud bricks and coated in a clay plaster. From the street, a house presents a plain facade with perhaps a single wooden door. Many homes share walls with their neighbors in long rows along winding lanes. Each dwelling centers on an open-air courtyard where much of the household activity takes place. Cooking, grinding grain, weaving and socializing, they all occur in this central space under the morning sky. Around the courtyard, several small rooms branch off. Storage rooms for jars of grain, tools, sleeping chambers, and workrooms. Hallways are absent. One room simply opens into the next. Many houses have an upper story or at least a flat roof, which family members often use for sleeping outdoors on hot nights. In the cool pre-dawn hours, some family members have indeed been sleeping on the rooftop under the stars to escape the indoor heat. A little trick. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. In any case, as the city awakens, you can hear the bleating of the goats, the clatter of pottery, voices calling out the morning greetings. Sure, it's 5,000 years ago, but people still had neighbors, people still had friends, workmates, all the rest. People are social. That, as something has never changed. Well, people stay in the house a little bit more often these days, but perhaps not by their own choice. Artisans and laborers hurry off to their workplaces, and the children who are not yet working tag along to fetch water, or perhaps help mum knead dough. The air carries a smell of baking bread and the smoke of hearth fires. It's a pre-industrial world. Sunrise is a call to action, for every able member of the household has their duties at daybreak. They might have to draw water, they might have to prepare food, or perhaps get an early start on craft work. But one rule was universal. Everyone had to do something. No slacking. And so by the time that the sun is fully over the horizon, the people of Uruk have already been busy for hours. They lay the foundation of the day's labor, and that is what we turn to next. So once these morning rituals and meals were all done, the men and women of Uruk turned to their labors. Work in this city is as varied as the society itself. Uruk's population is stratified and specialized, a hallmark of urban life. Many residents are farmers by background, yet they live inside the city walls and walk out to the surrounding fields each day. You certainly sleep a little better when you've got those walls surrounding you. Just after the dawn, groups of farm laborers pass through the city gate and into the broad belt of irrigated fields that encircle Uruk. These fields, fed by canals from the Euphrates, are lush with rows of barley and groves of date palms. Farmers use ox-drawn wooden plows called an ard to break the soil, and simple flint-bladed sickles to harvest grain when the season arrives. By 2900, the ard has made tilling more efficient than hand-digging. Teams of yoked oxen, guided by farmers, draw these plows through the rich earth, while other workers follow to drop in seeds. During the growing season, farmers spend their days weeding and channeling water into irrigation ditches. The labor is heavy, and it gets hot early, so these workers value the cool morning hours. It's much like how in the summer times, at least in Australia, you'll be tradesmen getting up long before the dawn, getting on site pretty much right when the dawn hits, and then finishing work around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. At least if they don't have to do overtime. In any case, thank you to all of those who labor in those professions, building the country quite literally. Well, as for the Sumerians, they'll take breaks in whatever shade they can find, perhaps under a palm or the shadow of a city wall, sipping from water jars, or enjoying a bit of bread. In fact, their rations are often provided as part of the work. Archaeological records from Uruk show that workers were compensated with allotments of barley, bread, and beer. A 5,000-year-old clay tablet from Uruk records the distribution of beer rations to laborers. The best evidence you can get the temple or city administration paid its workers in the staple drink of Mesopotamia. But don't get me too wrong, when we say beer, it wasn't the normal 4 to 5% alcohol content that we have in our modern day. It was much weaker, but certainly enough to kill any germs and bacteria lingering in the water. They didn't really understand it that way back then, but, well, they figured it out. All roads lead to Rome anyway. But within the city, there's other inhabitants, and they engage in crafts and trades. Uruk in this period is one of the most advanced craft production centers in the world. Potters turn clay on slow wheels to shape bowls and storage jars, and every household needs some of them. In the potter's quarter, kilns are fired each day, producing everything from coarse cooking pots to large clay vats. In another area, metal workers stoke their furnaces. The Bronze Age is just dawning at this time. Copper is the metal of choice, cast into axe heads, chisels, and sickles. A few smiths experiment with alloying tin with copper to create harder bronze. But tin is rare, and you've got to import that. Alongside the smiths, stone cutters chisel away at imported hard stones to make tools and sculptures. Carpenters, working with the limited wood available, craft doors, plows, and furniture. Many of these artisans work as part of institutional workshops. Textual and archaeological evidence suggests that Uruk's temples and government employ specialized workers to turn out goods for the city and for trade. And yes, trade was a thing. Certainly overland at this time, but still a thing, that's for sure. Now, weavers, for example, often women attached to the temple, spent their days spinning wool and weaving fine textiles in shaded courtyards. Uruk's textile production is quite considerable. The city's storerooms are filled with stacks of woolen garments and bolts of cloth that serve both as offerings but also valuable trade goods. A significant segment of the workforce is under the direct control of this temple economy. The great temples of Uruk, especially the Eanna complex of Inanna, own vast tracts of land, and with it vast herds of livestock. They function as economic hubs, too. Dozens of laborers work on temple estates, plowing temple fields, tending temple herds, milling grain, brewing beer, baking bread for temple offerings or for redistribution. Administrative clay tablets from Uruk, by the way, some of the earliest written records, reveal a complex rationing and payroll system. Scribes in the temple carefully record the grain harvests, the flocks, and the allotments of food to each worker. Through these meticulous records, we as modern historians have gained a pretty detailed glimpse of Uruk's economy and workforce, which of course makes videos like this possible without going too much into the territory of making things up. A little bit of creative license just within the historical sphere. I hope you don't mind too much. We do know, for instance, that carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, and other specialists were on the temple payroll, each receiving standard rations of barley or beer for their service. And literacy, that's a limited thing. Writing was pretty new. So these scribes, among the few who could read and write, hold important positions managing the city's labor and resources. A reader of one such tablet from Uruk might see entries accounting for a team of canal dredgers, or noting the assignment of 10 men to repair a temple wall, each worker receiving a daily quota of grain and beer for their work. But not all of this work is directed by large institutions. Many commoners are engaged in small-scale enterprise. For a potter, they might operate a family workshop. A brewer, too, often women, by the way, since brewing is a traditional female craft, might produce beer at home to sell in the neighborhood. Farmers' wives take garden vegetables or freshly churned butter to the market to trade for fish or pottery. And even the children contribute. A teenage boy might herd the family's goats outside the city, or help his father with carpentry, learning the trade, while a girl might assist her mother in weaving or go with her to the marketplace to sell cloth. And speaking of workers, there are those workers who do so not by their own choice. Slavery exists in Uruk, though it's not extremely widespread at this time. A wealthy household or temple might own a few slaves, typically prisoners of war or people sold for debt. They perform the heaviest menial tasks. These enslaved individuals are property, but Mesopotamian law affords them a few rights. For example, they can conduct limited business, and even in some cases save up money to buy their freedom, which I assume was a priority. The presence of slaves doing drudgery like grinding grain or hauling water allows free citizens to pursue skilled crafts or farming. But the vast majority of Uruk's labor force consists of those free people working their familiar lands or practicing their inherited trades. By late morning, the city hums with industry. The rhythmic tapping of a coppersmith's hammer echoes from one lane, while the smell of clay pots baking wafts from another. Workers often go to labor in groups, whether on a canal maintenance crew or in a pottery workshop. You can imagine a camaraderie in the toil. In any case, as the sun climbs high, many workers pause by midday, seeking rest and refreshment, especially in the warmer months. And there's no strict hourly schedule either. Work follows the sun and the seasons. Around noon, crews take shelter in whatever shade they find, eat a simple midday meal of barley bread with onions or dried fish, and take long draughts of beer from ceramic jars. In these break times, you might hear a farmer humming a hymn to Ninurta, the god of farming. Or perhaps inside the walls you'd hear a craftsman regaling his apprentice with a light-hearted fable to pass the time, hopefully treating him kindly. Small moments of respite, sustaining the workers, until the worst heat abates, and the day's second shift of labor can finally continue. But this great prosperity of Uruk was not just based on craftsmanship and agriculture. They were also a center of trade and exchange. By the early Bronze Age, Uruk had become a bustling marketplace, drawing goods and traders from near and far. The city's location on the Euphrates River and its extensive canal network made it a natural hub for commerce. In fact, Uruk's trade connections extend far beyond its walls. Artifacts originating from Uruk have been found in regions as distant as Anatolia and Iran, indicating the wide scope of its commercial reach. In turn, merchants bring valuable resources from those far lands into the city. For example, cedar wood and hard diorite stone from distant mountains make their way into Uruk, along with other precious materials that Mesopotamian plains lack. These coveted imports, exotic woods, metals like copper, tin, stones, and semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, just the quintessential Bronze Age collector's item, attest to an extensive long-distance trade network, enriching the city's economy. The heart of local trade is the marketplace. Each morning, as we saw, villagers and farmers stream in through Uruk's gates with goods to sell, and by mid-morning, open market squares near the city gates or temple precincts are well and truly alive with activity. Traders spread out their wares on reed mats. The aromas of fresh vegetables, baked bread, and livestock mingle in the warm air. Here, a fishing family from a riverside hamlet displays baskets of glistening fish on a bed of wet reeds, calling out their prices. There, an orchard keeper from a nearby village sells baskets of dates and figs harvested from his date palms. You can also find butchers offering cuts of goat or lamb, potters selling stacks of new bowls, and women hawking freshly brewed beer by the jug, if they had surplus of it. As in any vibrant marketplace, haggling is loud and constant. Buyers inspect goods carefully. A customer bites a silver ring to test its quality, or squeezes a melon to judge its ripeness, and then engage in bargaining banter with the seller until the price is agreed, often with a jest or curse thrown in for good measure. Now, long-distance merchants also operate in Uruk, dealing in high-value goods. Some are foreigners from distant lands, others are local entrepreneurs who have ventured abroad and returned with exotic cargo. These traders might organize donkey caravans to bring in raw materials from hundreds of miles away. A caravan from the northwest, for example, might arrive bearing timber logs and bags of rich red soil containing copper ores from the Taurus or Zagros mountains. Another group of merchant poles down river on a boat loaded with rare stones and metals acquired from the Far East. Well, they exchange these for Uruk's own exports. And excuse me, I'll just correct myself, from far to the east, not the Far East. That's going a little bit too much of a distance, I'm afraid. In any case, I continue. They exchange these for Uruk's own exports, surplus grain, woodland, textiles, simple jewelry, things like that, maybe even manufactured items like metal tools or ceramic vessels. Through barter, or sometimes weighted silver, these exchanges link Uruk into a wider world of commerce. And indeed, among the goods in Uruk's markets, one might see blue lapis lazuli stones, originating from Far Eastern mines, or chunks of raw copper from Oman, or even small quantities of tin from an unknown source, all critical materials that Sumer does not naturally possess. Most day-to-day trade in Uruk is conducted through barter, since coined money does not yet exist. That would come a little later. So barley grain serves as a standard measure of value, and transactions are often reckoned in gur or sila, ancient volume units of grain. For larger deals, traders use silver by weight. Merchants carry small weighted pieces of silver, rings or perhaps ingots, and a balance scale to measure out equivalent value. A typical exchange might see a farmer trade a sack of barley for a new copper axe head forged by a smith, or a boatman barter a load of fish for a set of clay storage jars from a potter. Written contracts are rare for everyday trade, since few people can write. They would learn little by little after a while, and the literacy rate would continue, especially among the trading class. But important deals at this time may be overseen by a temple scribe, or sealed with personal cylinder seals on a clay token to record the agreement. Honesty is reinforced by religion and reputation. Traders invoke the gods as witnesses to their bargains, and know that cheating would bring shame and divine disfavor. So you better be good, don't rip anyone off. In any case, by midday the market would reach its peak, and slow down under that noon sun. Many vendors would close up shop for a time to have their midday meal or short rest. But still, commerce never truly stops in Uruk. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, a late-arriving boat from downriver might be unloading fresh fish that must be sold immediately before they spoil. Or a dusty caravan from the west might clatter into the gate with donkeys laden with new goods. The merchants of Uruk are quick to gather, even in the heat if a rare commodity is to be had. In this way, trade in Uruk is a continuous thread. It's woven through daily life. It connects the city's inhabitants not only with each other, but with people and places far beyond the horizon. Of course, you can't have a Bronze Age life without religion. It permeates every aspect in Uruk, from the household's dawn devotions to the grand ceremonies at the temples. The city is famous for its devotion to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk, as well as a host of other Sumerian gods. In the center of Uruk stand two great temple complexes. One is the Eanna district, dedicated to Inanna, a walled sanctuary containing multiple temples, shrines, and courtyards, all devoted to the great goddess. Not far from that, on a high terrace, towers the Anu district, with a white-walled temple atop a ziggurat mound that is dedicated to the sky god Anu. These sacred precincts dominate Uruk's skyline and are the focal points of its spiritual life. By 2900, the White Temple of Anu, which was built centuries earlier, still looms over the city, and the Eanna complex bustles daily with offerings and rituals for Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Throughout the day, a multitude of priests, priestesses, and temple staff carry out rituals to honor the gods. At dawn, as we saw, households offer small prayers at home. But simultaneously in the great courtyard of Eanna, the high priestess or high priest of Inanna leads a more elaborate morning offering. And I certainly hope you don't hear that dog barking in the background. Sorry, but going off script, the next-door neighbor's dogs are, let's just say they're quite vocal. Not angry, I'm just frustrated. Anyway, we'll keep going. In the dim light of sunrise, temple clergy enter the sanctuary and awaken the goddess's cult statue with hymns and burning incense. They dress the wooden statue, which is gilded and bejeweled, and lay out a meal before it. Fresh bread, dates, beer, and fruit are all placed on the altar as nourishment for Inanna. While the deity partakes only spiritually, the food itself will later be shared among the temple personnel. This practice of feeding the god reflects the belief that the city's prosperity depends on keeping its patron deities well provided for and content. Only if the gods are satisfied with their meals and offerings will they bless Uruk with bountiful crops, safety, and success. But religious observance is not confined to grand temple rituals. It's in small everyday moments too. As the day goes on, individuals continually seek divine favor in the little ways. A farmer heading out to the fields might pause at the city gate to murmur a prayer to Utu, the sun god, for a good day's work, and perhaps a little bit of cloud cover. A fisherman casting his net in a canal utters a quick appeal to Enki for a plentiful catch. Merchants, before opening business, may stop by a tiny roadside shrine to burn a pinch of incense to Ningishzida. Hang on a second. Ningishzida. Excuse me for my ancient Sumerian pronunciation. Another protective deity. This is Ningishzida. Well, all over Uruk, there are minor shrines at street corners, and by gates where travelers and traders can offer a brief prayer for safe journeys or good fortune. In homes, too, family members say short blessings over meals or when undertaking important tasks like starting the weaving of a new cloth or laying the foundation of a house to invite divine favor. These humble devotions show how inseparable religion is from daily activities. To the people of Uruk, the unseen world of gods and spirits are ever present, and nearly every action can be sanctified by calling on a deity. Of course, the most visible aspects of religious life are the major ceremonies and festivals that take place at the temples. We do not know the exact festival calendar, at least not in 2900, or around then. Detailed liturgical texts come from later periods, but certainly Uruk holds seasonal celebrations where the whole community participates. For example, at the New Year, which would be the spring festival for them, the city likely honors Inanna's marriage to the god of vegetation, Dumudzu, to ensure fertility for the coming year. Such an event might involve a ritual procession carrying the goddess statue of Inanna, accompanied by musicians and chanters, to meet Dumudzu's representation, perhaps enacted by the king or a priest, a kind of ceremonial marriage rite. The famous Warka verse from Uruk, carved around 3000 BC, illustrates the kind of offerings and reverences given to Inanna. The bas relief bands show a line of nude men carrying baskets filled with grain, fruit, jars of drink, and leading sheep and goats, all bringing the bounty of the land to present to the goddess. In the top register, the goddess Inanna herself, or perhaps the high priestess, is depicted receiving these gifts, with symbols of her temple around her. This artifact provides a near-primary snapshot of Uruk's religious life, a ceremonial procession likely tied to a festival where the community offers up the first fruits of field and flock to a patron deity. Each day the temple follows a cycle of worship. After the morning services, there are midday and evening offerings. Lesser priests and priestesses perform the routine duties, burning incense at altars, leading smaller prayers, and ensuring the temple fires and lamps remain lit. The high priest or priestess oversees the important rituals and oracular questions. Worshippers come and go from the temple. Throughout the day, a lot of people leave, a lot of people show up, do the rites, and make do with whatever they need for the day. A mother might bring a small loaf of bread as an offering after a child recovers from an illness, or a fisherman might dedicate a clay fish figurine to Enki in thanks for a good catch. The temple accepts the private offerings and often displays votive objects, small statuettes of worshippers carved in stone that people have donated as perpetual prayers on their behalf. It is common sight to see rows of such carved figurines with hands clasped, standing in the temple court, representing those who left them. Uruk's priesthood wields great influence. In this era, the city's secular ruler, the ensi, or governor, often also serves a priestly role, or is closely tied to the temple. The major decisions, whether to embark on a canal project or how to respond to a poor harvest, are always made in consultation with the gods. Priests interpret divine will through omens, examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep, observing unusual births, or interpreting dreams. Literacy and scholarship reside largely within the clergy class. They maintain libraries of clay tablets, on which hymns, prayers, and even simple medical recipes are recorded. The Eana temple complex likely includes tablet rooms and schools where young novices, mostly sons of the elite, learn the arts of writing and ritual. The average citizen of Uruk, while illiterate, is deeply versed in the oral traditions of Sumerian religion. In the evenings at home, elders tell children stories of the gods and heroes, how Inanna tricked Enki to bring the sacred arts to Uruk, while the legendary king Gilgamesh built the city's mighty walls with divine aid, he himself reputed to be 2/3 divine. These tales used to reinforce the values and beliefs that the formal religion taught, that humans are co-workers with the gods, that kingship is divinely ordained, and that the city of Uruk itself is under the special protection of those in the sky. But despite Uruk's impressive public life, the busy marketplaces, the temples, the great walls, the foundation of a society is always the family. In this era, the basic unit of society is the extended family household. Multiple generations often lived under one roof, or at least within the same family compound. A typical family might include the father as the head of the household, his wife who manages many domestic affairs, their children, and possibly some aging grandparents. Other relatives can be part of the household too, an unmarried aunt perhaps, a widowed uncle, or a married son with his wife and a new baby might all live together in the family home. Now, houses of the more prosperous sort might have had many rooms, 8 or more, to accommodate such large families, while poorer families had to make do in 2 or 3 rooms, or share courtyard space with relatives next door. Family in Uruk meant a close-knit cluster of kin who lived and worked together every day. The society of Uruk is patriarchal in structure, but is not without rights and roles for women. The father, or at least the eldest able male of the family, holds legal authority. He represents the household in the assembly of citizens, if such meets, and is responsible for the family's land, business dealings, and religious duties. However, women in Sumer enjoy relatively high status, at least for the ancient world. They can own property, they can run businesses, they can even serve as legal witnesses in contracts. Within the home, the wife or the mother has considerable authority as the manager of daily life, allocating tasks to children and servants, overseeing food stores and finances, and acting as the family's physician and educator in many cases. But still, the society is overwhelmingly patrilineal, and husbands and fathers have formal power. Marriages are typically arranged by the parents. A marriage is formalized by a written contract or at least an agreement sealed in front of witnesses, and it becomes official once the groom presents a bridal gift to the bride's father. Wives do not usually choose their husbands freely, but strong love and partnership can grow within the arranged union over time. It just depends who you end up with, I suppose. A husband can also divorce his wife on relatively slight grounds, such as failure to bear children or chronic quarrels. And if the first wife is barren, he is permitted to take a second to ensure an heir. Children are under absolute authority of their parents, and can even be disinherited, or, believe it or not, sold into slavery in extreme circumstances of debt. Though such cases are rare, and seen as a family tragedy, of course. Would be selling your own children off to be slaves in some flint pit. My goodness. Well, in any case, life within the household is a constant collaboration. Men and women have different typical roles, but both are vital to the family's survival. You see, the men often handle the heavy agricultural work, manage dealings in the city assembly, and represent the family to outsiders. And the women, they run the home. They grind the grain, they bake the bread, they brew the beer, they spin the wool, they make the clothes, all essential daily labors. But they also raise the young children. The mothers teach daughters the skills they will need as future wives, cooking, weaving, fetching water, managing a pantry. And fathers teach sons how to farm or practice whatever craft is the family trade. Many a craftsman's workshop in Uruk is a familial enterprise, with father and sons working side by side. And so from a young age, the children shadow their parents in daily tasks. A boy of 5 might trot along after his father to the field, learning to tie the ox's yoke or clear irrigation canals. A girl of a similar age is already helping her mother grind flour or tending younger siblings. There is warmth and affection in these relationships. Parents cherish their offspring, and children, in turn, are taught to honor and obey their parents above all. As for disobedience, that is believed to invite not only parental wrath, but also the disapproval of the gods, for honoring one's father and mother is a sacred duty. Formal education in the sense of a school is rare. A few boys from affluent or scribal families might be sent to an eduba, that is a tablet house, to train as scribes under a learned master, but that is an exception. Most children just learn by apprenticeship within the family. And yes, there is also play of some sort. Excavations have uncovered toys like spinning tops and small figurines that could have been children's dolls. Siblings play games of catch or make toy chariots from little clay wheels and sticks. However, given the demands of life, childhood is pretty brief. By the time a girl reaches her early teens, she might already be married. And by the time the boy is a teenager, he's likely already doing a nearly full day in the fields or the workshop. Adolescents in Uruk undergo rites of passage, largely through their first work responsibilities, and for girls, of course, through marriage and motherhood. But then there is the extended family. They offer social safety and support. Family members pool labor and resources. An uncle might help plow his nephew's plot, or a grandmother watch the toddlers, while everyone else works. In a world without formal banks or state welfare, one's kin are the source of help in hard times. If a family member falls ill, relatives nurse them with home remedies. If a man dies, leaving a young widow, his brothers or parents absorb her and the children into their household. Family solidarity is the only way you survive. Feuds and splits within a family are a source of great sorrow, and of course, social stigma. But within the privacy of the home, family life has its moments of joy and leisure. In the evenings, after the day's work, families gather in their courtyard to share the evening meal and recount the day's events. Children sit around and listen to their parents' conversation, and interjecting with some youthful observations, no doubt. Storytelling is a key form of entertainment, and also moral education. A grandfather might tell the children fables about clever foxes and foolish lions, each with a lesson embedded. A mother might sing a lullaby or recite a gentle prayer to Ningal as she rocks a baby to sleep. Though such stories and daily conversations are not recorded, we can certainly imagine that parents would impart the values of hard work, piety, and loyalty to kin. The home is truly the primary source of identity for Uruk's people. No matter what turmoil goes on in the streets or fields, within the brick walls of one's own house and the embrace of one's family, there's a sense of order and refuge. It is the familial haven that sustains individuals through life's challenges, after all. Well, Uruk's landscape was certainly a blend of deliberate planning but also organic growth. The major civic elements, the towering walls, the temple districts, principal canals, the thoroughfares, were laid out in a planned way, while the residential and commercial areas grew out irregularly around over the centuries. The results of this can be seen in Uruk's physical form by 2900. The city is encircled by a massive defensive wall of mud brick that, according to archaeological finds, ran about 9 kilometers in circumference and may have stood 12 to 15 meters high. Later legend attributes the building of Uruk's monumental wall to King Gilgamesh, and indeed, this fortification was likely constructed a few generations before his time during the early dynastic I period. Several gates pierce the wall, each serving as an entry point from a different road or direction. Through these gates flow the daily comings and goings of merchants, farmers, and travelers, all under the watch of guards and gatekeepers. But inside the walls, Uruk is divided into distinct districts. At the core of the city lie the high temple precincts of Eanna and Anu, and as noted, the Eanna district, also called the House of Heaven, is a walled sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. It contains multiple buildings and courtyards for workshops, storage, and ritual, all clustered around the main ziggurat and temple. The ziggurat, by the way, is a kind of tiered pyramid. I've made a full video on them. I think I've released it before this one. I should have. If not, you'll probably find it in the Bronze Age playlist. You should do. Well across the city, the Anu district sits on an elevated terrace, with the White Temple at its summit. These temple districts are set slightly apart from the residential neighborhoods. Eanna is even partially walled off, like a city within the city itself. Around them spreads the rest of Uruk, a patchwork of residential quarters, bazaars, and craft production areas. Without a modern grid, the layout of these areas appears maze-like. Houses cluster along unplanned lanes, and neighborhoods often take on the character of the dominant trade or craft practiced there. For example, one quarter of Uruk may be known for its potters, whose workshops and kilns occupy several adjacent courtyards, while another area might be for the metal workers, having the lingering scent of smelting fires in the air at all times. This informal grouping by profession means that as one walks through Uruk, the sights and sounds can change abruptly from one street to the next. Clay dust and pottery shards underfoot in one alley, the ringing of hammers on bronze in the next. The city's street networks range from broad avenues to warrens of tiny winding alleys. A couple of main processional roads traverse Uruk. One likely leads from a principal gate straight to the Eanna temple, serving as the route for religious processions and official traffic. These main streets are wide enough for carts or armies, and are kept relatively clear. But in contrast, most of the city is crisscrossed by narrow, twisting lanes and dead-end alleyways. Many of these are unplanned footpaths that simply evolved over generations as houses were built and rebuilt. There is a clear hierarchy, though, of thoroughfares. The wide public boulevards, Sumerians even had a term for these, by the way, it's suku, and the smaller cross streets called muhusu, and then the private cul-de-sacs within residential blocks. About 10% of the city's area is taken up by streets and alleys, the rest being solidly packed with buildings. None of the streets are paved. They're simply compacted earth, dusty in the dry season and muddy after the rare rains. Drains are primitive. Some major streets might have a shallow ditch or channel to carry away storm water, but in the heavy rain the lanes turn into rivulets until the water seeps into the soil. While the roads on land are important, Uruk's lifelines are its waterways. A network of canals flow into and throughout the city, making Uruk something of a Venice in the desert, as later scholars have quipped. These man-made canals connect Uruk directly to the Euphrates and to the surrounding agricultural hinterland. They function like liquid highways, allowing boats and barges to carry heavy loads of grain, clay, timber, and other bulk goods right into the city. Archaeologists have described Uruk's canal system as extensive and deeply integrated into the urban plan. One could in fact travel by boat to many points in Uruk more easily than by cart, a significant advantage in an era when wheeled vehicles are still rudimentary and pack animals can only carry so much. The canals also helped irrigate orchards and gardens within or at the edge of the city, ensuring even inner districts had access to water. But maintaining these waterways was an ongoing communal task. You had to dredge the silt, you had to repair the embankments, and it was often organized by the temple or city officials, employing many workers, especially at the start of irrigation season. Uruk's urban form also reflects its social and political structure. The city's very layout proclaims the priorities of its people. The prominent placement of temple districts, slightly off the geometric center, but effectively at the heart of activity. It shows that the religious institutions stand at the very core of civic life. The immense city wall speaks to collective organization and communal pride in protecting the city's inhabitants. Within the walls, near the gates, are often special marketplaces or cult sites, suggesting that certain industries or gods were associated with those entry points. Meanwhile, residential areas fill in the spaces in between, divided by clan or occupation, or simply just by happenstance. But like all Mesopotamian cities, Uruk has been built and rebuilt many times on the same spot. When a building collapses or burns, as mud brick structures do every few decades, new walls are erected up upon the old foundation. Over centuries, this continuous rebuilding gradually raises the ground level, creating a human-made mound composed of layers of earlier settlement. Kind of like the rings on a tree, I suppose. Well, by 2900, parts of Uruk are already sitting on substantial mounds of debris from the Uruk period centuries earlier. Construction of new houses on uneven remains means the final layout of lanes can shift slightly over time. An alley might become a covered passage if someone extends a wall, or a once straight street might acquire a jog where new houses encroach. This gives the residential quarters an irregular, almost organic design, though the overall structure of the city remains constant. Despite the seemingly chaos of the narrow, winding neighborhoods, there is evidence of planning, in the key facilities at least. There are public wells and cisterns at intervals for water. Open squares or courtyards function as community gathering spots or markets for the neighborhood. The city also includes broad areas of cultivated land just outside the walls, fields and date palm groves that belong to the city's farmers and temples. A network of roads and canals links Uruk to these lands, ensuring the daily flow of food into the city. And indeed, one might see herds of goats or sheep driven straight through the city gates each morning or evening, bleating and kicking up dust as they are brought between the grazing fields and urban pens. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the narrator praises Uruk by urging the reader to climb its wall and walk on its rampart, or to inspect the fine brickwork, examine its foundation terrace, boasting that the 7 sages themselves laid its foundations. It's a pretty prideful description, but it shows those few key elements: the strength of the foundations, the quality of construction, and the wisdom underlying the design. And indeed, Uruk became a template for urban culture in Mesopotamia, a mix of planned and organic features, spreading to other cities through influence and example. And so as the sun sets, the intense activity of the day gradually winds down. The city was full of clamor in the midday, but it now takes on a more gentler and leisurely pace. Families prepare for the evening meal, the main meal of the day, and communal life resumes within the household courtyards. By dusk, the household hearth is busy again. In a typical home, the mother, with help from daughters or daughters-in-law, cooks a substantial supper in a clay pot over the fire. A common evening dish is a hearty stew of lentils or beans, richly seasoned with garlic and leeks, maybe thickened with crushed barley. If the family is a bit better off or it's a special occasion, the stew might include pieces of mutton, goat, or fowl. Flat barley bread, baked earlier, serves as both a utensil and a side dish. Family members use pieces of bread to scoop up the stew from a shared bowl. There might also be a handful of wild greens or a skewer of roasted fish to accompany the porridge-like stew. But everyone sits together during the meal, often on reed mats or low stools, arranged in a circle in the courtyard. Children jostle for their favorite spots, and grandparents lean against the courtyard wall if they need some support. In the warmer months, the family prefers to eat outdoors under the open sky, where a cooling breeze may stir. In the chillier weather, they might retreat to an outdoor room with a small clay brazier for warmth while eating. Well, as darkness falls, the clay lamps are lit. Now, these lamps, simple shallow bowls filled with the sesame or linseed oil with a linen wick. The family, gathered and fed, spends the early part of the evening in relaxation and companionship. It's a treasured time after a long day of labor. Some residents even stop by a tavern to drink beer and relax with friends at a day's end. The alehouses are simple affairs, perhaps an open courtyard or back room where a woman brewer sells her latest batch from clay jars. Men sit around and gossip about the day, sip the thick, porridge-like beer through a communal vessel. The atmosphere is lively. Jokes and local gossip flow freely once work is done. And by the light of a couple of lamps, a group of friends might linger until the stars are bright, debating which farm had the best yield, or laughing over a well-worn humorous tale. Not everyone goes out, though, of course. Much of Uruk's populace spends their evening at home. As the air cools after sunset, some people just sit with neighbors and chat. In any case, nighttime in Uruk brings a relative peace. Families tidy up their living spaces. Mothers might pre-soak grains for tomorrow's brewing, or finish a bit of weaving by lamplight. Fathers make a last round, checking that the goat pen is secured and the door is barred for the night. In the height of summer, many families even sleep on their flat rooftops to catch the night breeze. Neighbors sometimes murmur across the darkness, sharing a few last words under the canopy of brilliant stars and a rising moon. Before sleep, devout individuals might say a final prayer. A father might quietly invoke his personal protective deity, and if any family member is ill, this would be the time for incantations. A mother would recite a soft chant to Gula, the goddess of healing, of her ailing child, hoping to ward off evil spirits before the darkness fully falls. Nighttime is also associated with unseen dangers, roaming ghosts of the unburied, of mysterious Lilu demons that might slip through an open window. To defend against that, they hang protective amulets on the door, perhaps a tiny clay plaque depicting Pazuzu, a friendly demon who chases away the worst of the demons, or sprinkle a bit of salt at the threshold. Finally, one by one, the oil lamps go out, and that loud and busy city grows quiet. Only the distant howling of a dog, not the one at my neighbor's house, or the faint strains of a lullaby from a neighbor's roof break the silence. Inside their homes, people lie down to sleep on mats. Privacy is scarce. Many family members often share a single room, but the closeness is its own comfort. They curl up under woven wool blankets or linen sheets, and overhead, the night sky carries that moon. The Sumerians call it Nana, and it's a comfort to them as well, gleaming on top of that white temple in the distance. The guards, of course, stay at their posts on the city wall, spears in hand, keeping an ear open for any disturbance just in case. And within the protective circuit of Uruk's walls, thousands of citizens sleep in peace, trusting that their patron gods and goddesses will watch over them until the new dawn. And tomorrow, when it comes, they'll do it all again. Life in Uruk will begin anew, but carry on as it always does. A timeless cycle of a very monotonous and normal day. Cast an image into your mind. Oil lamps in a Babylonian temple gently flickering as a priest whispers forbidden words to ward off a demon. An Egyptian magician drawing protective symbols in the sand while invoking the old gods. Think of a Greek traveler braving the fumes of Delphi for a cryptic prophecy, or a Roman farmer fearing a neighbor's curse on his crops. Across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia's fertile valleys to Egypt's Nile, the Greek city-states to the Roman Republic, and even in the misty groves of Celtic Europe, magic and witchcraft were woven into the fabric of life. In our time together today, we'll go on a journey through those mysterious realms of ancient magic. Witchcraft and magic in antiquity were not mere superstition. They were complex phenomena, viewed through religious, legal, and practical lenses. We'll talk about how ancient cultures revered or even reviled magical practices, often blurring the line between rituals and sorcery. We'll hear it straight from the voices of antiquity, through the actual spells and incantations preserved in cuneiform tablets, papyri, and inscriptions. And we'll even meet the famed figures of magic lore, the Persian magi, who gave us the very word magic, the enigmatic oracle of Delphi, dispensing Apollo's oracles, and the mystic Pythagoreans, who sought the truth through numbers. Along the way, I'll give you a few lesser-known anecdotes and surprising facts that will show just how deeply magic pervaded everyday life and death. This exploration is grounded in primary source and historical evidence. We're not going to make anything up. We're just going to give it to you how it is. So suspend your disbelief a little bit. Step back in time, from spells of protection and curses of vengeance to laws condemning sorcery. The ancient world's approach to magic was rich and multifaceted. So, I invite you to close your eyes, dive in, and discover what witchcraft and magic meant to the peoples of the ancient world. But I'll first welcome you. To anyone new to the channel, thank you for coming, and those returning, thanks for coming back. Supporters on the Patreon and those who visited the merch store, you have my thanks. Now, let's begin. With a click of the like and subscribe, we take off on our journey. What is magic? Is it sacred? Is it sinister? Perhaps we walk a blurred line. In the ancient world, magic often walked hand in hand with religion. Many practices that today might be called magic were then part of official worship or healing rites. In ancient Egypt, for example, magic, called Heka, was regarded as a fundamental force of the universe, a gift from the creator god to humanity. Egyptian priests were thus trained as magicians. The very word for priest, Heri-heb, could denote a ritualist who knew powerful spells. But far from being heretical, using magic was a dutiful way to enlist divine help, no different to a prayer. An Egyptian funerary text like the Book of the Dead is essentially a spell book for the afterlife, full of incantations to secure the soul's safe passage. One such spell implores, "O you who open the ways and govern the roads, I am come to be glorious," aiming to grant the deceased authority when they face the next world. And Mesopotamia, too, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, temple priests doubled as exorcists and healers. Babylonians and Assyrians didn't see a clear divide between religious ritual and magical incantation. In fact, it was all in the same thing. If a person fell ill or sensed an evil omen, they turned to specialists. The Asipu, exorcist priest, would recite sacred formulas to banish the demons, while the Asu physician might mix herbs and spells together. These incantations invoked the gods by name to combat witchcraft. A classic Mesopotamian ritual text, the Akkadian series, Maklu or Burning, reveals an exorcist praying to the sun god Shamash to destroy a witch's spell. One Maklu tablet adjures the fire, "Burn, set alight, incinerate my witch. May my warlocks and witches' life quickly come to an end." Words such as this were chanted as effigies of the suspected sorcerer or burned, symbolically destroying the evil influence. And by contrast, the Greeks and the Romans tended to draw a line between sanctioned religious rites and illicit magic, magia in Greek and magica in Latin, practices like sacrifice, prayer, and divination, well, they were just part of the state religion. But they drew the line at secret love charms or curse tablets. They, on the other hand, were viewed with suspicion. But this was a boundary, sure, albeit a porous one. At the famous Oracle of Delphi, a priestess, the Pythia, went into a trance and delivered prophecies from Apollo, an act that outsiders might label as magical. But the Greeks didn't see it this way. It was more divine inspiration than anything else. This oracle held immense authority. Even kings sought its counsel. Legend says that King Croesus of Lydia asked if he should attack Persia, to which Delphi answered that he would destroy a great empire. Croesus took this as his divine approval and went to war. But he only realized too late that while the prophecy was true, they actually meant that his own empire would be destroyed. Prophecy was an acceptable form of supernatural insight, distinct from the maligned image of sorcerers performing graveyard rituals at midnight. It was a clean, more socially acceptable form of magic. But by anyone's real definition, it certainly seems like magic and sorcery nonetheless. Still, Greek literature is filled with witches who straddle that line between religion and sorcery. Homer's epics describe the enchantress Circe turning men into swine, and the witch Medea calling upon Hecate while concocting deadly potions. These figures, though mythical, reflect quite a lot of Greek anxieties, but also fascinations with witchcraft. Some Greeks sought out magical help despite social disapproval, especially in desperate times. In tragedy and folklore, a love-struck youth might secretly buy a love spell, or a farmer curse the neighbor who he believes blighted his olive trees. Officially, however, city laws could treat harmful magic as a crime of impiety. And then, of course, we have the Celts. Magic was deeply embedded in religion throughout the revered class of Druids, albeit they are extremely mysterious. Classical authors portrayed the Druids as priest mages of Gaul and Britain, conducting complex rituals and teaching doctrines of the soul. According to Julius Caesar, who is, well, let's say a little bit biased, the Druids taught belief in the immortal soul and engaged in observing the stars and natural world, but they also performed sacrifices to the gods, some of them human sacrifices that shocked the Greco-Roman sensibilities. The Druids were said to divine the future by watching the death throes of sacrificial victims, a grim practice that to the Celts was not dark sorcery but a sacred rite. In Celtic myth, magic and religion were one and the same. The gods themselves worked magic, and the poets and seers called Fili used incantations to shape reality. There is one legendary druid, Amergin. He's depicted calming a storm at the founding of Ireland by chanting a powerful invocation. I am the wind on the sea. I am the wave of the sea. I am the stag of 7 battles. Such incantatory poems show the sacred nature of Celtic magic, invoking forces of nature and deities as an integrated whole. No, we take a bit of warning when we talk about Druids. First of all, Druids did not keep any written traditions. It was all passed down orally. And then, of course, the only information that we do have about them comes from the Romans, who were not very kind in their assessments. So we do take it with a grain of salt. But I'm only going to say it once, as we talk about them later too. So in sum, magic, if we use the term loosely in antiquity, could be viewed as kind of a divine or demonic thing. It all depends on the context. An Egyptian priest healing a snakebite with a spell, a Babylonian exorcist burning a wax figurine of a witch, a Greek oracle channeling Apollo, or a druid reading the future in entrails, were all engaging in acts that their societies deemed meaningful and sacred, if sometimes fearsome. Yet the very same cultures also had to recognize that magic could certainly be twisted towards harmful means. And this duality is what sets the stage for our next section, the laws and the moral codes, to draw a boundary, albeit a hazy one. Magic in service of the gods and community, well, that was often tolerated or embraced. But magic for malice or personal gain, well, that was very much viewed unkindly. Law and order. Dun dun. Even as ancient people resorted to magic for help, of course they were pretty wary of its misuse. After all, it's all pretty mysterious. Many civilizations developed laws against harmful witchcraft, revealing a legal perspective that treated certain types of magic as an offense worth of punishment, One of the earliest legal records of this subject comes from Mesopotamia. Of course, it's the Code of Hammurabi. It actually opens with statutes about sorcery. We're talking 1750 BC, so this goes back a fair while. It decrees that if someone is accused of casting a death spell on another, but the accusation cannot be proven, the one who accused shall be executed. Which is kind of ironic. Conversely, the accused must undergo the ordeal by water, plunging into the sacred river. If the accused sorcerer drowns, it is taken as proof of guilt, as the river had conquered him, as the code says. But if he survives, he is vindicated, and rather the accuser is the one who faces death. I don't know how they came up with that law, but, well, it's just the way they did it back then. Either way, it's pretty remarkable. They tried to handle witchcraft accusation through divine judgment, effectively saying, only God knows who truly cast the spell. A false accusation was severely punished, indicating how serious an allegation of witchcraft could be in Babylonia. Later Mesopotamian laws grew even stricter. Assyrian records indicate a practicing of witchcraft should carry the death penalty, paralleling the famous biblical injunction, "You shall not permit a sorceress to live." I'm sure we're all familiar with that one. Similarly, the Hittites of Anatolia allowed beneficial magic for healing, but cursed those who used magic to harm others. Ancient lawmakers thus walked a pretty fine line, acknowledging some magic as legitimate, while outlawing others as the malicious variety. All a matter of perspective, I suppose. But what about the Greek city-states? Well, they didn't have formal witchcraft acts as in later European law, but they did prosecute harmful magic under existing statutes like poisoning or impiety. The line between a pharmacist and a poisoner, by the way, the word pharmakon meant both drug and spell in Greek, so that's interesting. Well, it's a very thin line between the two of them. A vivid example is the case of Theoris of Lemnos, a woman in the 4th century BC Athens, who was known as a folk healer. Well, to some she was known as a folk healer, to some she was known as a witch. She and her family were tried, and it did not go their way. They were executed, ostensibly for distributing potions and incantations. Believe it or not, we have a surviving court record. An orator reminds the jurors about Theoris, that filthy sorceress whom you executed, her and all her family for her crimes. Theoris's case suggests that Athens considered harmful enchantments as a capital offense, especially if they were seen as subverting religion or morality. Likewise, anyone accused of using spells to damage crops, beguile citizens, or curse someone could be charged with impiety, or asebeia, as they called it, or even homicide if deaths were involved. Now, in the Roman Republic, laws explicitly forbade malevolent magic. They were very serious about it. Early evidence comes from the 12 Tables of the 5th century BC, Rome's foundational legal code. One provision outlawed the use of spells to steal another's crops. It goes like this: whoever uses incantations or magic acts to prevent another's grain from growing shall be put to death, i.e., sacrificed to Ceres. This law hints at an agrarian concern. Romans feared that a sorcerer could blight fields or charm away the harvest. Another part of the 12 tablets forbade malum carmen, an evil chant or curse against others. But we see here that the idea that words themselves could be weapons deserving punishment is certainly one that existed in ancient Rome too. And so as Rome expanded, as did their laws, and as the laws expanded, so did those on magic. By the late Republic, the 1st century BC, accusations of veneficium, a term covering poisoning and sorcery, were not uncommon. In 81 BC, the dictator Sulla passed a law that targeted assassins and poisoners, which also encompassed harmful magicians. Under this law, those who used enchantments or brewed deadly potions could face either exile or execution. The Romans, as practical as ever, lumped witchcraft with murder. If you killed or harmed someone by occult means, you were as guilty as if you had just walked up and stabbed them in the head. But interestingly, the Roman Republic's fear of magic sometimes left to mass hysteria. Livy relates episodes in 331 BC and 184 BC, where hundreds of people, mostly women, by the way, were executed or punished for allegedly poisoning or bewitching other citizens during times of plague. These events resemble witch hunts, sure, though couched in terms of rooting out poisoners. It shows that although, in crises, Romans readily suspected supernatural foul play. The Celtic societies, well, they didn't leave written law codes. Rather unfortunate, just like the Druids not leaving their records. But Roman reports, when they encountered them, implied that the Druids had authority to judge and punish within their tribes, perhaps including cases of harmful sorcery. But ironically, it was the Romans themselves who eventually criminalized Druidic practices. During the early empire, emperors like Tiberius and Claudius simply banned the Druids, partly because of their use of human sacrifice and the perceived magical influence over the people. While this occurred after the Republican era, it does give us a pattern. The ruling powers often outlawed rival religious magical practitioners to consolidate authority. For the Celts under their own rule, magic was not so much a crime, just a sacred duty of the priesthood. Unless it was used treacherously, of course. That's where we draw the line between self-interested magic. In Irish mythic lore, I know I say mythic lore, we hear of druid curses laid upon oath breakers, suggesting that using magic against one's community was condemned. So across these cultures then, don't you see a common thread? Magic became illegal when it threatened lives or social order. As far as divinatory or protective magic, that might be tolerated. But if someone was suspected of cursing neighbors, murdering by spells, or undermining state religion, the law would come down with a heavy hand. These ancient anti-witchcraft measures remind us that the fear of dark magic and the impulse to prosecute it is far from a modern invention, deeply rooted in our ancient past. So, who really had control? The witches, the priests, or the magicians? Who were the practitioners of magic and witchcraft in the ancient world? As far from a single stereotype, they range from respected temple priests to wandering charm sellers, and even on the extreme end, feared sorceresses. Each culture had its own terminology and hierarchy of magical workers. In Mesopotamia, the chief practitioners were professional classes, often affiliated with the temples themselves. The Asipu, which we've mentioned, were essentially a wizard-priest dual class, educated in ritual texts to diagnose spiritual afflictions and perform exorcisms of demons. If a Babylonian, heaven forbid, had nightmare of a demon, an Asipu would be summoned to recite the appropriate incantation and burn offerings to banish the evil away. But on the other hand, we have the Baru, diviners, who inspected animal livers or watched celestial omens to predict the future, a pretty accepted science of the time. And then there were the unnamed witches. In Akkadian, though, we have the word kishbu, who were believed to cause illness and misfortune by secret spells. Ironically, no texts from Mesopotamia claim to be written by a self-identified witch, which survives, or what does survive, are the counter spells by the exorcists, which is still pretty awesome that we have that anyway, especially so long ago. Just take a moment to appreciate that. But this tells us that the official magicians saw themselves as combating an illicit counterpart. Of course, that means that that counterpart must have existed. The Maklu ritual mentioned earlier even concludes the burning of clay or wax figurines to represent the sorcerer, indicating how real the threat of witches was to Mesopotamians. In Egypt, on the other hand, the line between the priest and the magician was extremely thin. Egyptian priests in charge of temple rituals also compiled and copied magical texts for broader use. For instance, just one example, the priesthood of Heliopolis, Heliopolis meaning city of the sun, by the way, produced guides for warding off dangers like snake bites and miscarriages, invoking gods such as Thoth and Isis. Egyptians also had lay magicians, often learned scribes who could be hired to produce spells for clients. The Westcar Papyrus, an Egyptian story collection, recounts how a magician named Dedi entertained the pharaoh Khufu by beheading and restoring a live goose. An example of wonder working at the royal court. I'm sure that would have been very entertaining. Another tale speaks of Prince Kamwaset, the historical son of Ramesses II, later mythologized, who combats a powerful sorcerer to protect the pharaoh. These stories mirror societal roles. There were court magicians, healer magicians, and likely a wise woman, or local witch figures as well. Indeed, Egyptian language has terms like Heka Netjer, God's magic, for sanctioned power, and Akkaru, for malevolent sorcerer or supernatural being, so we know that there is a distinction. The fact that pharaohs themselves were considered to embody magic, they were called Hekau, masters of magic, meant that in Egypt, magic was often top-down. A pharaoh might have magicians on staff, just as he had physicians, gardeners, cooks, and everything else. If a conspiracy arose, as with the Harem conspiracy against Ramesses III, even those plotters sought out magicians. Papyri from the trial revealed that they included magical spells and wax figurines, a pretty common trend. They used these to incapacitate guards and aid their treason. Thus in Egypt, one finds magic in the highest and lowest orders of society, from divine ruler to scheming assassin, all employing the same occult forces. But the Greco-Roman world, they distinguish between religious experts and sorcerers, though sometimes the same person could wear both hats. The most esteemed magical practitioners in Greek society were the oracles and seers. We've already heard about the Oracle of Delphi. She's a prime example. The Pythia was not viewed as a witch, so to speak, but more of a holy mouthpiece for Apollo. Similarly, the seers, Manteus, accompanied armies to read omens from bird flights or sacrificial entrails. These diviners held honored positions. Another respected group with the mystical aura were the philosophers like Pythagoras and his followers. The Pythagoreans engaged in plenty of esoteric practices, observing strict purification rites, studying numerical mysticism, and believing in the transmigration of souls. While they pursued what we'd call philosophy and science, ancient writers also ascribed miracles to Pythagoras himself. Aristotle, for example, called Pythagoras a wonder worker, noting legends that he had a golden thigh and he could show up in 2 places at once. Later stories claim Pythagoras tamed a deadly bear with a whisper, and was even greeted as a divine being by a river. Such tales, well, maybe they're a little fanciful, but they show that Pythagoras was remembered not just as a mathematician, but as a semi-magical sage. Perhaps he was a mathemagician, new word coined on this channel. Well, the Pythagoreans as a group kept their teachings pretty secret, prompting some contemporaries to view them with suspicion, akin to a cult wielding magical power. And we all know how we have to deal with cults. Scary people. Another famous category of practitioner was the Magi of Persia. In fact, the very word magic in Greek, mageia, derives from the Magi. These were the priestly caste of the Persian Empire, experts in rituals and astrology. Herodotus notes that no Persian sacrifice was considered valid unless a Magi was present to chant the prayers. They were revered in their own land as holy men, serving their god Ahura Mazda. But to the Greeks, their foreign wisdom carried an aura of mystery. Only Greek writers used mageia to describe the secret arts they imagined the Persian Magi possessed, firmly linking Persia with arcane knowledge. Later legends further enhanced their repute as master sorcerers from the East, but in reality, it was a little bit more boring, I think. They're more akin to learned priests and dreamed interpreters at the Achaemenid court, and they knew quite a lot about astrology, too. Their influence on the Greek imagination of what is magic is nonetheless pretty profound. Alongside these high-status practitioners were the more maligned figures, like the Goeths and Pharmakeas of Greece, and the Sage and Strege witches of Rome. Goes, in Greek literally wailer, originally meant a morning singer. That is, morning with an O-U. But came to mean a magician who summons ghosts or works necromancy, which is obviously not well received by everyone. They were itinerant sorcerers who might offer love potions, curses, or spirit communications, albeit for a reasonable fee. The pharmacus was typically a woman skilled in herbs and potions, sometimes a healer, sometimes accused of being a witch. In literature, for instance, the poet Theocritus portrayed a sorceress named Simaetha, using magic to draw her lover back, burning herbs in a bull's liver, while reciting spells. Real-life counterparts likely existed. An inscription from Athens even curses a, quote, witch named Anoia for causing somebody's afflictions. These freelance magicians provided services that formal religion did not. Personal love spells, malicious curses, or private divination. Products you can only get on the magical black market, or the black magic market. Certainly earns them a shady reputation. Well, in Rome, the term saga referred to a wise woman or a witch, depicted by authors as old crones brewing up the foul concoctions. Bit of a stereotype. Horace, in his satires, describes two old hags, Candidia and Sagana, performing a nightmarish rite in a graveyard, trying to extract a love potion from a buried young boy. Such literary caricatures reflect Roman fears of witches who practiced the mixing of potions and poison, veneficium. Yet Rome also had its share of professional astrologers and foreign magicians in the cities. Chaldean astrologers from the East were so popular that the Senate repeatedly expelled them in the late Republic, and sometimes they were politically disruptive by casting horoscopes of the powerful. Despite laws, Romans of all classes consulted astrologers, or bought curse tablets to influence the chariot races and legal trials, sometimes seeking a witch's help to concoct a love charm. As for the Celts, once again, our information comes from outsiders, but it does suggest that druids, bards, and seers, also called vates, covered most spiritual needs, from conducting sacrifices to divining omens and reciting lore. The druids in particular were said to have knowledge of nature's secrets and performed impressive feats. Pliny the Elder famously describes the druids harvesting mistletoe with a golden sickle and sacrificing 2 white bulls in a ceremony, believing the plant would make sterile animals fertile and serve as an antidote to poisons. Celtic seers, like the Bandrui, female druids in Irish lore, also appeared in legends. For example, the warrior queen Boudica was said to have had a prophetess on her side, and in Gaul, a druidess named Veleda was revered as a seer by her tribe under Roman rule. These accounts, though tinged with Roman exoticism and sensibilities, portray the Celtic magician priest as a respected and feared person in equal measure. In everyday terms, ancient magic practitioners could be as ordinary as a village healer or as eminent as a royal advisor. They might be learned men in temples or marginal figures on the fringes of society. What they shared was a claim to special knowledge, omens, formulae, and rituals that gave them access to unseen powers. Whether society branded them as esteemed wise men or dangerous old hags often depended on the context. State-employed diviners or priests enjoyed prestige, while the unsanctioned spellcaster risked distrust or even prosecution. Well, we know who they are. Why don't we talk about what they do? The spells, the rituals, and the texts. In fact, one of the most thrilling aspects of looking into all of these ancient magic practices is reading the actual spells and recipes that have survived. And we got quite a few of them. They pull back the curtain on what these magicians did and said, written on the clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, lead sheets, and sometimes stone inscriptions. We can make a little bit of contact with the hopes and fears of people a millennia ago. Let's start with the Mesopotamian incantations. Thanks to the thousands of cuneiform tablets, we have a rich corpus of Mesopotamian magic literature. Though, as noted, they're mostly anti-witchcraft or healing spells. We don't have any how-to manuals for witches themselves, at least not yet. May I remind you that cuneiform tablets, we've discovered thousands of them, thousands and thousands, but there's probably tens of thousands still underground. We're just yet to dig them up. The incantations often begin by invoking high gods and naming the evil to be dispelled. A typical Babylonian incantation against illness might start, "O Marduk, great son of A, your servant is afflicted by a baneful curse," and proceed to command the evil spirit to leave. The language is repetitive and sonorous, intended to be chanted. You'll find this in a lot of other Mesopotamian literature too. They'll often say things several times in a row. Sometimes the Egyptians will do this, but it's really common in Mesopotamian stuff. For instance, an incantation to cure fever addresses the fever demon directly, threatening it with divine wrath if it stays. We also have ritual instructions. The Maklu series details how figurines of the witch should be burned and buried, while the priest recites incantations. Another set of texts, the Surbu series, lists certain sins that might cause curses and their remedies. Through these, we learn that a Mesopotamian spell, if we're going to call it that way, is half a prayer and half a command quite often, calling on gods like Shamash, Asaluhi, to stand as judges and executioners against a supernatural culprit. And then, of course, we have Egypt. We can't go past them. Ancient Egyptian magic was recorded in various forms, from the monumental pyramid texts and temple inscriptions to the personal, that being papyrus minors and ostraca. The coffin texts and later Book of the Dead are compilations of spells, especially for the afterlife. One famous spell, that being 125 at the Book of the Dead, is a negative confession, where the deceased declares that they have not committed various sins. While not a spell in the casting sense, it was believed that these words had power to justify the soul before the gods. On the more practical side, we have papyri like the London Leyden Magical Papyrus and Papyrus Harris, of course named after their universities or discoverers, which contain dozens of spells for daily needs, love charms, protection of mother and child, healing bites, etc. Practical things. A pretty good example is an Egyptian spell against hangovers, believe it or not. It hails the beer goddess and includes the line, "Truly effective, proven 1,000,000 times," to assure the user of its potency. I love this. It's sort of like it's trying to sell itself as a miracle cure. Another is a remedy for a fish bone stuck in the throat. The magician would recite, "The unique one, creator is my servant. My bread is in the town, my beer is in the field. Bone begone." Bone begone. Now that would be a good name for the product. Well, you're then meant to have a little cake and swallow it, and the cake is meant to take the fish bone down with it. That is the theory. It's probably more the cake doing the heavy lifting than the spell itself. Well, we even find a spell for protecting books, an inscription threatening dire curses on anyone who steals or damages the magical book of a sorcerer. It warns that any violator will lose their burial, their afterlife offerings, and even their name on earth. It shows that magicians safeguarded their own spell collections, with spells on top of that. In fact, the magical texts from Egypt often mix myth with command too. A healing spell might recount how the god Horus was healed of a scorpion sting by Isis, then declare that likewise, "O poison, come out of so-and-so," by the power of that myth. Reenacting these divine stories, the magicians would attempt to harness the same power. And many Egyptian spells were spoken over figurines, amulets, or potions. We still have recipes like instructions to inscribe certain hieroglyphic symbols on a strip of linen and tie it around a patient's head to cure a headache, as in a spell invoking Isis and Nephthys for Horus's migraine. All these give us an intimate glimpse of Egyptian belief that correctly spoken words, often in combination with ritual actions, could have a pretty good influence on reality. And what of the Greeks? Well, they had their own magical papyri and curse tablets. Perhaps the most eclectic trove of spells comes from the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri, a collection of texts mostly from the 2nd century to the 5th century, that being 2nd century BC to 5th AD, written in Greek and bits of Egyptian and Demotic. These papyri were essentially the handbooks of practicing magicians. They contain everything from invocations to Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish deities, to spells for love, subjugation of enemies, gaining luck, and summoning the spirits. And they show a fascinating syncretism. A single spell might call on Zeus, Helios, Serapis in one breath. For example, a love spell might begin by invoking the jackal-headed god Anubis, with some arcane, barbarous names, strings of mysterious words thought to compel spirits, then state the magician's intent on brutal clarity. One such spell by a woman named Sophia calls on a, quote, "fire-breathing corpse demon," hell yeah, to inflame the heart of a female target, Gorgonia, and give her no peace until she returns Sophia's love. The text reads, "Burn, set on fire, inflame her soul, heart, liver, spirit with love for Sophia, drive Gorgonia, torment her body, night and day, not letting her rest until she loves Sophia, giving herself and all her possessions, because this is the command of the great god." The intensity of this spell is pretty palpable. It was written on a lead tablet to be placed in the bathhouse where the victim would frequent, hoping the demon would find a place to enter her there. Greek curse tablets are another primary source, and they're pretty interesting. These are typically thin sheets of lead inscribed with curses, then buried in graves, wells, or nailed to temple walls, nailed to temple walls, rather, to put the spell into effect. Excuse me. Thousands have been found, from Athens to Rome, all the way to Britain. Usually they start with a formula, like, "I bind whatever name," and go on to wish misfortune on the target unless some condition is met. For instance, a 4th century curse tablet from Athens, aimed at a resentful ex-lover, says, "May he not be able to sleep or eat until he takes me back." In the city of Cyrene, one tablet even curses a figure in a legal case. Quote, "Bind the tongue and thoughts of so-and-so, so he cannot testify against me." These show the practical side of magic. People trying to get an edge in love, romantic affairs, or lawsuits, or even just business by supernatural means. On the flip side, there were also protective spells inscribed on amulets. Greek and Roman amulets, often gemstones, rolled gold leaves in lockets, might bear images of gods or words like abracadabra, which actually first appears in the Roman world, by the way, to ward off illness and the evil eye. And then there's the Celtic charms and later records. Direct texts from ancient Celts are pretty scarce, of course, due to oral traditions, but a few tantalizing finds exist. The Larzac tablet from Gaul, 1st century AD, is a lengthy inscription in Gaulish that appears to be a curse, or at least a legal oath involving sorcery, possibly mentioning a sisterhood of witches. Another find, the Chamelieres tablet, 1st century AD, is a Gaulish language prayer to the underworld gods for help, essentially a magical petition for favor. While these Celtic texts are fragmentary, medieval Irish manuscripts likely preserve old Celtic incantations in the stories of saints and heroes. For example, charms for healing or for protection in battle appear in the mythic tales. St. Patrick's Lorica or breastplate prayer has pre-Christian parallels as a protective chant. And the earlier mentioned Song of Amergin, though recorded later, probably echoes more Iron Age druidic poetic incantations. It reads like a riddle of identification with nature's powers, possibly to assert the speaker's magical dominance over the land. And so by comparing these texts across cultures, we notice both differences and common threads. All involve spoken or written words believed to carry power, whether imploring gods, commanding demons, or binding people mystically. Many use symbolic actions alongside words, the burning of effigies, mixing potions, burying documents, knotting cords, things like this. But the goals are usually tangible. Heal the sick, protect the home, defeat rivals, see the future, hurt an enemy, win love, and so on. This utilitarian aspect, magic as a tool to cope with life's uncertainties, try and gain some control, well, that vividly emerges from the spell texts. Moreover, the sources we discussed show a blending of high theology and folk practice. A Babylonian exorcism might quote a grand myth of Marduk versus Tiamat to add force. An Egyptian spell might borrow the authority of Ra's secret name. and a Greek magician might invoke Solomon alongside Hermes. If it could help, you may as well add another person to the mix if they're going to provide anything of value. Ancient magicians were eclectic, and their texts were a rich stew of cultural influences. Crucially, such documents bring us the voices of those who were not kings or famous philosophers, but just everyday people who were trying to wield a bit of otherworldly power in their favor. If you want to truly appreciate ancient magic, you must see how seamlessly it blended into daily routine. Far from being an isolated cult activity, it permeated the lives of ordinary people in overt and subtle ways. In the households of Mesopotamia and Egypt, protective magic was everywhere. They placed clay demon masks or figurines under the house foundations in rooms to ward off evil spirits. For example, Pazuzu figurines to scare away Lamashtu, a female demon who attacked infants. They hung amulets inscribed with protective incantations over cradles. Newborns and mothers were safeguarded by spells and goddess figurines, kind of like those of Lamashtu, not as a demon, but as a apotropaic image. And in Egypt's family kept little ivory wands or magic knives carved with deities and symbols, drawing a protective circle around a mother and child at childbirth. These objects were the standard kit of life, as normal as having a doctor's tonic on hand, a first aid box in the bathroom, this kind of thing. When illness struck, that's when you really needed magic. And they first turned to magic healing before they went to practical remedies a lot of the time. An Assyrian with a mysterious sickness might suspect a curse, so an Asibu would perform a ritual in the home. This involved incense, libations, and recitations to expel the affliction. The patient might wear a charm afterwards inscribed with a divine figure and a snippet of the spell for continued protection. Egyptians famously integrated magic into medicine. The Eberus Papyrus from 1550 BC is a medical text containing dozens of spells to be said while applying treatments. For example, a remedy for asthma says to breathe in a mixture of herbs, while an incantation is spoken to the 7 divine cobras to open the bronchial tubes. The logic was pretty holistic. Physical and spiritual aspects treated alongside each other. In the workplace and economy, magic also had a role. Miners in Roman Egypt invoked Bes, a protective deity, to safeguard them in the dangerous mines. Merchants might wear a mercury amulet for luck and eloquence in trade. Farmers in all cultures practice a kind of low magic, uttering blessings over seeds, using scarecrows or figurines with apotropaic markings in the fields, and performing little rituals to encourage rainfall. And at the same time, they feared the evil eye, the idea that envy or ill will could cause real harm to their livestock or children. To counter this, people in Greece and Rome wore eye-shaped pendants or phallic charms to divert the malign glance. Pliny the Elder records that even Roman generals would have a phallic amulet hung on their triumphant chariot to ward off the envy of the onlookers. Love and family life offered prime occasions for magical help too. Throughout the Mediterranean, individuals resorted to love spells and erotic magic to either attract a desired partner or rekindle an old passion. We find Egyptian love spells promising to ignite the heart of a woman like a torch. And then we have Greek binding spells, intended to prevent a rival from consummating a marriage. In a way, these are ancient counterparts to love potions in fairy tales when you think about it. Sometimes they were benign, where a charm of 2 love gods embracing, other times pretty cruel, curse a suitor to lose his virility. Fertility magic was another common need. Barren couples in Mesopotamia might seek a charm or plead to Ishtar for a child. Celtic lore suggests rituals involving holy wells and special herbs to promote conception. Divination was a routine practice for many, not just kings. A Babylonian businessman might consult a diviner on which way to start a journey, watching the pattern of oil drops in water for an omen. A Roman might cast lots by shaking marked sticks or bones in a container and interpreting how they fell. In the European Celtic world, simple methods like listening to the fall of acorns or the shapes of clouds were employed on holy dates to get a few hints about the future. Dream interpretation, too, was a democratic form of divination. Manuals for interpreting dreams existed in Egypt and Assyria, so that anyone could look up what seeking a snake or flood in a dream actually meant. Magic was also present in legal and political spheres, albeit somewhat covertly. We have letters from ancient Mesopotamia where officials accuse each other of employing witches or curses in court intrigues. In Rome, electoral candidates occasionally were rumored to use sorcery to eliminate opponents or win favor, for instance, by enchanting the populace. This was, of course, frowned upon. It's not the typical way of winning elections. But the fact that rumors existed speaks to how people thought magic could influence even state affairs. And finally, death and the quest for an afterlife was certainly as drenched in magic as anything else. Nowhere is this more clear than in ancient Egypt, where every tomb was effectively a fortress of magic spells. Mummies were interred with scrolls or walls painted with spells to guide their soul. Amulets, such as scarabs placed over the heart, were inscribed with spell 30b from Book of the Dead, imploring the heart not to betray the deceased during judgment. In Mesopotamia, although afterlife beliefs were more bleak, families still placed plaques and figurines in tombs to protect the dead from hungry ghosts or demons below. The living might pour libations and recite incantations on certain days to soothe ancestral spirits. Essentially, magic to maintain harmony between two worlds. Greeks and Romans, too, had gravesite spells. Curse tablets show up in graves, not just to harm the dead, but to often enlist the dead spirit to carry out a curse, the logic being that a restless ghost might be persuaded to coerce or haunt somebody. But on a gentler note, the Orphic tradition gave us the gold tablets buried with initiates, tiny gold leaves etched with the instructions for the soul in Hades. Say to Persephone that Bacchus himself released you. A secret passphrase for a blessed afterlife. What is it, if not a kind of magic password for eternity? Through these myriad examples, we see that magic was a daily resource, a lifelong companion for the ancients. And when facing the great unknown of death, magic promised some agency, spells to light the way in the dark mysteries beyond. From prehistoric shamans to the cusp of the Roman Empire, the tapestry of ancient magic and witchcraft is one of astonishing diversity. We've seen how Mesopotamian exorcists, Egyptian priests, Greek oracles, Roman wise women, and even Celtic druids all sought to tap into the ancient unseen forces, whether sanctioned by the gods or in defiance of social norms. To the ancients, the world was alive with spirits, and magic was essentially the art of negotiating with them, be they gods, ghosts, demons, or elemental powers. One cannot help notice but our primary sources close to the time bring these practices to life best. A line of Hammurabi's Code exposes the Bronze Age fear of spells. A Demosthenes speech throws light on a witch trial in classical Athens. A lead curse tablet whispers the grudge of a common Roman. Documents like this, which we've used today, ground our understanding in real experience rather than later imagination. But still, the line between history and legend in ancient magic is going to remain blurry. For those legends were believed. When a Roman general believed a druid's prophecy, or an Egyptian peasant inscribed a few hieroglyphs on a potsherd to ward off harm, they acted on the same impulse, to enlist the supernatural in the very tangible struggles of their daily life. So in the end, our journey through ancient witchcraft and magic reveals a world that's not so alien to our own. The context and cosmologies differ, of course, but the fundamental drivers, hope, fear, curiosity, the desire for control over one's fate, they're utterly human and timeless. The academic in us analyzes the spells and the laws, sure, but the storyteller is fascinated and at times awed by the creativity and daring of these early people. Fire and blood. This is how a conqueror announces itself. A sky glowing bright red above a defeated city's ruins, and the screams of the vanquished mingle with the blare of Roman trumpets. Thus was the scene in 146 BC. After a bitter siege, the great city of Carthage is no more. Its buildings smashed, its people slaughtered or put in chains. The ancient sources tell us that 50,000 survivors of Carthage were dragged away, kicking and screaming, sold into servitude. This was Rome's grim calling card to those who defied her will. It is a scene that would replay across centuries as the Roman Republic, and later the Roman Empire, expanded across the Mediterranean world. Yet Roman conquest was not always a story of unending carnage alone. In the wake of the legionary boots came new roads, aqueducts, law and order. Towns sprouted from forums and baths. Some of the very people who survived Rome's fury would later walk in Roman togas and converse in Latin in their new markets. How did the Romans truly treat the people that they conquered? Today, we'll journey from the broken cities of Rome's enemies, along the paved highways and marble temples of the new provinces, examining the treatment of these conquered peoples, not just from the Roman perspective, but that of their subjects too. And we'll confront the brutal realities of enslavement, massacre and oppression without dressing it up. But we also need to consider the governance, infrastructure, and opportunities that Roman rule brought. Our aim is to explore critically the both sides of the coin, I suppose, the iron fist and the gentle hand, drawing on primary accounts from Romans and those who had to endure the conquest. So, prepare to step into a world where mercy was often scarce, but government, however harsh, was systematically imposed. A world where the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, was built on the foundation of the bones of the fallen. But first, let me welcome you. Before we begin, let's get acquainted. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to click that subscribe button. And how about you tell me where you're listening from? What time is it in your part of the world? For those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store, you have my thanks. Now with that out of the way, let's settle in for a deep dive back to ancient Rome. There's no gentle way of putting it. Roman imperial expansion was simply born in violence. When Roman legions overran an enemy, the immediate aftermath for the defeated could be catastrophic. Ancient chroniclers are replete with references to entire populations being slain or enslaved in the first throes of conquest. Nowhere is this grim reality clearer than in Julius Caesar's own account of his wars in Gaul, 58 to 50 BC. Over less than a decade, Caesar subjugated Gaul with ruthless efficiency. Plutarch, summarizing Caesar's campaigns, records staggering figures. In those wars, Caesar, quote, took by storm more than 800 cities, subdued 300 tribes, and fought pitched battles with 3 million men, of whom 1 million were slain and another 1 million taken prisoner. Of course, many of these prisoners were just sold into slavery, effectively erasing entire communities from their homeland. These numbers may be inflated, of course, by ancient drama or Roman pride, but even if we allow for generous exaggeration, they certainly still manage to convey the scale of devastation. Primary accounts offer vivid episodes that underpin these statistics. For example, after capturing the Gallic stronghold of Avaricum in 52 BC, Caesar allowed his soldiers to sack the town with virtually no restraint. Some 40,000 men, women, and even children were killed in a single day. Not even the elderly, women, or children themselves were spared, as one of Caesar's commentaries describes. Caesar himself justifies such actions as harsh reprisals and even deterrents against rebellion to the Romans. The terror they unleashed was a tool of conquest itself. And don't forget the fate of Carthage, Rome's old rival. That's another example of early Roman policy toward the defeated. We go back 100 years or so from where Caesar is, in the Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BC. Rome besieged Carthage to extinction. When the city fell, the Romans systematically burned it to the ground. Contemporary Romans like Cato the Elder had long ended every speech with the phrase Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed, and the Romans meant it literally. Carthage's annihilation was as much of a message to the rest of the world as it was a military victory, a brutal warning to other peoples of the price of resistance. The same year, 146 BC, saw Corinth in Greece treated quite similarly. Sacked by another Roman army, its treasures looted, its people killed or enslaved. Immediate conquest under Roman Republic could thus approach genocide. The Romans believed that those who resisted had pretty much forfeited all their rights by ius belli, the law of war. A conquering general was entitled to simply do as he pleased with enemy lives and property. Mercy was extended only if expedient. Cities that surrendered timely might be spared mass violence, at least temporarily, whereas those who fought to the bitter end, they were not so lucky. They were often met with slaughter or enslavement as a kind of collective punishment. Enslavement in general, well, that was a common fate for conquered peoples. It wasn't unique to the Romans, of course. War captive became chattel in Rome's thriving slave markets. In one campaign after another, tens of thousands of prisoners might be taken to feed the trade. This human prize was actually integral to Rome's economy and society. Galley slaves for Roman ships, laborers for plantations, even gladiators for the arena, or just household servants for rich families in Italy. The conquered literally fueled Roman prosperity with their person. Caesar's Gallic War again provides illustration. After defeating the Gaulish chieftain Vercingetorix, not only were many of his warriors sold off, but Vercingetorix himself was paraded in Caesar's triumph in Rome and then executed as a sacrifice to Roman victory. The provinces of the empire eventually became a vast mosaic made up of subjugated civilizations, many of whom had ancestors who entered the empire in chains. An oft-cited estimate from Plutarch and others is that Caesar's Gallic campaigns alone sent 1 million Gauls into slavery. Even if partially accurate, the single-decade-long conquest fundamentally altered demographics and lives on an enormous scale. And Gaul was just one theater of Roman expansion. Similar stories played out in Spain, North Africa, the Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean, as Roman power seemed to be unstoppable. Massacres, too. They were just another tool of terror and control. Roman commanders sometimes wiped out entire communities that resisted as a grim lesson to others. The historian Tacitus, writing a century later, puts a scathing observation into the mouth of a Caledonian or Scottish chieftain named Calgacus, who purportedly rallied his warriors against the Romans with these words: "To ravage, to slaughter, to plunder, they give the lying name of empire, and where they make a desert, they call it peace." Now this famous line, "They make a solitude desert and call it peace," captures how Romans' peace was often achieved by obliterating anyone or anything that stood against them. Calgacus' speech, as penned by Tacitus, goes on to describe the Romans as the robbers of the world, who have exhausted the land with their pillaging. Indeed, examples abound of Rome's shockingly harsh reprisals. After quelling a revolt in Hispania, that is, Spain for those not acquainted, the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus in the 2nd century BC reportedly razed the town of Numantia and enslaved the entire population. Centuries later, when Jerusalem fell to Emperor Titus in AD 70 after a fierce Jewish revolt, the result was similarly catastrophic. Josephus, a Jewish historian at the time, claims that 1.1 million Jews perished in the siege and the aftermath, and that 97,000 were taken captive, many sold into slavery or forced to die in gladiatorial games. Now these numbers are debated, of course, but they still show the reality that Rome would not hesitate to decimate a population to snuff out any resistance. From one end of the empire to the other, to be conquered by Rome often meant a period of hellish suffering, just the price one pays for submission. But after the initial shock of conquest, if any population remained in their homeland, they found themselves under a new master, the Roman state. Immediate post-conquest policies varied, of course, case by case, but a general pattern seems to emerge. Rome often attempted I suppose we can call it a carrot-and-stick approach. Punish, on one hand, and terrorize enough to prevent further rebellion, yet also begin co-opting local elites and structures to facilitate long-term control. Once the swords grew silent and the shields were put away, provincial organization began. A long game was beginning to be played. Conquered territories were typically reorganized into provinces, each under a Roman governor, initially often an ex-consul or ex-praetor for 1-year terms during the Republic, later imperial appointees serving as the emperor's pleasure. These governors wielded immense power. They were the highest judge, the tax collector, and the military commander. To ensure order, Rome stationed legions or auxiliary units on the newly won soil. Fortresses and garrisons sprang up, often built atop the ruins of razed rebel strongholds. For instance, after the brutal suppression of the Jewish revolt, the Romans established a permanent legionary base on Jerusalem's ruins and eventually refounded the city, calling it Aelia Capitolina. Similarly, in the newly conquered Britain in the 1st century AD, Roman forts dotted the landscape to keep tribes in check, and veterans were settled in colonies like Camalodunum, modern-day Colchester, a constant reminder of who held the power. And in some cases, during the Republic, Rome exercised control indirectly, at least at first. They might install or support client kings, local rulers who were essentially vassals of Rome, expected to obey Roman interests. This was common in the Eastern Mediterranean, where long-established kingdoms existed. For example, after Pompey's campaigns in the East, the 1st century BC, client kings like Herod the Great in Judea, or various rulers in Anatolia, governed on Rome's behalf. These local kings were allowed to retain their throne, on the condition that they paid tribute, of course, kept order, and allied with Rome's foreign policy. As long as you were a good boy, you could get away with having some kind of power. Just remember who the real boss is. Of course, this is all a pretty pragmatic arrangement. The conquered people might accept rule more readily from a familiar native dynasty, and Rome got to save on the costs of direct administration, at least in the short term. However, such autonomy was tenuous and often short-lived. If a client king died without an heir or simply fell out of favor, Rome would be a bit more pragmatic, just annex the kingdom outright. For example, we look at the province of Syria. This was formed when Rome absorbed the remains of the Seleucid kingdom, one of the successor states of Alexander the Great. Egypt was taken over as personal province of Augustus after the defeat of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. That what ended the Ptolemaic dynasty. Over time, most client states were gradually turned into full provinces. The transition, of course, was not always a smooth one. When King Ariston of the Hellenistic kingdom of Pergamum willed his realm to Rome in 133, the Romans took over, and the locals did not like it. They faced revolts like that of Aristonicus, before securing the territory as the province of Asia. And once a province was established, Rome's priority was stability, but also extraction of resources. In practice, this meant setting up a provincial administration that blended Roman oversight with local collaboration. The governor, backed by a small staff, could not rule alone over millions of provincials. So, Romans often co-opted with the local aristocracy, those members of the conquered society that were willing to work with their brand new overlords. These local elites might serve as municipal officials, tax collectors, or intermediaries between the people and Rome. In return, they received a few privileges: protection of their status, a share of the tax revenues or graft, and often the fastest path to Roman citizenship, not just for themselves, but for their families. After all, Rome rewards those loyal to it. And this was a crucial element of the Roman success, a talent for integrating local leaders. For example, many of the Gallic chieftains who had initially fought Caesar ended up within a generation or two as Roman senators after their submission. their sons educated in Latin and serving in the Roman army or military service, or civil service rather. And so in this way Rome gradually transformed former enemies into stakeholders within the imperial system itself. Nevertheless, Roman provincial governance was not benevolent by any modern standards, if we're going to judge by modern standards at all, but even just by general good manners. Perhaps we can judge it by that. Governors held the proconsular imperium. What is that? Essentially absolute authority in their province, limited only by the fear of reprimand or prosecution upon return to Rome. During the late Republic, some governors notoriously abused this power, viewing provincial postings as a license to extort wealth, especially being so far away from Rome. You know, while the boss isn't watching, you can get away with pretty much anything, can't you? A famous case of that is Gaius Verres, the governor of Sicily in the 70s BC. His misrule was so extreme that the Sicilians appealed to Rome. Well, Rome didn't want any revolts. They wanted to keep things peaceful. The Pax Romana means something, right? Thus Verres was prosecuted by Cicero, who detailed the governor's wholesale plundering, judicial murders, and just the general air of cruelty in Sicily. Cicero's speeches, in verum, paint a vivid picture of a provincial predator. Verres allegedly stole priceless art and temple treasures, forced farmers into ruin with excessive grain requisitions, and get this, he even crucified a Roman citizen trader to silence dissent. And by the way, crucifixion was usually, well, some different sort of exceptions, but it was reserved for the lowest of the low, the worst criminals. To do it to an actual Roman citizen, that was actually an act illegal under Roman law at the time of Verres, so this was certainly a big deal. While Verres fled into exile to escape conviction, his example shows the oppression provincials could face under officials who were unscrupulous. A dark underside of Roman rule. Provinces existed to be exploited, and until the imperial period bore tighter oversight, many governors did exactly that. Even under the empire, corruption and brutality did not vanish. They were simply somewhat more restrained by the emperor's watchful eye and a more professional bureaucracy of equestrian procurators handling finances. Of course, military occupation was the backbone of control. Nothing says subjugation like soldiers patrolling the streets. Roman legions were often garrisoned long-term in conquered regions, especially those prone to unrest or on strategic frontiers. Their presence was a constant reminder of the conquest, literal boots on the ground enforcing the Pax Romana. For the local inhabitants, this could be a pretty heavy burden. They were frequently obliged to provide supplies and lodging to troops, a practice called hospitium, or the quartering of soldiers, which could be costly and, frankly, invasive. The army also sometimes commandeered local labor for building, making the roads, the forts, defensive walls. Tacitus, again channeling the voice of a subjugated Briton, notes bitterly that our very hands and bodies are worn down by the toil of clearing forests and swamps for the benefit of the Roman occupiers. The soldiers themselves could be brutal or disciplined, depending on leadership, but instances of theft, abuse, assault, or worse, were not uncommon, especially in the unsettled period just after conquest. In Britain, we can take one example. The initial Roman conquest, beginning AD 43 under Emperor Claudius, faced fierce resistance, flaring into a full rebellion about 17 years later. The trigger for all this was Roman mistreatment of the Iceni tribe after the death of their client king. The Romans ignored the king's will, you see, which had split his inheritance between his family and Rome, and they just outright annexed his kingdom. According to Tacitus, when the Iceni queen, Boudica, objected, the Romans flogged Boudica and publicly assaulted her 2 young daughters as a demonstration of dominance. They also called in heavy debts that had been imposed on the tribe and seized property from Iceni nobles. This outrage shows how a newly conquered people might be treated, effectively as no more of chattel, until they were broken into obedience. Of course, the result in this case was an explosion. Boudica rose in revolt from AD 60 to 61, rallying many Britons in a furious attempt to expel the Romans. The rebels attacked Roman settlements, torching Londinium and other towns, and killed an estimated 70 to 80,000 Romans and pro-Roman Britons in the process. This was a serious revolt. Of course, Rome's response was swift and merciless. Governor Suetonius Paulinus regrouped the legions and defeated Boudica's vastly larger force in a pitched battle. Tacitus notes that the slaughter of Britons was so one-sided that roughly 80,000 Britons lay dead on the field, against only a few hundred Roman fatalities, a result that effectively crushed organized resistance in Britain. Boudica herself, legend says, she took her own life to avoid capture. In the aftermath, Roman retribution continued. Archaeological evidence and accounts suggest that villages were destroyed and the remaining pockets of resistance found and eradicated. Yet once the rebellion was quelled, Governor Suetonius was actively recalled to Rome for fear that his harsh reprisals were somewhat counterproductive. The next administrator, Julius Classicianus, advocated a somewhat more conciliatory approach to encourage Britons to accept Roman rule rather than just living in perpetual fear. What a novel idea that is. But either way, this whole situation highlights a cycle often seen in the empire. Early, heavy-handed oppression, leading to revolts, which is then suppressed with overwhelming brutality, followed by an effort of pragmatic consolidation when it became clear that endless cruelty could hinder the long-term goal of stable governance. Pretty much Roman officials saying, "We're very sorry for the inconvenience. We'll be nicer to you from now on. Now will you please stop rioting and pay your damn taxes?" But all in all, you gotta remember, conquest was good business, especially for Rome. I mean, it had to be, to justify the enormous expense of the constant warfare. Once subdued, a population was expected to finance its own subjugation through various forms of taxation and tribute. A bizarre twist of fate, isn't it? Finance your own subjugation through paying taxes. That sounds familiar. Well, under the Republic, Rome commonly imposed an indemnity on the defeated, a massive one-time payment, whether that be in money, crops, or resources. That's the price for peace. Carthage, for example, after the Second Punic War, had to pay a huge indemnity for over 50 years, until the Romans just decided to destroy it anyway in the Third Punic War. But that's a story for another time, isn't it? Well, in the empire, regular taxation of provinces was the norm. The fiscal systems varied by region and time, but typically included taxes on land, produce, and persons. In many provinces, a land tax, called tributum soli, was levied on agricultural output, and a head tax, tributum capitis, on individuals and households. Additionally, customs duties, mine royalties, and other taxes might apply. The conquered peoples thus became contributors to the Roman treasury. Their labor and their lands now served to enrich Rome. And one striking feature of Roman taxation was that Roman citizens, after a certain point, were largely exempt from direct taxes. Following 167 BC, Rome stopped levying the tributum, the direct tax on citizens in Italy, instead relying on the wealth drawn from overseas provinces. This meant the burden fell primarily on non-Roman subjects to sustain the empire's finances, until citizenship was later extended to virtually all free inhabitants in AD 212, after which the tax structure had to be evolved again. In the early imperial period, though, the provinces often experienced heavy tax burdens. The collection of taxes was sometimes done by Roman officials, but just as often Rome outsourced it to private contractors, the publicani, which I'm sure were the most popular people in town. They were essentially tax farmers, companies or syndicates, often of the equestrian class, that paid the state for the right to collect taxes in a province, then sought to extract as much as possible to make a profit. The system, of course, as you can imagine, was ripe for abuse, and the abuses did occur. During the late Republic, Cicero lamented the rapacity of these publicani in Asia province, comparing them to wolves let loose among sheep. In Judea, the hated figure of the publican in New Testament stories, like Zacchaeus, reflects how despised these tax contractors were among local populations, seen as corrupt agents who enriched themselves by gouging their own people on behalf of a foreign overlord. Taxation could provoke unrest just as surely as overt brutality could. One notable example, in AD 6, a Roman census and a new tax assessment in Judea, after it came under direct Roman rule, sparked a brief revolt of Judas of Galilee, as recorded by Josephus. People bristled at having to register their property, and all of a sudden pay tribute to these pagan conquerors. It was both an economic strain and an insult to their autonomy. Throughout the provinces, heavy taxes could lead to bankruptcies of farmers, and they did, abandonment of villages, or migration to escape tax districts. Roman authorities were aware of these dangers. The sensible governors tried to strike a balance between gathering revenue and not completely destroying the economy, which could reduce productivity, of course, and incite rebellion, and we can't have that. But not all governors were sensible. Some regions suffered under what amounted to systematic plunder. For instance, when Julius Caesar conquered Gaul, he not only looted a vast amount of gold to pay off his debts and enrich Rome, but the Gauls thereafter were subject to regular levies to support the legions that occupied them, once again paying for your own subjugation. Beyond official taxes, provinces were exploited for resources in kind of less formalized ways. Conquered lands might be confiscated by the state or given to Roman colonists. For example, in North Africa, large swaths of fertile land seized from the Carthaginians and Numidians became estates for Roman and Italian landowners, forcing locals into tenant farming or day labor. In Spain and the rich mines of silver, gold, and other metals fell under Roman control. Local people often ended up as the labor force extracting those resources for their new masters. That combination of tribute, taxes, and resource extraction meant that a significant portion of a province's output was siphoned off to benefit Italy or the armies of Rome. A prime example of that was Egypt under the Empire. It was considered the personal estate of the emperor, with its grain harvest largely destined to feed the masses in Rome, shipped across the Mediterranean every single day. Egyptian farmers, in effect, were working to fill the Roman public granaries. Any failure in Nile floods or overzealous tax collection could mean famine for them, while the quota to Rome remained inflexibly high. The provinces thus experienced Rome's rule in their daily bread. A peasant in Gaul or a peasant in Syria, a few years after the conquest, might not encounter Roman soldiers too often, but he would notice that each season a chunk of his crop would be carted off as tax, or that he's paying in coin now to a tax collector at a rate fixed by distant authorities whose names he cannot even pronounce. For urban dwellers, Roman rule might bring new tariffs at the market gates and requisitions of supplies for officials or troops passing through. Sometimes communities were required to provide a nonne, a regular supply of grain, oil, or other goods to support the war machine. When extraordinary needs arose, let's say during a campaign, or if the emperor was raising funds for some kind of construction project, additional levies could also be imposed. And I don't think I need to say it that these impositions were rarely popular. Heavy taxation is cited by ancient authors as a cause for several revolts or disturbances. For example, excessive debt and taxes in Gaul contributed to unrest in the decades after Caesar. And later, around AD 175, a peasant rebel in Egypt known as Isidorus led uprisings in part due to fiscal oppression. I can think of worse reasons to riot. In extreme cases, populations dwindled. Some farmers sold their children into slavery to pay taxes, or they simply fled. Over time, Rome did adjust certain policies. Emperor Augustus, for instance, implemented a more standardized census and tax system to curb the worst abuses of tax farmers, shifting to direct collection by imperial agents in many regions. And this brought some regularity and maybe a little relief, but the fact remains: conquered peoples were now just a part of an imperial machine, largely designed for the benefit of Rome and its own citizens, and their economic output was a resource to be managed for imperial prosperity. But don't worry, the conquest doesn't stop at taxes and swords. It extended to identity and culture. The Roman Empire was not just content with ruling the lands, you see, it sought over time to mold them in its own image. The Roman way. This process, which modern scholars also are often called Romanization, involved the spread of Roman and Italian language, customs, law, architecture, social practices among the subject people. It was partly a deliberate policy and partly an organic consequence of Roman presence. In the immediate wake of conquest, cultural imposition could be pretty blunt. The Romans might outlaw certain local practices that they deemed to be threatening. A vivid example of that is the suppression of the Druids in Gaul and Britain. The Druids, as native priests and leaders, were focal points of the Celtic cultural resistance. Roman authorities under the Roman Emperor Claudius, banned Druidic rites and reportedly slaughtered Druid priests. In AD 60, during the campaign that coincided with Boudicca's revolt, Suetonius Paulus attacked the island of Mona, that is, Anglesey, a stronghold of the Druids, and of course he massacred them all, then cutting down their sacred groves. But to the Romans, this was eliminating a spiritual rallying point for rebellion. To the conquered Celts, it was an assault on the core of their identity. Over the longer term, though, Romanization often worked through more subtle and effective means rather than outright bans. More of a, think of it like a gravitational pull rather than a forceful push. The Romans set about civilizing, in their view, the new subjects by introducing the Roman ways of life. They established cities in the Roman architectural style, forums with grand columns, temples to Jupiter, Apollo, or even the emperor, bathhouses, amphitheaters for Roman games, and basilicas for administration. In many cases, existing native towns were reshaped with Roman street grids and buildings. Along with physical infrastructure came the Latin language, at least in the West, and a heavy influx of Roman and Greco-Roman culture. Roman authorities encouraged local elites to adopt Roman dress and habits. A telling passage again comes from Tacitus, describing how his father-in-law, Agricola, as a governor of Britain, late 1st century AD, used cultural inducements on the Britons. Agricola provided the sons of native chiefs a Roman education, praised them for speaking Latin well, and awarded those who adopted Roman customs. The Britons, he notes, began to wear the toga, and the toga became a bit of a fashion symbol. They were drawn to Roman entertainment and luxuries too, baths, wine, feasts, and in their naivety they called this civilization, though it was a part of their own enslavement. Tacitus, wry observation, all this in their ignorance they called it civilization, when it was but part of their servitude. Well, that captures a double-edged nature of Romanization, don't you think? On one hand, the conquered peoples did enjoy the new amenities and learning, and on the other hand, these things they were enjoying were the very tools to pacify them, to make them forsake their old independent spirit. Of course, language was a key element. In Western Europe and North Africa, Latin gradually became the dominant tongue, although it often mixed with local languages. The Roman government conducted business in Latin to deal with authorities or advance socially, and the natives had to learn it. Over generations, Latin overtook Gaulish Celtic in Gaul and Brittonic Celtic in much of Britain, though in rural areas local speech could persist for centuries, and it did. But if you want to do business in any way, well, you just had to speak their language. In the Eastern Mediterranean, where Greek was already common, the Romans pragmatically used Greek as the lingua franca, so Romanization there meant less about language and more about lore and, in general, just loyalty to the emperor. Throughout the empire, the concept of Roman law was introduced, sometimes coexisting with local laws. Provincials gradually came under the umbrella of Roman legal processes, which, while admittedly harsh, no one's going to argue with that, at least provided a structured judicial system. For example, the right to appeal to the emperor in certain cases, famously exercised by the Apostle Paul as a Roman citizen. Law, just like infrastructure, was a Roman contribution that had lasting impact. But religion, too, was an arena of cultural domination, but also fusion. Generally, Rome was polytheistic, and pretty tolerant of native gods, as long as those gods could be somewhat syncretized with the Roman ones and didn't inspire sedition. Often Rome merged foreign deities with their own. In Britain and Gaul, local gods were identified with Roman equivalents. For example, a Celtic healing god became assimilated to Apollo, a war god to Mars, things like this. They built temples where Roman and local deities were worshipped side by side. However, when religious practice challenged imperial authority, Rome cracked down hard, as with Druidism or later persecution of Christianity before it was accepted. A special case was Judea. The Jewish people's monotheism and refusal to participate in the imperial cult of emperor worship was a cause of persistent friction, eventually erupting in the Great Revolts. Generally, though, for most conquered peoples, adopting aspects of Roman religion, including the cult of the emperor, became a part of showing loyalty. The imperial cult, worship of the emperor's genius or spirit, was actively promoted in the province. Local notables would compete to serve as priests of the emperor, or to host festivals in his honor, simultaneously elevating their own status while they're at it, and so in this way religious life was harnessed to imperial propaganda. The everyday social customs of the conquered peoples gradually shifted under Roman influence. Clothing styles changed. The toga or the tunic replaced native garb in many contexts, at least for the elite. Housing in Roman style, villas with baths and mosaics appeared where wealthy natives embraced Roman tastes. Native forms of art were replaced or blended with Roman motifs. Education in the Roman curriculum, rhetoric, philosophy, literature, largely a Greco-Roman content, became available especially for the sons of elites, producing new generations who thought like Romans. These changes were more pronounced in the urban centers and among the upper classes. Out in the countryside, an Iberian or Syrian peasant might still follow the traditional ways. But the direction was set. Rome strove to make its subjects culturally Roman, to cement their political subjugation. Despite this, cultural domination was never absolute. In many cases it was a two-way exchange. The Romans, as practical as ever, allowed local traditions to continue if they posed no threat. In Egypt, for example, the priesthood of Isis and local religious rites continued alongside the cult of Augustus. In Gaul, the common people likely still spoke Gaulish for generations, even as the aristocrats Latinized. There was also resistance in subtler forms, you see. People clung to their identities under the Roman veneer. Yet by and large, Romanization succeeded in many regions, to the point that by the later empire, provincial-born citizens often saw themselves as proudly Roman. By the 2nd century A.D., an educated Gaul like Claudius Aristarchus could write a poetic panegyric praising Rome's civilized virtues. And by the 4th century, St. Augustine in North Africa, though of Punic descent, wrote in impeccable Latin and was a Roman citizen in outlook and law. The old identities had not completely vanished, don't get me wrong, but they had been subsumed under a large Roman identity, which was exactly Rome's long-term plan for securing loyalty of the provinces. Of course, it's very easy and equally necessary, sure, to emphasize the terrible aspects of Roman conquest. But if you want to fully understand Rome's rule, you have to ask the other question: what did Roman domination provide to the conquered? In fact, after all the killing had stopped, many of the subjugated people came to accept and even appreciate Roman rule. So there must have been something. Part of the answer lies in the tangible benefits that Rome brought, even as byproducts of serving its own interest. The first of these was infrastructure on an unprecedented scale. Roman engineers built a vast network of roads across the empire. The famous Roman roads, paved highways that connected once isolated regions. These roads were built for the legions to move quickly, but they also spurred trade and mobility for ordinary people. Merchants could transport goods faster and more securely than ever before. Ideas and information traveled across these roads too, and it was said, all roads lead to Rome, and indeed the conquered peoples found themselves linked to a continental system. Bridges spanned rivers, aqueducts carried clean water to cities that had never had it before, and harbors were constructed, or just improved to facilitate commerce. The ruins of these works, by the way, roads, bridges, aqueducts, can still be seen today, all the way from Britain to Syria. Now, if that's not a testament to the empire's investment in infrastructure, I don't know what is. Then, of course, there was urbanization. The Romans prided themselves on their city life, very cosmopolitan, and they dotted the empire with cities modeled after Rome. New provincial capitals and colony towns were established, from Augusta Trevorum, Trier in Gaul, to Camalodunum in Britain, to Caesarea in Palestine, often complete with amenities like bath complexes, amphitheaters for entertainment, forums for markets and civic business. The presence of these amenities did improve quality of life for those with access. A provincial inhabitant might enjoy public baths, a novelty for many in some regions, attend gladiatorial games or chariot races in a local arena, or simply benefit from the security of the brand new city walls now surrounding them. Romans also brought their advanced techniques in sanitation and construction. Some cities got sewers or a fresh water supply, reducing disease, at least within the urban environment. Economically, the empire created a huge free trade zone, within its borders, that is. Once local wars ceased and banditry was curtailed by Roman patrols, trade flourished between regions. A merchant in Asia could ship grain or wine to Gaul and receive Spanish olive oil or Egyptian linen in return, all under the protection of the Pax Romana. Many provincials prospered by tapping into these new markets. The empire standardized currency to a degree, the denarius and later Antoninianus become widely spread and used in later periods, making commerce a hell of a lot easier. A common legal framework within contract laws, protections for properties, etc. also encouraged business, and over time some provinces became truly wealthy under Rome because of these new systems. Let's take North Africa, for instance, where they became a breadbasket, exporting tons of grain. Syria and Egypt were bustling with industry and trade. The elite of these provinces grew rich and lived lifestyles comparable to Roman elites, building fine houses and endowing cities with monuments. And then in general you had security, another benefit touted by Rome. By conquering and then subduing all rival powers around the Mediterranean, Rome created an environment relatively free of large-scale warfare within the empire for over 2 centuries. This period often termed the Pax Romana, that Roman peace from 27 BC to about 180 AD. To be sure, this peace was brutally enforced. Calgacus's quote about a desert being called peace once again comes to mind, if you remember it, that Caledonian general. But for many ordinary people it did mean an escape from the constant intertribal warfare or raids that had simply been a fact of life before. A Gallic farmer in the 1st century AD, whose grandfather had been constantly caught in tribal skirmishes, might now have a much more peaceful life. His only worry now was keeping up with the taxes. Pirates that once infested the seas were largely eliminated after Pompey's campaign in 67 BC, and that made sea travel far safer. The Romans maintained a postal system too, the cursus publicus, that while for official use incidentally improved communication in the provinces. one Greek orator in the 2nd century, alias Aristides, lavishly praised Rome for making the world habitable and safe as follows: so that one can travel from one end of the empire to the other without fear, as if passing through a single nation. It sounds pretty good, right? This might be hyperbole, but it reflects a sentiment that many provincial subjects, especially those far from the original conquest violence, eventually held. That Rome had imposed a welcome form of order on a previously chaotic world. And Roman citizenship, well, that was another little goodie that over time blunted the sting of conquest. Initially, citizenship was reserved for Italians and a few local nobles outside of Italy. But gradually, Rome extended this privilege. By serving 25 years in the auxiliary forces, I know, right, 25 years, a provincial could earn citizenship for himself and his children. Wealthy provincials might be granted citizenship as a favor or in exchange for service. Citizenship was highly coveted because it came with social status and legal advantages. For example, the exemption from some taxes, and you wouldn't be getting crucified if you were a Roman either. They weren't allowed to do that to you. You also got the right to vote in Roman elections, although voting was pretty impractical for those far away. You still get it. But as generations passed, more provincials became citizens. Entire communities were enfranchised for loyalty. The famous Edict of Caracalla in AD 212 finally granted citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire. By that time, the concept of Rome had expanded dramatically. A Syrian, a Gaul, a Numidian, well, they could all proudly call themselves a Roman, without necessarily having a drop of Italian blood between them. And this inclusion was a big step in helping to secure the empire's unity. It was a pretty long time, from being shackled, a prisoner of war, to a respected Roman citizen. But Rome made that journey possible for the conquered, a strategy to prevent rebellion by offering a stake in the system. Tacitus notes that by praising their eloquence and talent, Agricola induced the sons of British chiefs to want to be Roman more than they wanted to be British, in effect dangling the prospect that if you can't beat us, join us, and at least you'll have a share in the glory then. And finally, there is the subjective benefit of assimilation into a wider world. For those open to it, Roman rule was an entry ticket into the rich Greco-Roman civilization. Conquered people gained access to the works of Greek art and literature, the philosophy of Athens, the jurisprudence of Rome. They might partake in grand spectacles at amphitheaters, or join legions and see far-off lands. The empire, for all its oppression, created opportunities for talent to rise regardless of origin. Consider that by the 2nd century, too, emperors themselves had come from the provinces. Oh, let's think. Septimius Severus from North Africa. Off the top of my head, Hadrian and Trajan, they were from Spain, too. Of course, this would have been pretty unthinkable in earlier centuries. You just would not have seen it. How can we have a Roman emperor that is not Roman? But of course, now, everyone gets to be Roman, as long as you're in the empire and behave yourself. You see, that change itself is evidence of how thoroughly some conquered peoples became integrated and even dominant within the empire's elite. Rome's harsh conquest eventually gave way to an imperial kind of cosmopolitanism. A talented youth from Gaul could become a philosopher in Athens, or a general on the Danube, or a governor in Egypt. The sky was the limit, as long as you were in the empire. And such mobility and cultural fusion were pretty positive byproducts of empire. Though, they were enjoyed by a minority, but at least you still had a chance. You wouldn't get it in many other empires that conquered you, that's for sure. So while the victims of Roman conquest suffered immensely, their descendants, if they survived and adapted, might find that Roman rule brought a measure of order, connectivity, and even prosperity that in some cases exceeded what had existed before. It's no wonder that Roman historians like Livy or later authors like Aristides spoke of Rome's conquest as the spread of civilization. Many provincials eventually agreed, at least superficially, taking pride in their forums, baths, and theatres as symbols, that they too were part of the Roman peace. As one Judean contemporary sarcastically quipped recorded in the Talmud, Avoda Zara 2a, the Romans have built marketplaces, bridges, and bathhouses. They do it for their own needs, but look how it benefits everyone. It's a grudging acknowledgement that alongside the sword, Rome also wielded the builder's trowel and the administrator's pen. It reshaped the conquered societies in ways that would endure. Of course, despite the potential benefits of Roman rule, the oppression was never really forgotten by the conquered. Many of them were not willing to acquiesce without a good fight, either initially or generations later. And the history of the empire itself is punctuated by revolts, large ones and small ones, which serve as a testament to how harshly the rule could be felt, and how strongly and deeply people desired freedom. We've already discussed Boudicca's uprising in Britain, and of course the Jewish revolts. These were among the most famous insurrections, both fueled by multiple grievances, taxes, persecution, loss of land, all sorts of unpleasurable things, and both met with ferocious Roman retaliation. But there were others. In Gaul, only a few years after Caesar's conquest, a leader named Julius Sarcovir led a revolt of the Gaulish nobles under Tiberius's reign in AD 21, protesting heavy debts and the arrogance of Roman officials. And guess what? It was pretty well and truly crushed, but it still indicated this lingering resentment. In North Africa, Tacfarinas, a Numidian insurgent, waged a guerrilla war against Rome during Augustus's later years, rallying his people against the new taxes and garrisons. Rome had to send a legion, and eventually eliminate him after several campaigns. A minor inconvenience. A blip on the radar, really, for them. In the Eastern Empire, regions like Anatolia and Egypt periodically saw local rebellions or riots, often tied to anger at greedy governors or religious tensions exacerbated by Roman interference. But perhaps the most revealing aspect of these revolts is what the rebels said about what they fought. And once again, we talk from Tacitus's point of view, and he gives us, in addition to Calgacus's stirring speech, another speech that is placed in the mouth of Boudicca, where she allegedly reminded her people that the Romans who, quote, call themselves the masters of the world will spare neither our children nor our old men, and that Britons were essentially fighting for their very existence and liberty. Cassius Dio, a later historian, similarly describes Boudicca exhorting her warriors to consider how much better it is to die free than to live as slaves under the Roman rule. In Judea, rebel leaders like Simon Bar Kokhba in the Second Jewish Revolt, AD 132-35, cast their struggle as a war of national liberation, trying to restore independence from an idolatrous empire that had trampled their faith and nation. So over and over we see the conquered framing Rome as brutal oppressors, which from their perspective, well, it's kind of hard to argue against. Maybe, but, some places that Rome conquered, perhaps they were as savage, and perhaps they needed to be civilized, who knows? Who knows what they were doing? If we're going to believe some of the things we read in Tacitus about what these places were, and give it a little bit of credence, well, certainly arguments that can be made in either direction. Roman authors sometimes acknowledge the perspective of the conquered too, even if indirectly, and the fact that Tacitus, a Roman senator, pens the line, "They make a desert and call it peace," well, that's pretty telling on its own. That suggests that even Romans could critique the moral cost of building the Pax Romana. In the early 1st century BC, the Italian allies in the Social War, who had been Rome's partners, revolted when they felt the injustice of being treated as inferiors, and their rallying cry was the demand for citizenship and fair treatment, which Rome eventually granted after a fair bit of bloodshed. Thus resistance took not only violent form but also political. Peoples petitioned for rights or relief. Sometimes the threat of rebellion was enough to force concessions, and it did. But it's also important to note that not all resistance was open or military. Cultural resistance persisted in subtle ways. Secret adherence to banned religions, the oral preservation of native histories and languages, and the passive non-compliance with Roman edicts. Some provincial subjects became infamous to Romans for their stubborn clinging to barbaric ways. For example, the mountain tribes of Asturia and Cantabria in Spain were never fully Romanized despite being conquered. They would periodically cause trouble and were seen as restive. The free Germans beyond the Rhine were also a constant reminder that not everyone fell under Roman sway. In AD 9, Arminius, a Germanic prince, raised as a Roman ally, turned on Rome and ambushed 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest, completely wiping them out. This calamity halted Roman expansion into Germania. Those German tribes remained unconquered too, and Tacitus later even romanticized them as freedom-loving primitives in his work Germania. So clearly, the ideal of freedom from Rome held a powerful appeal even to those who had tasted some benefits of Roman alliance. As for Arminius, he had served in the Roman army and earned citizenship, but he threw it all away for that little chance to defend his people's independence, and to this very day he's honored as a hero in Germany. 5,000 years ago, a lone scribe presses a sharpened reed into a damp clay tablet. In careful, practiced strokes, he records the day's grain deliveries to the temple granary. As the clay fills with neat rows of wedge-shaped symbols, he sets the tablet aside to dry. One more piece of preserved knowledge, all finished up. The job is done. Such a scene could have unfolded 5 millennia ago in ancient Mesopotamia, long before the famed Library of Alexandria or the scroll-stacked libraries of Greece and Rome. Bronze Age civilizations were pioneering the collection of knowledge. In the 3rd and 2nd millennia BCE, the peoples of Mesopotamia, the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley, and Minoan Crete had already developed writing systems and began to populate the world's first libraries, archives of clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, and inscriptions that safeguarded everything from mundane accounts to myths of creation. But these libraries were not public institutions as we think of libraries today. They were rather repositories of collective memory, temple collections, royal archives, scribal workshops, where human thought was preserved for future generations. The story of the first libraries is a journey into the very dawn of writing itself, when humanity learned how to make words last across time. And so today, it's all about how Bronze Age people collected and stored knowledge. We'll go through Sumeria, Babylonia, Egypt, all the old scribal schools, and Indus Valley merchant offices too, Minoan palace storerooms, and beyond. And we'll see how the invention of writing, cuneiform wedges, hieroglyphic signs, enigmatic Indus symbols, and even linear A strokes lost to time enabled information to be recorded for posterity. By the end, I think we'll appreciate how these Bronze Age knowledge centers, certainly modest in form, yet monumental in legacy, laid the foundation for humanity's enduring pursuit of learning. And that's why you're here, isn't it? The pursuit of learning. I hope so. Let me welcome you first. If you're a newcomer, it's good to meet you. Truly. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Thank you dearly to those supporting on the Patreon, and those who took the time to check out the merch store. And thank you in advance for clicking that subscribe button, which is right next to the like button. Thank you. Now, without any further ado, let's get on to the topic for today. Nice and relaxed. We'll go really slow. So, the roots of the first libraries lie in the invention of writing itself. That only makes sense, doesn't it? During the early Bronze Age, we're talking late 4th to early 3rd millennium BCE, multiple civilizations independently developed writing systems as a means to record information. In Mesopotamia, that is the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, the Sumerians invented cuneiform writing around 3400 to 3200 BC. Cuneiform began as a pictographic marks and numerical impressions left into clay tablets mainly to track goods and transactions. Boring stuff, accounting. But over time, these symbols became a bit more abstract and even syllabic, capable of recording complex language. Little by little, it was changing. But Mesopotamia wasn't the only advanced civilization for that time. In ancient Egypt, a wholly separate writing system was taking place. Hieroglyphics. They emerged around 32 to 3000 BC. That's 3200 to 3000 BC, as evidenced in the inscribed tags and pottery from the tomb of proto-dynastic rulers. Egyptian hieroglyphs were sacred pictorial characters used on monuments. You know the ones. But there was also a cursive derivative called hieratic that was developed for everyday writing on papyrus. It's not as well known, but you'll probably recognize it if you saw it. But writing was by no means a Mediterranean phenomenon. Far to the east, the Indus Valley civilization, which flourished from 2500 to 1900 BC, created an interesting script of its own. Archaeologists have uncovered symbols of distinct Indus writing on sealed stones, pottery, and bronze tools. These symbols, typically only a few characters long, likely represent a writing or proto-writing system, though it remains undeciphered to this day, at least at the time of doing this video. It'd be a little embarrassing if they deciphered it within the next few days, but that's okay. Well, in the Aegean, the people of Minoan Crete developed writing a little bit later. First, a set of pictographs, that is, Cretan hieroglyphs around 2000 to 1700 BC, and then a linear script in use by roughly 1800 BCE, that being Linear A. Now, Linear A is still undeciphered, but demonstrates that even in Bronze Age Europe, writing had taken root. It's just a shame we don't understand it yet. By around 2000 BC, multiple Bronze Age civilizations were fully literate, each using scripts tailored to their language and needs. And it's not to say that the common people were fully literate, but the administration certainly was. Now you must remember, these early writing systems almost universally arose for pragmatic reasons only. No one in those early days was writing down big stories and all the rest, at least none that we've found. That would come a little bit later. They were chiefly used to facilitate administration, governance, and trade, record keeping, things like this. In Mesopotamia, early cuneiform tablets were essentially tools of the accountants. We've got tons of them, literally tons. Lists of grain deliveries, tallies of livestock, trade inventories, things like that. Likewise in Egypt, the earliest hieroglyphic inscriptions often accompanied economic records or labels of royal possessions. This practical origin of writing meant that from the very beginning, written documents accumulated in significant numbers. Once a tablet or papyrus had served its immediate purpose, recording a transaction or a decree, it was often stored rather than discarded, in case it needed to be referred to later. Thus, temples, palaces, and administrative offices gradually amassed archives of written records. By the mid-3rd millennium BC, these archives had grown large enough that we can legitimately call them the first libraries. The first libraries were essentially archives of the earliest forms of writing, collections of clay documents in Sumerian temple storerooms and palaces such as Ebla in Syria. Basically, history begins with the library, since the preservation of written records marks the transition from prehistory, that is, the time of no written accounts, to documented history. Each early civilization's writing system provided the foundation for storing their knowledge, and the creation of archives naturally followed the spread of literacy. So next, we turn to how these early records were physically made and preserved, the ingenious techniques Bronze Age people used to ensure their words would last. Of course, writing in the Bronze Age was constrained and shaped by whatever materials were available. Different civilizations adopted different writing media, each with its own methods of preservation, and these choices deeply influenced how their libraries developed. The two most important writing materials of the Bronze Age were clay and papyrus, corresponding broadly to Mesopotamia and Egypt respectively, while other media like stone, metal, or wood were used, but in specific context. Well, let's have a look first at the most quintessential images of the Bronze Age, those clay tablets in Mesopotamia. Of course, that was the medium of choice for recording information. Scribes would scoop up a lump of fine clay and flatten it into a tablet, typically about an inch thick. While the clay was still damp, they used a stylus, often a sharpened reed, to press symbols into the surface, creating the wedge-shaped imprints characteristic of cuneiform writing. These clay tablets varied in size and shape. Some were small enough to fit in a hand, used for simple receipts, while others were larger rectangular plaques used for long texts or multi-column documents. Once inscribed, a tablet could be left to dry in the sun, hardening to a leathery firmness, or baked in a kiln for a permanent stone-like finish. Thousands of tablets like this have survived across the millennia, often preserved by fire. Now here's an ironic one. The destructive fires that burned cities in antiquity frequently baked the clay tablets in archives, firing them to a ceramic hardness that ensured their survival. For example, when the city of Ebla was violently destroyed in 2300 BC, the palace archives, fell from their shelves and were accidentally baked in the conflagration, preserving them for modern archaeologists. They tried to wipe Ebla from history, but ironically the attempt basically firmed all the tablets, and, well, here we are. Very ironic. Now, clay tablets were special because they were durable, but they were also bulky and heavy. Storing and organizing such materials required quite a bit of ingenuity. Archaeological excavations have revealed that tablets in Mesopotamian archives were often kept on wooden racks or shelves, or even in large jars and baskets. Smaller tablets could be stacked on edge side by side with brief titles or labels written along the edge so that one could read the spines, I suppose, of the tablets on a shelf. Remarkably analogous to how modern libraries label book spines, if you think about it. Clay also allowed scribes to make envelope-like cases. For instance, a contract could be written on a tablet, then wrapped in an outer layer of clay, bearing a duplicate inscription, and sealed. An ancient security envelope, I suppose. The physical toughness of clay and the practice of archiving tablets in official centers meant that Mesopotamia's earliest libraries could endure for centuries. Indeed, clay tablets from over 4,000 years ago still legibly bear the handwriting of a Sumerian and Babylonian scribe, even to this day. And that's just amazing. Now, on to ancient Egypt. They weren't really using clay. They had a different medium, papyrus. It's a paper-like material made from the pith of a papyrus reed, which grew abundantly along the Nile, so it only makes sense that they use what they have. By the early Bronze Age, as 3000 BC or around then, Egyptians had learned to cut papyrus reeds into thin strips, and then press and dry them into sheets, and join the sheets into long rolls, creating flexible scrolls ideal for writing with pen and ink. The Egyptian scribes used brushes or reed pens dipped in carbon-based ink to write on papyrus. They usually wrote in cursive scripts, hieratic for most of the Bronze Age, later demotic, rather than in the more formal hieroglyphs when using papyrus. Papyrus scrolls had significant advantages. They were light, portable, and could contain much more text than a single clay tablet. The scroll could be rolled up and tied with a small tag or ink label identifying its contents. This portability likely contributed to a broader dissemination of writing in Egypt. One scholar notes that switching from clay to papyrus helped spur a great increase in writing in later periods, and it's hard to argue with that. It's certainly a lot easier to transport them. Paper weighs a bit less than the clay tablets. But it wasn't all good news. Papyrus was also perishable. Unlike the clay tablets that could literally survive the burning ruins of the city, papyrus was highly vulnerable, not just to fire, but moisture, and more importantly, as we sit here thousands of years later, it was vulnerable to time. Most Bronze Age papyri have come down to us as preserved only thanks to Egypt's dry climate and protective conditions of tombs and sealed jars. For instance, famous Egyptian texts like the Ebers Papyrus, a medical text from around 1550 BC, and the Westcar Papyrus containing royal tales, survived by being buried or hidden. Countless others must have crumbled to the dust. So how did Egyptians store their papyrus documents? Archaeological and textual clues indicate that they used wooden chests, clay jars, and shelving niches in a temple or palace archive. In the city of Amarna, around 14th century BC, a storage chamber of the documents of pharaohs was discovered, complete with the remains of papyrus and labels, suggesting that bundles of scrolls were actually kept there. And then there's the tomb paintings that show scribes carrying scroll cases or boxes, indicating that important documents could be tied up with cords and placed in decorated chests. One vivid image is from the tomb of an 18th dynasty official, which depicts scribes recording the harvest. Nearby, spare scrolls or writing equipment are stored in a wooden box. Thus, while Mesopotamia's libraries were rooms full of clay tablets, Egypt's were more likely to be cupboards of scrolls within temple scriptoria or offices, carefully maintained by archivist priests. The fragility of papyrus meant Egyptian archives required careful protection from the humidity and insects. Occasionally, scrolls might be recopied onto new papyrus if the old ones had decayed. Other material also played roles in Bronze Age information. In the Indus Valley, many inscriptions were carved on small steatite seals, that's a soft stone, that could be impressed onto clay for marking goods. These seals, typically about the size of a postage stamp, often have drilled holes, indicating they might be worn or kept on strings. Perhaps an official's personal seal, combining identification with a bit of text. The Indus people may have also written on perishable materials, wood planks or palm leaves, but no such documents have survived. In Minoan Crete, aside from clay tablets, some inscriptions appear on metal goblets and stone vases, and the intriguing Phaistos disc, a fired clay disc stamped with pictograms, suggests experimentation with different formats. Additionally, both Egypt and Mesopotamia sometimes used ostraca, broken pottery shards, or limestone flakes as a cheap writing surface for notes and school exercises. For permanent records like royal decrees and commemorations, stone stelae were employed. The best example I can give you of this is probably Hammurabi's Law Code. That was a diorite stele inscribed around 1750 BC. There are a few others, but this is the most recognizable. These stone inscriptions are not really libraries in themselves, but they often existed alongside the archives, and sometimes copies of the same text would be kept on clay or papyrus in an archive. All to be told, Bronze Age civilization demonstrated impressive ingenuity in exploiting the available materials to store their knowledge. Whether incising damp clay, painting ink on reed paper, carving symbols into stone, they developed pretty robust techniques. And the techniques in turn influenced the form of early libraries. Mesopotamia's archives look like rooms of baked tablet stacks, while Egypt's look like collections of scrolls and seals all stuffed into little holes, each tailored to the medium of memory. But enough about the tablets. Who were the people behind the first libraries? Well, in every Bronze Age civilization, a specialized class of literate individuals emerged. Scribes. They became the primary creators, organizers, and guardians of written knowledge. They were essentially the human backbone of the early libraries, responsible for recording information and transmitting it across generations. By virtue of their education and role, they often became scholars in their own right, studying and copying older texts, and contributing to a growing intellectual tradition. In ancient Mesopotamia, scribes were highly esteemed professionals. It was a good job, but becoming a scribe, that required an extensive education. In Sumer, by the early dynastic period, around 2500 BC, formal scribal schools existed. The Sumerians even had a word for such school, eduba, meaning house of tablets. Isn't that interesting? At the eduba, student scribes, typically young men from good families, and by good families I mean families who had enough money to send them to the schools, though occasionally women and even enslaved students could be trained. They spent years mastering the art of writing on clay, They started by molding their own practice tablets and learning to press consistent wedge shapes. The curriculum then advanced through copying lists of signs, vocabulary, proverbs, and model documents. One ancient Mesopotamian school text, known simply as School Days, which I think is funny, is a fictionalized dialogue in which a student describes his daily routine of memorizing and reciting lessons, and even recounts being caned by his teacher for poor work, only to win back the teacher's favor with gifts and a well-copied tablet. It's interesting and a little bit humorous, I think, written by a scribe about his daily scribal life. But it also gives us a sense that the scribes were self-aware that they were a kind of distinct social group. By learning to write, they became employable in temples, palaces, and merchant offices throughout Mesopotamia. Initially, their tasks were utilitarian, keeping ledgers and accounts, but over time, scribes also took on the copying of literature, the drafting of letters, the recording of legal codes, and the compilation of lexical and scientific knowledge. Many Mesopotamian scribes were bilingual, or at least trained in the archaic languages. For example, first millennium Babylonian scribes had to learn the extinct Sumerian language to read and copy the old texts. As the custodians of written heritage, scribes often apprehended colophons to tablets, short notations rather, at the end of a text, stating who copied it, and sometimes where it was stored. These colophons are signatures of the Bronze Age librarians. Some even include proud little boasts or prayers to the gods to protect the tablet. In one case we have a late Bronze Age Mesopotamian scribe named Amenadu. He left his name on a literary tablet, adding that whoever steals or damages it will incur the wrath of the gods. An early example of a librarian's caution against book theft, I suppose. Now what about Egypt? Well, they too were profoundly shaped by scribes. Ancient Egyptian scribes formed an elite class. They were the bureaucrats, record keepers, and intellectuals of their society. Training to be a scribe in Egypt, well, that began typically in youth, often with the confines of a temple or royal administrative office. Because Egyptian writing had complex hieroglyphic forms, students learned the simplified hieratic for daily use. Mastery of writing and reading opened the door to comfortable employment, and Egyptian texts consistently praised the profession of the scribe as one of great honor. A famous Middle Kingdom text known as the Satire of the Trades, which I have done a full reading on, it's in the Egypt playlist, is a didactic work that extols scribe's life above all other occupations. In this text, a father tells his son, quote, "Behold, there is nothing that surpasses writings. I shall make you love books more than your mother. It is indeed greater than any office. There is nothing like it on earth." Well, it seems kind of exaggerated for effect, but it reflects a kind of social reality, that scribes were valued because all administration and culture depended on their skills. Egyptian scribes wrote letters for officials, drafted tax records, kept annals of kings, composed literary works, and copied religious texts. Many high officials, even some pharaohs, started their careers as scribes. Within the temples, there were special scriptoria known as the Houses of Life. In Egyptian, they call it per-ankh, which served as centers of learning and writing. Scribes attached to a House of Life not only copied existing texts, for example, endlessly reproducing chapters of the Book of the Dead to be placed in tombs, but also edited and composed works of medicine, astronomy, theology, and ritual. They were effectively the librarians of those temple libraries. An inscription from one such institution lists titles like chief of the House of Life, and even pairs of a scribe of the House of Life with a chief physician, indicating that scholarly knowledge, medical and otherwise, was curated there by scribes. So Egyptian scribes, just like their Mesopotamian counterparts, used catalogues and classification systems. In later periods, a library catalogue papyrus from Edfu Temple lists scrolls by their first lines and counts, a precursor to the library catalogues. While no catalogue texts survive from the Bronze Age proper, the scale of organization implied by houses of life and storage chambers suggests that the Bronze Age Egyptian scribes were already managing collections systematically. And now to the Indus Valley. Well, because we cannot yet read their writing, we have no recorded names or personal accounts of their scribes. But we can infer that a class of specialists was responsible for carving the minute, standardized symbols on Indus seals and tablets. The consistency of the symbols across a vast area hints at training and a shared social scribal culture. The fact that Indus inscriptions have been found on crafted luxury items suggests that literate artisans were indeed respected. Perhaps they were merchant scribes who managed to trade records, or priests who inscribed tokens for ritual or identification purposes. The Indus cities, with their sophisticated urban planning and trade networks, undoubtedly required record keeping. One fascinating clue to their approach to written knowledge is the Dolavira signboard. At the city of Dolavira, archaeologists found 10 large alphabetic signs made of gypsum that had once been prominently mounted above the city's gate. Now this find, essentially a Bronze Age billboard, shows that the Indus script was not just used on personal seals, you see, but could appear in public displays. While, admittedly, we don't know what it actually said, the existence of a signboard hints that Indus scribes might have also kept records for public or communal use. The Indus Valley may not have had the libraries in the Mesopotamian sense. No archives of hundreds of tablets have been found there, at least not yet. But it's possible that they stored important documents on organic materials that decayed. Now, if that is the case, the scribes of Meluhha, as the Mesopotamians called the Indus region, have left behind a tantalizing mystery, a literate civilization whose books are lost to time, awaiting the day that we can decode the few inscriptions that remain. On Minoan Crete and in Mycenaean Greece, scribes were likewise central to administration and knowledge preservation. In the palace centers of Greece, Knossos, Phaistos, Zakros, etc., and later on mainland Greece, Mycenae, Pylos, and Thebes, scribes kept meticulous records on clay tablets using Linear A and later Linear B. Minoan scribes writing in Linear A recorded primarily economic and administrative information. Excavations at sites like Knossos and Hayatriata have uncovered rooms that once stored dozens or even hundreds of clay tablets, and that indicates a centralized archive. When the Mycenaeans took over Crete and adopted writing, they continued the scribal tradition. The Linear B archives of Knossos, 14th century BC, and Pylos in the 13th century show a highly standardized bureaucratic system. Scribes wrote in a jargon-heavy administrative language, using many standardized abbreviations and logograms for commodities, a clear sign of established scribal training. And they also used a form of cataloging. Tablets are often found with summary tablets that tally subtotals from many records, pointing to an internal filing system. Analysis does suggest that Minoan and Mycenaean scribes not only kept archives, but also issued and filed transactional documents, effectively acting as accountants and record managers. These Aegean scribes ensured that the wealth and resources of the kingdom, and even religious offerings to gods, were documented. Across all these cultures, scribes often doubled as scholars, librarians, and even scientists. They accumulated knowledge, and then had the responsibility to pass it on. In Mesopotamia, for example, advanced scribes compiled lexical lists, essentially encyclopedias and dictionaries of their time, containing lists of words, plants, animals, professions, and more, in multiple languages at that. They also copied and studied omens, star observations, and mathematical tablets. In Egypt, scribes produced wisdom literature, guides to ethics, and good conduct, along with technical manuals like medical papyri and mathematical texts. The scribe's reputation rested on both accuracy and erudition. A simple scribe might be expected to know administrative procedures, religious ritual texts, legal formulas, and even classic stories. Many scribes served the gods of writing: Nabu in Mesopotamia, Thoth or Seshat in Egypt. They often invoked these deities in colophons or prayers, symbolically linking their work to a divine mission of knowledge preservation. It is no exaggeration to say that the first libraries existed in the minds and hands of these scribes, for without their skill and care, the physical archives would have been nothing but unmarked clay and blank sheets of papyrus. So what exactly did these libraries hold? What kind of information? Well, there's a stereotype of a library as a place of literature. But the earliest libraries, despite what we've discussed in general about general record keeping, accounting, and all that, they're actually quite diverse in their content. Everything a civilization deemed worth writing down, basically. This included the prosaic alongside the poetic, the bureaucratic alongside the spiritual. Surviving tablets and texts from Bronze Age archives reveal a pretty rich tapestry of human concern, all the way from cosmology down to crop yields. So here are some of the main categories that were in the early libraries. Of course, by volume, the greatest portion is consisted of routine administrative documents, accounting ledgers, tax records, census lists, and labor rosters that kept an economy running even in ancient times. For instance, tablets from the Royal Archive of Ebla, which we have discussed, include inventories of textiles and metals, tribute lists from vassal towns, and disbursement records for bread and beer rations. In Egypt, papyri record the output of state workshops, the collection of grain and taxes, and the distribution of food to temple staff. Minoan Crete and Mycenaean Greece, as mentioned, left behind clay tablets that almost entirely document palace administration. Pretty dry accounts, I know, but they were the backbone of the first libraries because they needed to be stored for reference. Next we have legal and government documents. The archives also held laws, edicts, treaties, and correspondence related to governance. Mesopotamia has yielded some of the earliest known law collections. While the famous Code of Hammurabi is carved on stone, copies of laws and legal verdicts were also kept on clay tablets in city archives. In Hittite Anatolia, in the later Bronze Age, the archives of Hattusa, their capital, preserved treaties between the Hittite kings and the other states, showing libraries as political record rooms safeguarding important agreements. The palaces of ancient Egypt, they would similarly house decrees, sometimes duplicated on stelae for public display, but also kept on papyrus for internal record. Now, religion, that was central to Bronze Age life too, and many early libraries were associated with temples. Thus, a significant portion of their content was religious in nature. In Mesopotamia, temple and palace libraries contained numerous tablets of hymns to gods, rituals for festivals, and omen texts used for divination. Mesopotamian libraries also had creation myths and epics, such as the Enuma Elish and the Epic of Gilgamesh, I'm sure you've heard of. I've done a full reading of that if you're interested. In Egypt, temple libraries, houses of life, kept ritual scrolls, prescribing on how to perform ceremonies as well as medical and magical texts. On Minoan Crete, while Linear A is unreadable, certain inscriptions on libation tables and ceremonial objects suggest written liturgy. Overall, preserving religious knowledge to maintain the favor of gods and proper ritual continuity was a primary function of early libraries. But even in these very early collections, we find works that go beyond the practical and enter the realm of literature. Stories, epics, wisdom, and so forth. Mesopotamia provides the clearest evidence. By the Old Babylonian period, 1900 to 1600 BCE, scribes were copying Sumerian poems and epics. The Epic of Gilgamesh existed in various versions, and many libraries contained copies of it. In Egypt, texts like the story of Sinue and the instruction of Ptah-hotep were preserved because scribes kept copying them, often as school exercises. Ugarit in Syria yielded tablets of myths and legends, including the epic Kirta and the Baal cycle, found in private house libraries. Literature in early libraries often served both cultural and educational purposes. Though science was not a separate category in ancient times, early libraries did hold proto-scientific texts. This included medical manuals, astronomical observations, mathematical tables, and reference works. Mesopotamian tablets often compiled lists of medical symptoms and treatments. Early libraries also held omen literature, blending empirical observation with divination. In Egypt, texts like the Kahun Papyrus detail medical practices, and the Moscow Mathematical Papyrus shows geometry problems. Lexical lists and dictionaries are another form of technical literature, such as Ebelite Sumerian bilingual dictionaries that were found at Ebla. So from these categories, we can certainly see that the first libraries were pretty comprehensive archives of human activity and thought. They contain the cumulative knowledge, practical, spiritual, cultural, everything that the Bronze Age societies had amassed. Thanks to ancient librarians and scribes, we at least have portions of these surviving. It allows us to read millennia-old stories and state documents, even in our current day. That's pretty special, don't you think? So, Mesopotamia. Like I said, it's the quintessential Bronze Age topic. It's often called the cradle of libraries too, yielding the earliest known archival collections. And believe me, there are tons and tons of those tablets still sitting there in storage in some museum, just waiting to be translated. We got so many that we just can't keep up. And that's just the ones that we've managed to pull out of the ground. Who knows how many more are still out there? We might discover another Epic of Gilgamesh. Who knows? But one of the oldest libraries yet discovered comes from the ancient city of Ebla in northern Syria that we talked about. They excavated it back in the 1970s, and they found a room containing, get this, over 14,000 clay tablets dated to around 2400 BC. These tablets were originally arranged on shelves by subject matter. Although the wooden shelves burned and collapsed, researchers could reconstruct the original order and find spots. Well, Ebla's archive demonstrates that by the mid-3rd millennium BC, a royal court certainly saw it fit to collect and organize knowledge for administrative efficiency and posterity. But further south, other early libraries took shape in temple complexes. Nippur, Mari, and other cities housed tablets that recorded everything from letters between kings to religious hymns. Over time, the idea of collecting texts grew. By the late Bronze Age, Mesopotamian states like Babylonia and Assyria, revered the old knowledge, and scribes copied ancient works onto new tablets. This tradition culminated, in the Iron Age at least, with King Ashurbanibal's vast library at Nineveh, which contained tens of thousands of tablets organized by subject. Although Ashurbanipal lived later, his library built on earlier Bronze Age practices, preserving works like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Omen series. In ancient Egypt, libraries took a bit of a different path, closely linked to religious and monumental structures. That house of life, part of a temple complex, was dedicated to writing, storing texts, and teaching. Such houses of life are attested from the Old Kingdom onward. They housed ritual manuals, medical texts, hymns, and scholarly treatises. The Ramesseum papyri, for example, included literary stories, medical prescriptions, and magical texts, possibly from a house of life cache. Pharaohs also maintained state archives for administrative documents. The discovery of the Amarna letters, a cache of around 300 cuneiform tablets in Egypt, reveals that foreign correspondence was carefully archived. We can imagine that domestic administration relied on papyrus scrolls stored in palace libraries. Unfortunately, few of them survive. Scribes held prestigious positions, and their copying of classic tales and religious texts over centuries ensured that these works endured, at least the best they could. The House of Life was regarded as a sacred place, and its collections were sometimes subject to secrecy. And that's just another way that the Egyptians expressed their reverence for written knowledge. Well, the Indus Valley remains a bit of a mystery in this story, I'm afraid. While undoubtedly literate, they left behind thousands of inscribed seals and objects. We have no excavated archive rooms containing texts, nor do we understand the script. Many scholars believe that they wrote on perishable materials that have not survived. Indus inscriptions are typically brief, suggesting a system for labeling or short notations. The lack of decipherment means we cannot identify a scribal class or a library structure. Yet their urban sophistication and standardized seals certainly imply that some form of record-keeping existed. The aforementioned D'Oliveira signboard shows that writing also appeared in a public context. Their libraries remain a mystery, exemplifying how historical record can vanish when scripts and media do not survive. And as for Minoan Crete and Mycenaean Greece, they provide some of the earliest evidence of libraries in Europe. They used that Linear A script for administrative tablets found in the palace archives at Knossos, Zakros, and Phaistos. Later, Mycenaeans adopted Linear B, a pretty early form of Greek, for similar palace records at Knossos, Pylos, and other sites. Typically, these archives contained inventories of livestock, grain, weapons, and personnel. Though smaller in scale than Mesopotamian archives, the organized storage of clay documents in dedicated rooms shows that a library archive tradition did exist. Many Linear B tablets, preserved by accidental fires, ironically, reveal a well-developed bureaucracy. The mention of a, quote, tablet keeper, an official at Pylos, suggests that a proto-librarian role existed in Mycenaean palaces. Of course, their texts are mostly administrative, but some hint at possible religious or even literary content. Linear A, though, and the Indus Valley's system of writing. Fingers crossed we'll figure that out one day. Who knows what we'll learn about them. And so, in the Bronze Age societies, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, Egypt, Minoan Crete, we can see that emergence of a revolutionary idea that knowledge can be collected, stored, and transmitted beyond individual memory or local time. Now, these first libraries were usually extensions of temples or commercial hubs, yet in serving pragmatic functions, they ultimately preserved epics, myths, medical lore, and scientific observations by committing words to clay or papyrus and filing them systematically. Bronze Age scribes laid the foundations for a tradition of learning that endures to this very day. Each region contributed a unique approach. Mesopotamia gave us that extensive tablet archive and a scribal culture that prized copying older works. And in Egypt, the House of Life revealed a sacred dimension of libraries where scrolls were regarded as divine knowledge. The Indus civilization, that remains tantalizingly out of reach, but it reminds us of how easily information can disappear if the medium perishes or if the script is lost, along with giving us a little bit of a dream in the future that we might just figure it out. Meanwhile, Minoan and Mycenaean archives on clay tablets represent Europe's first steps towards recorded language. Together they mark the dawn of the library concept. And so, in every case, scribes stood at the heart of the enterprise, trained professionals who dedicated themselves to writing and organizing texts. Their skill turned ephemeral human speech into a permanent record. And I wonder if they knew that in thousands of years, people would be reading the very tablets that they had marked. That's something to think about. A millennia later, we can still read a lot of these papyrus documents, clay documents. It bridges a remarkable gulf of time. Thus the Bronze Age libraries, though modest in form, were completely monumental in their impact. They told us that knowledge is worth collecting and curating, setting the stage for the great library traditions that followed in the classical and medieval worlds. The very act of writing, saving information, from tax rolls to tales of gods and heroes, it began right there thousands of years ago. And we owe a debt to these ancient archivists, whose belief in preserving the written word made civilization's collective memory possible. So pour one out for the scribes, will you? Thank you very much for listening. In the shadow of ancient Egypt lies the extraordinary history of Nubia, known to the Egyptians as Kush, a great civilization, too often overlooked. It is a story that spans millennia, from prehistoric communities to a powerful kingdom that at times rivaled and even ruled Egypt. Today we're going to journey back through Nubia's past, from its earliest cultures to the rise of the kingdom of Kush, its periods of prominence, interactions with Egypt, cultural achievements, and eventually decline. Modern archaeological discoveries have illuminated this somewhat forgotten kingdom, and it's allowed us to piece together its legacy and appreciate it with scholarly rigor and a bit more detail. The focus is going to remain on broader cultural and historical developments rather than individual rulers, by the way, except where it's necessary to illustrate the key events. So with all that in mind, let's begin our journey along the Nile, in the land of the ancients called Ta Seti, the land of the bow, the land of Nubia. Let me welcome you to the channel first, though. Where are my manners? Hello to everybody coming here for the first time, or perhaps you're returning. Well, those who are returning, if you have not clicked that subscribe button, it's conveniently located next to the like button. And thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, and those who have checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get busy. Long, long before the kingdom of Kush emerged, the Nile Valley, south of Egypt, was home to its own thriving communities. So let's talk about those first cultures in a period between 3800 and 2500 BC. The earliest known complex culture in northern Nubia is what archaeologists call the A group. Creative name, I know. That was from about 3800 to about 3100 BCE. Although the ancient name of this society is unknown, its legacy is evident in rich cemeteries filled with goods. The A-group culture developed out of local Neolithic, that is, late Stone Age roots. Yet it quickly became distinguished by strong leadership and wealth. Its strategic location between the first and second cataracts of the Nile gave A-group Nubia access to abundant natural resources: gold from the eastern deserts, carnelian stone from the west, and exotic products like incense, ivory, and ebony from further south in Africa. They were all obtainable to these people. By trading these precious commodities to Egypt and beyond, even as far as the Mediterranean coast for some items like olive oil, the A-group culture accumulated considerable wealth and influence. Off to a pretty good start, don't you think? And notably, even at this early date, Nubia's culture interacted with that of the emerging dynastic Egypt. Archaeologists have found seal impressions of the A group that feature symbols used by the early Egyptian pharaohs. For example, a design showing a bow over a rectangular hieroglyph. This appears to be the earliest written form of Ta Seti, meaning land of the bow, which was the Egyptian name for Nubia. Such evidence suggests that Nubian elites adopted prestigious symbols of power, perhaps to mirror their neighbors to the north, or simply to communicate in trade. Indeed, Egypt's first dynasty, around 3100 BC, the texts of which already refer to the land in the south as famed for its archers and exotic goods. This early interaction was not always peaceful, however. Around 3100, the pharaohs of the first dynasty destroyed the A-group chiefdoms. But in essence, the nascent Egyptian state, pushing its frontiers southward, crushed the first known Nubian kingdom. Well, it was good while it lasted. Video over. No, I'm just joking. For centuries thereafter, much of northern Nubia was sparsely populated, likely due to Egyptian military aggression, and perhaps the incorporation of Nubian lands into the earliest Egyptian state. Yet, Nubia's strategic position and rich resources meant that its political power was only suppressed temporarily, far from being extinguished. In the subsequent centuries, during Egypt's Old Kingdom period, 27th to 22nd centuries BC, there is evidence of intermittent occupation and trade in Nubia. The site at Buhen, near the Second Cataract, shows a mixture of Egyptian and Nubian pottery, hinting at a trading post or copper working center that kept the exchange of goods alive. Thus, even in this early era, Nubia was both a vital trade partner and a target of Egypt. And that's a dynamic that I think you will find will persist throughout antiquity. And so, after the decline of the A group, new cultural groups emerged in Nubia. By around 2400 BC, one group known as the C group appeared in Lower Nubia. Now, lower, of course, we go by directions of the Nile, just as we say Lower and Upper Egypt. Lower being the northern part, upper being the southern part. So, this sea group in Lower Nubia, characterized by small villages and distinctive burials, had appeared by about 2400 BC, with connections to sub-Saharan African traditions such as cattle pastoralism. Another, the so-called pan-grave culture, associated with the Magi nomads, also inhabited parts of Nubia and the eastern deserts around 1800 BC. These groups coexisted with the developing complex society further south, the Kerma culture, named for its capital city, Kerma, near the third cataract of the Nile. And it is here, at Kerma, that the first major kingdom of Kush took shape. By around 2000 BC, Egyptian texts were already calling this southern land Kush, indicating that a powerful polity had emerged there. Kerma became the center of a Nubian state that flourished from about 2500 BC to about 1500 BC, and even managed to rival Egypt in wealth and complexity. The city of Kerma itself, excavated in modern times, astonished archaeologists with its monumental architecture and extensive cemeteries. At the heart of Kerma stood a massive mud-brick temple structure called the Western Defufa, rising some 15 meters tall, a testament to early Nubian architectural ingenuity and religious life. Surrounding it was a bustling urban center, engaged in craft production and trade. Kerma's artisans produced striking ceramics, including the famous thin-walled, black-topped red pottery, which is considered among the most exquisite prehistoric pottery in Africa. Now, far from being a backwater, Kerma was an urban capital, orchestrating long-distance commerce. Gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and slaves were among the exports of Kush that Egypt coveted, while Nubians imported Egyptian linens, oils, and manufactured goods in return. But the wealth of Kerma is most vividly seen in the king's tombs. American archaeologist George Reisner, who first excavated Kerma in the early 20th century, unearthed dozens of royal tumuli, grave mounds, dating to about 1750 to 1500 BC. These tombs were massive, some 50 meters across, and inside them were extraordinary offerings. The remains of hundreds of human sacrifices have been found, indicating that Kerma's royal funerals involved retainers or captives sacrificed to accompany the king in the afterlife. Alongside human victims were horse burials, and even oxen, as well as luxurious goods, jewelry made of gold, amethyst, and quartz, and fine wooden funerary beds inlaid with ivory depictions of African wildlife. One famous find was an elegant granite statue of an Egyptian noblewoman, Lady Senui, discovered in a Kerma tomb. Lady Senui was the wife of an Egyptian governor from far to the north in Aswan, and her statue had somehow ended up in possession of the Kerma rulers. Its presence in a Kushite tomb suggests that Kerma's kings likely acquired high-quality Egyptian artworks, either through trade or warfare. In fact, Reisner initially thought the statue proved Egyptians had ruled Kerma, but now we understand it was probably war booty or a diplomatic gift, since Kerma was an independent power, contemporary with Egypt's Middle Kingdom. By around 1700 to 1600 BC, the kingdom of Kerma reached the peak of its power. At this time, Egypt was weakened, fragmented in the Second Intermediate Period, and of course, Kush took full advantage of that. Why not? Kerma's influence expanded northward into Lower Nubia. absorbing the territories that had once been A group and C group lands. Egyptian texts from this era speak of serious conflict with the Kushites. One account suggests that the king of Kush allied with the Hyksos, Asiatic rulers of northern Egypt, against the native Egyptian dynasty in Thebes around 1550 BC, a scenario that shows once again Kush's geopolitical clout. The Egyptian pharaoh, Kamose, writes of intercepting a letter from the Hyksos ruler to the king of Kush, proposing an alliance to attack Thebes, which of course reveals how formidable the Kerma had really become in the eyes of its neighbors. Thus, in response to the Kushite expansion, Middle Kingdom Egypt, 1900 to 1700 BC, had already constructed a chain of massive fortresses along the Nile in northern Nubia. Forts like Buhen, Semna, Uranati, with thick walls and garrisons, were built to control Nubian movement and protect Egypt's access to trade routes. But despite these efforts, during Egypt's weakness, the Kushite rulers pressed north, even occupying some of these fortresses. The contest between Egypt and Kush came to a climax around 1500. As Egypt's new kingdom began, pharaohs launched vigorous campaigns to reclaim their lost influence in Nubia. The Egyptian king, Thutmose I, circa 1500 BC, is traditionally credited with penetrating to the Fourth Cataract, defeating the Kushites in their heartland. Not long after, the great conqueror Thutmose III, circa 1450 BC, boasted of having, quote, made Kush the retreat of his majesty, indicating he subdued Kush and turned it into a province of Egypt. Archaeology supports that narrative. Around that time, the splendid city of Kerma appears to have been violently destroyed and burned, marking the end of the independent Kerma kingdom. After roughly 2500 to 1500 BC of flourishing, the first kingdom of Kush had fallen to Egypt's imperial ambition. So with the conquest of Kerma, Nubia entered a new phase under Egyptian domination. For about 5 centuries during the Egyptian New Kingdom, Nubia was essentially an Egyptian colony. This is the time between the 18th to 20th dynasties, 1550 to 1070 BC. Egyptian pharaohs incorporated all Nubian lands up to at least the Fourth Cataract into their empire. They divided Nubia into administrative units. The northern part, Lower Nubia, the Egyptians called Wawat, and the southern part, around Kerma and beyond, they retained the name Kush. An Egyptian viceroy of Kush was appointed to govern Nubia on the pharaoh's behalf. This official, often titled King Son of Kush, administered Nubia's resources, collected tribute, and oversaw mining expeditions for gold and other minerals that Nubia was famed for. Indeed, enriching the pharaoh's treasury was a major motive for Egypt's colonization of Kush, as Nubia's gold mines were legendary. During these centuries of occupation, Nubia experienced extensive Egyptianization, that is, the adoption of the new Egyptian culture. Egyptian-style temples were built throughout Nubia. For example, ancient Napata, now called Jebel Barkal, near the Fourth Cataract. Pharaoh Thutmose III founded a grand temple to Amun at this site, and also at sites like Soleb and Amara, where Amenhotep III and other pharaohs constructed stone temples with statues and inscriptions in the pharaonic style. The Egyptian language and writing, that being hieroglyphs and Demotic, became the official medium in Nubia. Many Nubian elite learned Egyptian and took on Egyptian titles. Artifacts from Nubian sites of the period, such as pottery, jewelry, and furniture, closely resemble those found in Egypt. In effect, northern Nubia became an extension of Upper Egypt. Heavily influenced, by Egyptian art, religion, and administration. But it would be a mistake to view Nubia during the New Kingdom as merely a passive colony, a subdued people. There was a cultural exchange in both directions. Nubians served in the Egyptian army. The famous Medjay archers, for instance, were Nubian recruits, known for their expert bowmanship. They don't call it the land of the bow for nothing. Pharaohs valued Nubian archers so much that the Nubian desert police and many of the royal guards were Medjay. Nubian gold and cattle wealth also flowed into Egypt, fundamentally supporting the luxurious lifestyle of the 18th dynasty pharaohs. Meanwhile, Egyptian records and tomb art depicts Nubians bringing tribute of exotic products. We're talking ivory, panther skins, ebony logs, giraffes, and incense, indicating an active trade with sub-Saharan Africa carried through Nubia. Some Nubians rose to prominence within Egyptian society. For example, a man named Mayherpi, of Nubian origin, became an elite official and was even buried in the Valley of the Kings. Prime real estate, I'm sure you know. His mummy with dark Nubian features was found amid the pharaonic tombs. Thus, while Egypt opposed its rule, Nubians were not simply suppressed. They contributed militarily, and also to the exotic riches of Egypt, and Nubian individuals could find pathways to power in the imperial system. By around 1200 to 1100 BC, Egypt's new kingdom power waned. Under Pharaoh Ramesses II and his successors, the ability to hold distant territories declined. The rise of invasions and internal strife, that being the late Bronze Age collapse, affected Egypt, and gradually Egyptian control over Kush began to loosen. Sometime after 1070, with the end of the New Kingdom, Egyptian authorities and colonists retreated from Nubia. They left behind temples, fortresses, and an Egyptianized local nobility, but no formal control mechanisms. Of course, this withdrawal set the stage for Nubia to reassert its own independence and develop a new Nubian-led kingdom. Well, anyway, after Egypt's pullback, there's a mysterious period for Nubian history, sometimes called the Third Intermediate Period for Egypt, between 1070 and 750 BC, during which indigenous Nubian leadership gradually resurfaces. For some time, the historical record falls nearly silent. Earlier scholars once termed it a dark age because few written records or substantial ruins were known between 1070 and 850. However, this is where the archaeologists step in, and the discoveries have since dispelled that notion of a void. Evidence from cemeteries at El Kuru, near Jebel Barkal, shows that by around 850, Nubia was ruled by local chiefs or kings, laying the groundwork for a new form of centralized state. These early kings at El Kuru, whose names are obscure, later traditions do mention a founder figure named Alara, had modest tombs, indicating a regional chieftain initially, but over time, the power seems to have grown. By the early 8th century BC, a dynasty had emerged that consciously linked itself to the prestigious legacy of the New Kingdom. Centered at Napata, the region of Jebel Barkal, where Egypt's great Amun temple stood, the Nubian kingdom regarded itself as the true heir of the pharaoh's religious and cultural tradition, even as Egypt proper was fragmented among rival rulers. One catalyst for Nubia's rise was the continuing importance of Amun's cult at Napata. The great temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal became a spiritual capital. Nubian leaders patronized this temple, and the priests of Amun in Napata likely played a role in legitimizing their kingship. We see an intriguing fusion here. Nubian rulers adopted the title and trappings of Egyptian kingship. including calling themselves Son of Re and using Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions. Yet they were proud of their Kushite heritage. The Nabatean monarchs started to build small pyramids for their burials, reviving a form of royal tomb that Egypt's own pharaohs had abandoned centuries earlier. At El Kuru, 4 generations of these kings, from Kashta through his son Pierre and onward, constructed pyramidal tombs, albeit on a smaller scale than the pyramids of Giza. This was a deliberate link to Egypt's old kingdom glory, but carried out in Nubian soil and completely under Nubian control. By approximately 750 BC, the kingdom based at Napata was strong enough to extend its influence into Egypt. The political situation in Egypt at that time was, well, chaotic to say the least. The land was basically split up between local kings and warlords, especially in the Nile Delta. No one was able to unite the country. Ripe for a takeover, that's for sure. And so, seizing the opportunity, King Kashta of Kush moved north into Upper Egypt and peacefully established his authority in Thebes. He basically just walked right in. He even had his daughter, Amenerides, installed as God's wife of Amun in Thebes. That is a powerful priestly position, effectively controlling the Theban region now. Building on this foundation, Kashta's successor, Pierre, often called Pianke, launched a full-scale campaign to reunify Egypt under Kushite rule around 727 BC. Pierre's remarkable expedition is recorded in detail on the Victory Stele of Pierre, a monumental inscription uncovered in Napata. In this text, one of the greatest records of Nubian history, Pierre describes how he marched north from Nubia, defeated a coalition of Egyptian Delta kings, and took control of Egypt up to the Mediterranean. His forces besieged the formidable city of Memphis. Pierre's conquest was not a simple matter of walking into a power vacuum, though. He faced stout resistance, and he prides himself on overcoming the fortified towns of Hermopolis and Memphis, which did not open their gates to him. Well, either way, after each victory, he performed rituals of thanks to Amun. You can't forget to thank Amun, after all, emphasizing that he was not a barbarian invader, but a pious restorer of Ma'at, that Egyptian concept of cosmic order. An anecdote from Pierre's Stele brings to life his character. Upon accepting the surrender of one enemy ruler, he inspected the royal stables, and he was frankly horrified to find the horses starving and neglected. He exclaimed that this cruelty to horses hurt him more than any offense the defeated had committed. How much more painful, my heart, at the starving of the horses than any crime you have done, Pierre says. This vivid detail, recorded 2,700 years ago, not only humanizes the Kushite king, but also reflects the high value that Nubians placed on their war horses, and by extension, their use of them in military. Thus, by 715, the Kushite kings had become pharaohs of Egypt, inaugurating the 25th dynasty of Egypt, a line of rulers from Nubia. For roughly a century, the Kushite pharaohs governed the Nile Valley, from Napata to the Delta. This was a moment of renaissance, too. The Kushite pharaohs saw themselves as reformers and guardians of ancient tradition. They rekindled the Egyptian arts and religion which had decayed during the previous turmoil. For example, King Shabaka, Bianchi's brother and successor, is said to have preserved old religious texts that were in danger of being lost. The 25th dynasty rulers built and restored temples across Egypt and Nubia in the grand style. At Karnak in Thebes, they commissioned works honoring Amun. In the Nubian heartland, they continued to develop Jebel Bakar's sanctuary. The Harka, the most celebrated of the Nubian pharaohs, ruling from 690 to 664, constructed colossal projects. He added a towering columned court to Karnak Temple and a splendid temple at Kawa in Nubia. Under Taharqa, the kingdom of Kush reached as far as Libya in the west, and perhaps had an influence on the Near East too. Notably, he's even in the Bible. They remember him as Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, coming to aid King Hezekiah of Judah against Assyria around 701 BC, one of the rare references to Kush in biblical context. It shows its stature as a great power of the day, regardless. So during their rule over Egypt, the Kushite kings achieved a unique synthesis of cultures, really something to behold. We're talking the 8th and 7th centuries BC at the moment, where they presented themselves as pharaohs, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, yet they never ceased to be proudly Kushite. In both Egyptian hieroglyphs and texts and artistic images, they often stressed their origins in Kush. For instance, they depicted themselves with Kushite features and regalia. Many statues of 25th dynasty pharaohs saw them with a distinctive cap crown and 2 uraeus serpents on the forehead, while Egyptian pharaohs had 1, by the way, perhaps symbolizing rule over 2 lands, Egypt and Kush. No, we don't know, that's more of a speculation. But some ceremonies and royal titles were modified to incorporate more Nubian elements. This period also saw a revival of pyramid building. The Kushite monarchs reintroduced pyramid tombs on a significant scale, constructing them not in Egypt, but in their ancestral cemeteries at El Kuru and later Nuri near Napata. These pyramids were much smaller, typically about 20 to 30 meters high, and a lot steeper than the pyramids of the Giza type. But they were tightly clustered and numerous. Dozens of them still stand in the desert of Sudan today, marking the burials of kings, queens, and nobles. By adopting and adapting this practice, the Kushites linked themselves to the sacred past, and perhaps also distinguished their royal burials from those of contemporary Egyptian dynasts, who by then were burying in tombs, not pyramids, which is, well, explained in another time, I suppose. The 25th dynasty's reign over united Egypt and Kush was dynamic, but it was relatively brief. It faced a formidable external challenge, the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians expanded into the Levant and eventually turned their attention to Egypt. In 671 BC, Emperor Esarhaddon of Assyria invaded Egypt and defeated Taharqa's forces in the north. He retreated to Nubia, regrouped, and even reoccupied Memphis for a time. But in 667, Assyria's new king, Ashurbanipal, campaigned ruthlessly in Egypt. Oh, and he was ruthless. If you want to know more about him, go watch my video on Ashurbanipal. Absolute lunatic. Well, the Assyrians sacked Thebes and forced the Kushites out, installing native vassals in the delta. The last Kushite pharaoh, Taharqa's successor, Tantamani, ruling from Nubia, made a final attempt to regain Egypt, but he was decisively driven back by 664. Hence, by 656, the 25th dynasty's control in Egypt had ended, confined once more to their southern domain. But despite this setback, Kush remained a powerful kingdom, now centered solely in Nubia again, with its capital still at Napata. For several generations after 656, the Napatan kings continued to prosper. They maintained an Egyptian-style state in Nubia, complete with pharaonic titles, court rituals, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. In fact, one could argue, perhaps, that after the Assyrian onslaught, the Kushite realm became the true repository of Egyptian high culture, as political chaos reigned in Egypt itself, and things became a little bit more Assyrian. Well, Napata's monarchs of the 6th century, such as Atlanersa and Senkamantsken, devoted their resources to Nubian temples and pyramid burials. The artistic style of this epic is fascinating too, you really have to see it. royal statues and reliefs from Nubia showing a mix of classical Egyptian proportions but with distinctly Nubian facial features and adornments. However, the Kushites were not entirely left alone after withdrawing from Egypt. In 593, the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik II led a large expedition into Nubia, perhaps aiming to crush any Kushite ambitions of reconquest. Egyptian troops reached Napata and reportedly sacked it, desecrating royal tombs at El Kuru in the process. There is also archaeological evidence of damage around this time, and it likely forced a major political decision. The Kushite kings shifted their capital further south to Meroe. Meroe was a city in the southern part of their domain, near the Sixth Cataract, in the region of modern Sudan's Central Plains. While Napata remained a religious center for some time, royal residence and burial began to transition to Meroe after 590. Of course, this move had profound consequences. It just marks the start of a new era in Nubian history. Following the loss of Egypt and the shock of Psamtik's campaign, Kush recentered itself at Meroe, 300 kilometers south of Napata. Over the subsequent centuries, from the 6th century BC onward, the kingdom of Kush underwent significant cultural evolution. Historians often divide Kushite history into two main phases, the Napatan period and the Meroe period. In reality, the shift, though, was gradual. Initially, kings continued to be buried at Napata until about 300 BC, and Napata's temple of Amun remained pretty important. But Meroe rose up as a thriving center of power, and after a while it pretty much eclipsed Napata. The reason for choosing Meroe likely would include its safer distance from Egypt, its proximity to vital resources, especially the iron ore and hardwood forests, and access to trade routes, both along the Nile and the Red Sea and interior to Africa. As Kushite society oriented around Meroe, it began to look somewhat different from the Napatan kingdom. It was less influenced by Egyptian models and became increasingly distinct. The Meroitic kings and queens still venerated Amun and other Egyptian deities, but they also elevated local gods to prominence, blending and creating a unique religious landscape. One notable indigenous deity was Apademak, often depicted as a lion-headed warrior, who became a state god in the era of Meroe. By the 3rd century BC, Apademak was officially incorporated into the royal pantheon, and splendid temples were dedicated to him. For instance, the Lion Temple at Naka, south of Meroe, featuring reliefs of kings and queens making offerings. But perhaps the most striking development at Meroe was the creation of a new writing system and language. Sometime around the 2nd century BC, the Kushites devised the Meroitic script, replacing Egyptian hieroglyphs for many purposes. The script came in two forms, a cursive form for writing on papyrus, and a hieroglyphic-looking form for monumental inscription. Meroitic script is alphabetic, or more properly, syllabic, with 23 signs, including vowels. This marked a departure from the Egyptian writing, which used hundreds of symbols and no written vowels. By simplifying the writing system, the Meroites made literacy more accessible to natives. Unfortunately, while modern scholars can read the letters of Meroitic, the Meroitic language itself remains only partly understood, as is not clearly related to better-known languages. Thus, many Meroitic texts, mostly religious and funerary, can be sounded out, but their meaning is still a mystery. A tantalizing reminder of how much Kush's intellectual life is yet forgotten to us. Nonetheless, the mere existence of an original script shows to a highly literate bureaucracy and a cultural pride that no longer needed to lean on Egyptian words for self-expression. As for Meroe, the city itself, it grew into a wealthy metropolis. Classical authors described it as a fabulous place, Herodotus heard accounts of Ethiopians, the Greek term for Nubians, whose capital city was Meroe, a city of great size, rich in gold. And then we have Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BC, that Ethiopians of Meroe were the first to worship the gods, and that they taught Egyptians their religion, a rather mythical claim reflecting the high esteem held for Meroe in some circles. And at its height, Meroe's influence extended deep into Africa. The kingdom controlled territories east of the Red Sea coast and south along the Nile, bridging trade between Central Africa, Egypt, and the Greco-Roman world. Caravans carried Nubian exports like gold, ivory, exotic animal skins, ostrich feathers, and elephants for war or perhaps display, while Mediterranean wine, olive oil, and luxury goods came back to them. But the Meroites were still skillful iron workers. In fact, Meroe has actually been called the Birmingham of ancient Africa for its large-scale iron industry. Archaeologists have found huge mounds of iron slag, the waste from smelting, on the outskirts of ancient Meroe. Charcoal furnaces were in operation by at least the 6th and 5th centuries BC, as evidenced by radiocarbon dating of slag deposits around 500. And this makes Meroe one of the earliest iron-producing centers in Africa. The technology allowed the mass production of iron tools and weapons, which would have been a strategic advantage in agriculture, hunting, and warfare. There is even evidence or suggestion that Meroe exported iron ingots or products to its neighbors. Some scholars believe Meroitic iron reached as far as Egypt, and perhaps southwards to what is now Ethiopia. If that's true, Kushite metallurgists might have been responsible for spreading iron technology beyond their own borders, accelerating the African Iron Age. Even without definitive proof of export, the impact of local iron on Meroe's economy was considerable. Iron tools improved farming and allowed larger food production to sustain the growing population. One last hallmark of Meroitic culture was its art and architecture, which combined influences in creative ways. The royal city at Meroe featured elaborate palaces, grand temples, and spacious public baths or pools that hinted luxury and ritual. Meroitic art adopted some Hellenistic and Egyptian motifs, but recombined them into something uniquely Nubian. For instance, the palace site at Musawarat es Sufra, one can find elephants depicted in temple reliefs, reflecting how important these animals, native to the region, were to Kushite royal imagery. Royal statues from Meroe sometimes show the king and queen together in a manner unlike Egyptian convention, perhaps indicating a dual rule or prominently status of queens. Well, by the 1st century, Meroe was a flourishing capital known to the wider world, and the Romans, who had replaced the Greeks in Egypt, they took note of their southern neighbors. In fact, interaction with the Romans would prove to be a defining episode of the history of Meroe. After Rome annexed Egypt in 30 BC, the Kushite kingdom suddenly shared a border with the formidable Roman Empire. At first, relations were relatively peaceful. It's usually how these things go. Trade continued, and Meroe perhaps sent a delegation to Caesar Augustus. But tensions arose over boundary disputes in the area known as the 12-Mile Land, just south of Egypt. In 25 BC, conflict erupted. According to the geographer Strabo, the reigning Kandak of Kush, identified as Candace, described as a one-eyed queen, launched a surprise offensive against Roman Egypt. Kushite troops surged north, raiding the Egyptian frontier at Aswan and Elephantine. They defeated a Roman detachment, and they even took captives. Most famously, they seized several bronze statues of Emperor Augustus and brought them back to Nubia as trophies. One of these, a bronze head of Augustus, was ritually decapitated by the Kushites. The head later ended up buried under the steps of a temple in Meroe. This was a powerful symbolic gesture. By literally having the emperor's head trodden underfoot at the entrance to their victory shrine, the Kushites demonstrated their defiance of Roman might. And amazingly, modern archaeology even confirmed the story. In 1910, British archaeologist John Garstang excavated at Meroe and found the bronze head of Augustus, buried at a temple threshold, pristine condition. It now resides at the British Museum as the Meroe head, a lasting witness to that Nubian triumph. Well, Rome retaliated swiftly. Later in 25 BC, Prefect Gaius Petronius, the Roman governor of Egypt, marched south with 10,000 troops. He recaptured Syene and Elephantine and advanced into Kushite territory. The Romans sacked the city of Napata, causing significant destruction. Strabo dramatizes that they destroyed the royal city and carried off thousands of captives. The Kandak Amanirenas, however, wisely avoided pitched battle after the initial losses. Petronius, finding it difficult to maintain supply lines far south in the hostile Nubian desert, eventually withdrew to the border region, and the war reached a stalemate. In 23 BC, Queen Amanirenas initiated peace negotiations. An envoy of Kush travelled all the way to the Greek island of Samos to meet Augustus himself. The outcome was a remarkably favourable peace treaty for Kush. Rome agreed to pull back its frontier from Napata to Maharaka, and crucially waived tribute from the Kushites. Augustus also returned prisoners Petronius had taken. Essentially, Kush was treated with an unusual degree of respect. Augustus pragmatically saw little value in the endless war in the deep Nile cataracts and chose diplomacy instead. Strabo notes that some surprise that the emperor granted the Meroites everything they asked, including not even having to pay customary tribute to Rome. This peace held for the remainder of the Kushite kingdom's existence. No further major wars with Rome were recorded. They got off pretty easy, I suppose. Trade and cultural contacts, though, they resumed. Roman luxuries like wine, glassware, and possibly Roman coins made their way to Meroe, while Nubia exported their African goods north. The Kushite ruling class even adopted some royal fashions. For instance, one queen is depicted in wall art in what appears to be a Roman-style toga over her dress. Yet the Kushites never became vassals. They retained full independence, and the frontier at Egypt's southern edge became one of mutual toleration. The Roman geographer Pliny the Elder, in the 1st century CE, mentions Candace as the hereditary title of the queens of Meroe, noting that Candace, likely Amanirenas, was famous for her war against Rome, after which the Romans had respected the strength of Nubia. In archaeological terms, the encounter with Rome left traces beyond the head of Augustus. At a fortress in Lower Nubia, Qasr Ibrim, evidence of a Roman garrison exists, but only for a short period. Meroitic inscriptions and temples from the 1st century CE onward sometimes show Roman or Mediterranean influence in art, but Kushite culture remains dominant. Perhaps more intriguing is the impact on the Roman imagination. Roman poets like Lucan later romanticized Meroe as a distant and mysterious kind of land of magic and priests, the home of the Nile's black waters, as he put it. Even as far as Britain, a Kushite archer is said to have served in the Roman army at Hadrian's Wall. An inscription of a man named Ursicinus the Ethiopian might indicate Nubian origin. These little tidbits show that Kush, though politically separate, was part of an interconnected world of antiquity. But like all great kingdoms, Kush eventually declined. By the 2nd century CE, signs of strain appeared. One factor was economic and environmental pressure. Meroe's prosperity had depended on iron working, which demanded vast amounts of charcoal fuel, leading to deforestation, and agriculture, reliant on consistent rainfall and Nile floods. Over centuries, the land around Meroe may have suffered overuse. Deforestation and overgrazing could have led to soil depletion and desertification. Indeed, later classical writers referred to portions of Nubia becoming drier and less arable, as Romans shifted their trade routes, favoring Red Sea ports to access African and Indian goods. Nubia lost some of its intermediary income. The overuse of the land's resources likely weakened the kingdom from within. Modern archaeologists have found evidence of declining crop yields and rural depopulation in parts of Kush during the late Meroitic period, which aligns with these theories. But another factor was internal political change. By the 3rd century CE, the royal burials at Meroe show quite a bit less of lavish grave goods, possibly indicating reduced wealth or a shift in burial customs. We also see more regional autonomy. Outlying districts like Nubia in the far north and areas in the south may have started operating on their own. There is mention of tribal groups like the Nubia, from which the later name Nubia might actually derive, and also the Blemines, the desert nomads. They also become quite restive at later times. The royal line continued, and the title of Kandik appears to still hold importance. But by the 4th century, evidence of strong centralized rule begins to wane. The final blow came from the outside, the rising kingdom of Aksum, or what is now Ethiopia, Eritrea. Aksum was an emergent power southeast of Kush, controlling trade on the Red Sea. Sometime around 330 to 350, the Aksumite king Ezana launched a campaign northward. In Ethiopian inscriptions, Ezana claims to have conquered the peoples of Kasu and Noba, Kasu referring to Kush. He describes defeating a king of Kush and taking his city. This corresponds with archaeological indications that the city of Meroe was abandoned or destroyed in the mid-4th century CE. Ezana's conquest, as if, though thorough as he boasts, effectively marks the end of the kingdom of Kush. The once great capital of Meroe was left in ruins, and no more pyramids were built for Kushite kings after that date. However, Ezana's attack likely hit a kingdom already weakened. One Aksumite inscription suggests there was a revolt in Meroe, or a civil conflict which Ezana had exploited. Additionally, as noted, environmental decline had taken its own toll. Overuse of the land had already depleted the resources of Kush. By the time of the Aksumite invasion, so much that cities that would likely have become abandoned even without the invasion. And so after roughly 900 years with Meroe as a center, and over 2,000 years since the earliest Kerma kingdom, the Kushite state dissolved. Yet the history did not end in Nubia. After the fall of Meroe, smaller successor kingdoms emerged. By the 6th century, Nubia had 3 Christian kingdoms, Nobatia, Makuria, and Alodia, and would last through the Middle Ages, showing that Nubia remained a resilient and important region. The memory of Kush itself faded in much of the world's written records, becoming the stuff of legend about distant Ethiopians. I'm sure they were decent too, give them credit. Well, medieval Islamic geographers knew of Nubian kingdoms, but they had scant knowledge of their grand ancient past. It's only thanks to modern archaeology that we're figuring it out now. In Europe, Nubia and Kush was virtually forgotten as a distant civilization, completely overshadowed by the continual fascination with Egypt. A question. Why would the mighty Roman Empire, known for its generally tolerant stance on a multitude of gods and cults, single out and viciously persecute a small sect of devotees of a crucified Judean? It's pretty puzzling, isn't it? The Roman persecution of early Christians was not a single event, but rather a series of confrontations that unfolded over several centuries. In AD 64, for example, the infamous Emperor Nero famously blamed the Great Fire of Rome on the Christians, therefore subjecting them to horrific punishments. And then we have the historian Tacitus, who describes how Nero, quote, inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Thus the Christians were torn by dogs, crucified, burned alive to serve as nightly illumination in Nero's gardens. Even the Roman onlookers, initially inclined to hate this obscure group, felt pity, sensing that the emperor's cruelty was excessive and unjustified. And such vivid episodes compel us to ask, why did the Romans view the Christian faith as a threat deserving such brutal suppression? It's exactly what we're going to explore today, chronologically mainly, from the persecution of early Christians from its beginning under the First Imperial Dynasty through to the great persecution of the early 4th century. We'll begin by examining Roman attitudes towards religion in general, and then we can understand the foundation on which Christianity emerged. Then, moving on to key historical moments, from Nero's scapegoating of Christians to the empire-wide edicts of later emperors, we'll trace how and why Roman policies evolved. Along the way, we're going to consider both Roman and Christian perspectives. There's two sides to every story. The Roman authorities' rationale, who saw Christians as disloyal or dangerous, and the experiences and responses of Christians, who endured official suspicion and violence. We're going to look at direct quotations from the ancient sources, Roman historians, imperial edicts, Christian apologists. That's what our analysis is grounded in. And by the end, I think we'll have a nuanced understanding of the reasons behind why Roman persecution of Christians, appreciating the collision of religious principles, political expediency, and cultural misunderstandings, was so brutal, and also grimly fascinating. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. For those who have not clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do it. It's right next to the like button. How convenient is that? And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and have checked out the merch store with all of its interesting goodies. Now, with the customary introductions and begging out of the way, let us begin. We go all the way back to those ancient times. So we begin to grasp why Christianity aroused such hostility and fear. And in doing that, we have to understand how Romans traditionally approached foreign religions. You see, the Roman Empire, they were polytheistic, and generally, pretty inclusive. It absorbed and tolerated a wide variety of cults, gods, religious practices across its vast territories. Of course, this is as long as these cults did not disrupt public order or loyalty to the state. That was the caveat. As long as they weren't doing that, well, Rome, more often than not, permitted them to function. In practice, this meant that conquered peoples could continue worshipping their own gods without really any change, often identifying them as with Roman deities in a process known as interpretatio Romana. For example, the Egyptian goddess Isis, the Persian Mithras, and countless local gods were worshipped openly in the empire alongside Jupiter and Mars. The Roman mindset was pretty pragmatic. More gods could only help maintain the pax deorum, divine favor, and that was something that Rome sought to preserve. However, Roman tolerance had its limits. The state distinguished between religio, legitimate proper worship, and superstitio. We don't need to translate that, don't we? Excessive or deviant forms of religious practice. But who's making those sorts of distinctions? You see, traditional Roman cults and those formally accepted by the state fell under religio. But in contrast, rituals that seemed strange, new, or threatening to social order could be branded as superstitio, a negative term, of course, implying impious or even dangerous belief. Notably, secretive or fanatical sects aroused suspicion. A famous example often cited by historians occurred in 186 BC, when the Senate brutally suppressed the Bacchanalian cult, that is, worshippers of Bacchus or Dionysus, due to reports of scandalous rites and conspiracy. This precedent illustrated that when the Romans perceived a cult as subversive or immoral, they didn't hesitate to ban it. Of course, it's all in the name of public morals and security. And so against this backdrop, we have Judaism, which held a unique place in the Roman world. You see, the Jews were a bit different. They worshipped one god exclusively, refusing to honor the other gods or the emperor's divine spirit. And this exclusivity was unusual. Yet Rome largely respected Judaism as an ancient national tradition, a religio licita, permitted religion. And Jews were generally exempted from participating in the imperial cult, as long as they paid their taxes and prayed for the emperor's well-being. Still, if you know your history, occasional tensions flared, especially if Jewish practices seemed to challenge Roman authority. Under Emperor Claudius, a disturbance involving Jews and Chrestus led to an expulsion of Jews, likely including Jewish Christians from the capital. It is in this context of Roman pragmatic tolerance, but sensitivity to perceived subversion that Christianity first appeared. Initially regarded as just another sect of Judaism, the Christian movement began in Judea and quickly spread through the eastern Mediterranean. As long as Christians were seen as just another offshoot of Judaism, they benefited from Judaism's protected status. But critical differences soon drew Roman attention. Unlike mainstream Judaism, Christianity eagerly sought converts from all ethnic groups, spreading in cities all across the empire. Moreover, Christians' refusal to participate in Roman civic religion, to sacrifice to the gods, or acknowledge the emperor's divinity, well, that would come to be seen as a direct challenge to Roman religious policy. What the Romans at first misunderstood or ignored, this tiny little group, by the mid-1st century, became a target of suspicion. The first recorded conflict between the Roman state and the nascent Christian movement occurred under Emperor Claudius around 49 AD. The Roman biographer Suetonius notes in his Life of Claudius, which I do recommend too, Suetonius is fantastic, that the emperor expelled Jews from Rome, since they were constantly rioting at the instigation of Chrestus. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And indeed most scholars interpret Chrestus as a likely reference to Christ. Latin writers often confuse the spelling, suggesting that disputes between Jews and Christian believers in Rome had become somewhat disruptive, and disruption to the harmony is not good. If so, the Roman solution was characteristically pragmatic. Claudius simply banished the people who were causing public disorder. Get rid of the problem by just removing it. It's significant that Suetonius does not distinguish Christians from Jews in this episode. The implication is that Romans still viewed Christians as part of the Jewish community. The measure was not a grand ideological persecution, but more like a police action, a move-on order to restore civic peace. Nevertheless, it's telling that already barely 2 decades after Christianity's founding, strife associated with a new group had drawn imperial intervention. But a far more infamous event soon followed under Emperor Nero. In AD 64, a catastrophic fire consumed much of Rome. Rumors swirled that Nero himself had caused the blaze. He had a reputation. Facing mounting public anger, a scapegoat had to be found. He ducked at the Christians, likely because they were a small and unpopular minority in Rome, and rumors about their abominations were already in circulation. Tacitus describes the scene in chilling detail as follows. To get rid of the report of arson, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called the Christians by the populace. The choice of victim reveals much about Roman attitudes, too. The Christians were hated for their abominations. Now that is a reflection of the wild rumors accusing them of monstrous practices. We're talking about cannibalism and even accusations of incest, due to misunderstandings of the Eucharist and Christians calling each other brother and sister. They were already seen as an immoral sect, even before any official policy was set up against them. Rumors. People were talking. Of course, Nero's persecution was brutal, to say the least. Tacitus records those who confessed to being Christian were arrested, and an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of setting fire to the city as of hatred against mankind. And that phrase, hatred against mankind, odium humani generis, encapsulates how alien Christians appeared to the Roman society. Their refusal to participate and fit in to common social and religious life led to the charge that they just were kind of misanthropes who hated the rest of humanity and did not want to get along with anyone. Now the punishments were ghastly. Some Christians were dressed in animal skins and torn apart by dogs. Others were crucified, kind of irony, and many were burned alive at night, as we said, serving as those human torches to light the imperial gardens. While these atrocities satisfied the bloodlust of some, even Tacitus, who was certainly no friend of the Christians, we have to say, notes that pity arose because the victims seemed to be sacrificed to glut one man's cruelty, rather than to serve in any public interest or good. And the excess of Nero's cruelty backfired somewhat, eliciting sympathy for the Christians as martyrs. But it is crucial to understand that Nero's crackdown, though horrific, sure, was largely a localized response to a specific crisis, i.e. the Great Fire. There was no empire-wide edict or law at this point declaring Christianity illegal. Suetonius, writing a few decades later, mentions quite matter-of-factly that punishment was inflicted upon the Christians, a class of men given to a new and mischievous superstition. There's that word again, superstition. Interestingly, Suetonius lists this among Nero's various administrative actions, separate from the fire, implying that even aside from the incident of the Great Fire, the emperor had already taken a dim view of Christians. Now that label, superstition, is telling. To Roman minds, Christianity was not a legitimate religio, but, as we've said, a illicit superstitio. It was new, brand new, and thus inherently suspect. It seemed to have came out of nowhere, and Romans revered antiquity in religion. The deeper the roots, the better. But it was also mischievous and seen as dangerous in its potential effects on social harmony. Roman writers of the late 1st century thus solidify an image of Christianity as a strange and pernicious cult. Still, it's important to note that after Nero's purge, there is no evidence of an official campaign against Christians for some time. The Flavian emperors, that being Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian in the years 69 to 96, did not issue general laws against Christians. However, there were isolated cases that hinted continued animosity. Emperor Domitian in the 90s AD is sometimes credited with persecuting Christians, though the evidence is a little murky about this, and it might have even been exaggerated by later Christian writers. Both sides are known for exaggerating things a little bit in these early days. But what we do know from the Roman historian Cassius Dio is that Domitian executed or exiled several members of the Roman aristocracy on charges of impiety, or another word for it being atheism, a term often applied to those who rejected the Roman gods. Dio writes that under Domitian, the charge brought against them both was that of atheism, and the charge on which many others who drifted into Jewish ways were condemned. One of those executed was Flavius Clemens. That was the emperor's cousin, believe it or not. His wife was up on charges too, Domitilla, but she wasn't executed, just banished. This phrase likely included converts to Judaism and Christianity too. The Roman authorities refusing to worship Rome's gods was just atheism, effectively treason against the state's religious order. Thus, even absent a large-scale persecution, we see that the stage is certainly set. Christians, often indistinguishable from Jews in Roman eyes at the time, were liable to punishment for what Romans perceived as a rejection of the state's gods and customs. By the end of the 1st century, a pattern had certainly emerged. Christianity was no longer shielded under the umbrella of Jewish protection in the Roman mind. It was a distinct, new superstition, still small, but steadily growing, viewed with a mix of curiosity and contempt. Roman actions against the Christians so far, Claudius's expulsion, Nero's savage pogrom, Domitian's execution of the sympathizing nobles, they were sporadic and tied to specific circumstances. There was not yet a uniform empire-wide policy. That would develop in the 2nd century, as Roman governors and emperors had to grapple more directly with the question, what do we do about the Christians? And so, in the 2nd century, Christians spread further and further throughout the Roman Empire, and their presence increasingly came to the attention of the officials. One of the most illuminating snapshots of Roman policy and attitudes from the period comes from a certain correspondence between Pliny the Younger, who was a provincial governor, and Emperor Trajan himself, around AD 112. Pliny, the governor of Bithynia Pontus, around modern-day Turkey, encountered Christians in his province and was unsure of what to do with them. His letters, which he published as part of the official correspondence, reveal a Roman official attempting to apply reason and Roman law to a new and perplexing situation. Pliny writes to Trajan that he had never participated in trials of Christians, and therefore was uncertain what offences it is to practice, or punish, or investigate, and to what extent. His uncertainty shows that there was no clear legal precedent. Christianity was simply not covered by a specific statute, yet Christians were being denounced to him as potentially criminal. But what laws were they breaking? Pliny's main questions were, is simply being a Christian a punishable crime? Or do we only punish specific legal acts committed by Christians? Whether the name itself without offences, or only the offences associated with the name are to be punished, was, as Pliny puts it, the crux of the matter. No pun intended. In the absence of guidance, Pliny improvised a procedure. He interrogated those who were accused of being Christians, and if they persisted in avowing Christianity after repeated questionings and repeated warnings, he simply ordered them to be executed. If they denied it, and especially if they proved their loyalty by offering incense to the Roman gods and cursing Christ, then he would release them. Roman citizens among the accused were sent to Rome for trial. Pliny justified this approach by reasoning that whatever the nature of their creed, stubbornness, and inflexible obstinacy surely deserves to be punished. This remark is extremely revealing, don't you think? To Pliny, and indeed to many Romans too, the most offensive thing about Christians was their stubbornness, the unyielding refusal to bend the knee to authority by performing such a simple act of reverence to the gods. Such defiance of Roman social norms, the refusal to show loyalty to the emperor and the community by a token act of worship, struck officials as a dangerous and frankly rude form of civil disobedience. Even if Christians were not violent revolutionaries, their principled stubbornness undermined the uniformity of devotion that the Romans believed held the entire empire together. And so, as Pliny investigated further, he discovered that the Christians of Bithynia were, in fact, rather innocuous in their own activities. Those who recanted told him that their meetings were, on a fixed day before dawn, to sing a hymn to Christ as to God, and to bind themselves by oath not to commit crimes, but to live morally. Furthermore, they added that their gatherings ended with a common meal of ordinary harmless food, and that they had ceased even this practice after Pliny banned secret societies. Eager to verify this, Pliny even put 2 female Christian servants to torture, and discovered nothing else but depraved, excessive superstition. In Latin, Pliny calls it superstitio prava immodica, reiterating that the Roman view that Christianity was irrational, debased superstition, not a valid religious belief. In the eyes of Pliny, the issue was not any concrete crime, but the essence of the group's belief and refusal to conform. But Pliny was also alarmed at how Christianity was spreading. He notes that many people of every age, class, and even of both sexes were implicated, and that, quote, the contagion of this superstition has spread not only to the cities but also to the villages and farms. This language of disease, contagion, interesting, isn't it? It again reflects that view that the Romans had of Christianity as socially infectious, and infection need to be checked for the health of a society. But it's not all doom and gloom. On the bright side, Pliny reports that as a result of his actions, the trend could be reversed. Pagan temples that had been almost deserted were being frequented again, and that the market for sacrificial animals had seen somewhat of a rebound. In other words, many lapsed Christians returned to the civic religion when pressured. Exactly the outcome that the Roman state wanted. Trajan's reply to Pliny set a pretty important precedent. The emperor praised his handling of the situation and provided some brief guidelines. Christians are not to be hunted down actively, but if they are denounced and refuse to recant, they have to be punished. Importantly, Trajan added that if a suspected Christian demonstrated repentance by worshipping Roman gods, then he shall obtain a pardon through repentance. Anonymous denunciations were to be disregarded, by the way, to prevent malicious, false accusations. Trajan's rescript essentially made official a de facto policy. Christianity was a punishable offense. The very name Christian was grounds for punishment, but the state would not actively seek out Christians or conduct a kind of witch hunt to find them. The policy aimed to balance pragmatism with principle. The Roman government did not want to devote endless resources to ferreting out every believer, nor did it wish to needlessly start creating martyrs. But it also insisted that the imperial cult and Roman gods be respected in public. Outright defiance of that rule could not be tolerated. Christians thereby existed in a precarious legal gray zone. Effectively, they were always potentially criminals if someone chose to accuse them. Living under the threat of sudden denunciation, it's not good for anybody, isn't it? The Pliny-Trajan correspondence shows persecution in practice on the ground. Not continuous violent oppression, but a series of procedures triggered by local complaints. It also shows a key reason for Roman persecution: the Christians' refusal to participate in the state religion that was seen as a denial of Roman authority and tradition. So from the Roman perspective, this could look like subversion, or at least a source of divine disfavor. A Christian writer, Tertullian, summed up the Roman attitude with a bit of acerbic wit. If the Tiber rises as high as the city walls, if the Nile does not send its waters up over the fields, if the famine or pestilence, straight away the cry is, away with the Christians to the lion. In other words, Christians were a convenient scapegoat for pretty much any calamity the Romans could find. Blamed as culprits because of their impiety was thought to anger the gods. Tertullian's remark from around AD 197 shows how deeply the idea had taken root that Christians, by refusing to honor the old gods, imperiled the welfare of the entire society, and that had to be punished. Roman policy in the 2nd century, following Trajan's line, generally continued in this vein. There was no new law openly declaring Christianity illegal, yet the principle was clear. Adherence to it was punishable by death, unless one recanted. Successive emperors mostly upheld Trajan's approach. Under Hadrian, who reigned 117 to 138, the trend was towards restraining undue zeal. We have a letter from Hadrian to the proconsul of Asia, Minucius Fundanus, around 125, responding to complaints of mob violence against Christians. Hadrian instructs that officials should not punish Christians without proper trial or evidence. Quote, "If anyone therefore accuses them and shows them that they are doing anything contrary to the laws, do not pass judgment according to the heinousness of the crime, but, by Hercules, if anyone bearing an accusation through mere calumny, punish him." False accusers were to be penalized, and mere cries from the crowd were not enough, a measure to ensure some legal integrity. This rescript preserved by the historian Eusebius, reveals a Roman desire to control excesses. Now don't get confused, Hadrian was not endorsing Christianity. He was just curbing chaotic persecutions driven by hysteria rather than law. Despite relatively moderate stances by emperors like Hadrian and Antoninus Pius, persecutions still erupted in the 2nd century, most of the time stirred up by local hostility. For example, in Smyrna, around AD 155, the bishop Polycarp was martyred. A frenzied crowd shouted for his death, calling Christians atheists, those deniers of the gods. The Roman proconsul offered to spare Polycarp if he was to swear by the genius of Caesar and curse Christ, essentially proving his loyalty to Rome. Well, guess what? Polycarp did not do this, and his refusal led to his execution, burning. Pretty typical of how these situations played out. Similarly, in Lyon, which used to be called Lugdunum in Gaul in 177, an outbreak of mob violence led to dozens of Christians being imprisoned and then brutally executed. Such incidents usually originated from public anger or scapegoating in times of misfortune, which then pressured officials to act. Governors would then apply the standard policy, give the accused Christians a chance to recant and sacrifice, and those who didn't, execute them. Even the philosophically minded like Marcus Aurelius, reigning 161 to 180, did not halt the persecutions. His reign saw some notable martyrdoms, actually, but it's not that Aurelius personally set out to exterminate Christians, but neither did he really sympathize with them. His own writings show a dismissive view of the faith. In Meditations, Marcus praises the soul that is ready to depart life, quote, of its own judgment, not from mere obstinacy with the Christians, but considerately and with dignity. This brief remark shows a little bit of the emperor's mindset. He regarded the Christians' eagerness for martyrdom as stubborn and somewhat misguided, lacking the rational serenity that his Stoic philosophy valued so much. To Aurelius, the Christians were exactly that, just misguided enthusiasts. Sincere, sure, but irrational. In practice, he allowed governors to continue enforcing the laws against them, which is why during his reign, figures like a Justin Martyr were executed in Rome, and the massacre at Lyon occurred in the provinces. From the Roman point of view in the 2nd century, Christians were just problematic, primarily because they just refused to conform. It posed a challenge to religious unity, and by extension, the empire's relationship with the gods. They also formed a distinct social group that met privately and pledged allegiance to a leader other than the emperor, behaviors that made officials uneasy, especially in times of war or plague when unity was at a premium. Yet it's important to note that persecutions in this era were intermittent and localized still. Still, we're waiting for that concrete empire-wide effort to eliminate Christianity. The pattern was reactive and governed by the prevailing policy of offering the loyal sacrifice test. But the nature of Roman persecution changed in the 3rd century, as the empire itself was plunged into crisis. Between AD 235 and 284, Rome endured political chaos, dozens of usurpers, and short-lived emperors, economic breakdown, pestilence, and external invasions. Not a good time to be a Roman. And in such an environment, emperors became more concerned than ever with restoring the traditional stability, and that included the favor of the old gods. The Christian refusal to sacrifice to them or the divine emperor, once an occasional annoyance, now looked like an all-out threat to imperial survival. The result was the first truly empire-wide persecutions initiated by imperial edict. The first came under Emperor Decius in AD 249–51. Decius, confronting a disintegrating empire, initiated a dramatic policy. He ordered all subjects of the empire to perform a sacrifice to the Roman gods and the genius of the emperor, and to obtain a certificate proving that they had done so. Uh-oh, the Christians are not going to do that. This was kind of like a universal test of loyalty, aimed at reviewing people's devotion throughout Roman society. It wasn't explicitly targeted at Christians, by the way, but in practice it of course placed them into a terrible dilemma. Devout Christians could not offer a pagan sacrifice without betraying their faith. Decius's edict thus triggered a crisis of conscience across Christian communities. Many Christians complied or found ways to evade the requirement. Some had obtained fake certificates, but many refused and were punished. Bishops, seen as community leaders, were especially targeted. Fabian, the Bishop of Rome, was executed in 250, and others were locked up. Although we lack the text of Decius's edict, later Christian writers portray it as an attempt to exterminate the church. Whether Decius actually intended that or simply wanted religious unity, the effect was a wave of persecution across the empire. It was the first time being Christian was tantamount to a capital crime everywhere, by imperial command. The persecution was severe, but relatively brief. It abated after Decius died in battle mid-251, but still, it set a precedent for empire-wide action. After some respite, persecution flared again under Emperor Valerian, 253–260. Valerian renewed persecutions in 257, first banning Christian assemblies and exiling non-compliant clergy, then escalating to an order in 258 to execute Christian leaders and confiscate property of high-ranking Christian laity. This edict claimed the lives of prominent figures such as Pope Sixtus II and Cyprian of Carthage. Valerian's aim seemed to be to decapitate the church and cow its members, especially the elite, into conformity. In contrast to Decius's broad approach, Valerian was a lot more targeted. He focused on bishops, priests, and any influential Christians who refused to toe the line. And thus Valerian's persecution ended abruptly when he was captured in war by the Persian king in 260. Pretty humiliating fate. His son and his successor Gallienus immediately changed course. Gallienus, surprise, surprise, issued an edict of toleration, the first ever for Christians, and that halted persecution and even allowed confiscated church property to be restored. From AD 260 to 303, the church enjoyed relative peace empire-wide. This period, sometimes called the Little Peace of the Church, saw Christianity grow in numbers and organization. By the end of the 3rd century, Christians were found in all social strata and regions, even in the imperial household and the army. The church's resilience and expansion during this time meant that any future persecution would face a much larger and more entrenched Christian population. Yet, the fundamental clash between the Christian exclusivity and the Roman state religion was far from resolved. It was merely in abeyance. The final and most extreme persecution was just around the corner, triggered by a combination of renewed imperial absolutism and conservative backlash. When Diocletian became emperor in 284, he reorganized the emperor into a tetrarchy, that is the rule of 4, with 2 senior Augusti, Diocletian and Maximian, and two junior Caesars, Galerius and Constantius. For most of his reign, Diocletian coexisted with the growing Christian minority without really any incident. Christians even served in the army at his own court. However, his Caesar Galerius was a zealot adherent of the old religion and harbored deep hostility towards the new Christians. According to Lactantius, a later Christian chronicler, as the turn of the new century approached, Galerius pressed the aging Diocletian to act decisively against the Christians, casting them as a kind of threat to unity and pax deorum of the empire. A dramatic incident at the imperial palace in Nicomedia, an oracle allegedly failing to give a prophecy due to the presence of an impure Christian individual, finally convinced Diocletian to act. And so, in February of 303, Diocletian would initiate what would become the Great Persecution with a series of sweeping edicts. He first ordered Christian scriptures be burned, churches demolished, and civil rights withdrawn. Next, all Christian clergy were arrested and compelled to sacrifice to the gods on pain of torture. Finally, by 304, every subject was required to perform sacrifice to the pagan gods, with execution as the penalty for refusing. All these edicts, taken together, aimed at nothing less than the desired eradication of Christian worship and the forcible return of the population to the old ways. The enforcement was of course brutal, especially in the eastern provinces where Diocletian and Galerius held sway. Many Christians defied the edicts and were imprisoned, tortured, or executed for refusing to sacrifice. Some were burned alive, others thrown to wild beasts, or beheaded, the traditional fates of martyrs. However, in the western provinces, the persecution was much less thorough. Constantius, the Caesar ruling Gaul and Britain, largely ignored the more bloodthirsty commands, contenting himself with destroying a few churches. Thus the intensity of the great persecution varied across the empire. But what motivated this ferocious campaign? The official rationale can be gleaned from an extraordinary document issued at its end, the Edict of Toleration by Galerius in AD 311. By 311, Diocletian had retired, and Galerius himself, now Augustus, had laid fatally ill. In this edict, Galerius proclaimed an end to the persecution, and in doing so, spelled out why it was undertaken. He explains that the emperors had desired to bring all things into harmony with the ancient laws and public order of the Romans, and to provide that even the Christians who had left their religion of their fathers should come back to reason. Basically, the aim was to restore the ancient laws and the old social cohesion back to the glory days by correcting what they saw as Christian obstinacy against the ancestral path. Christians, Galerius said, had fallen into such a folly that they would not obey the institutes of antiquity, instead holding their own assemblies. The language portrays Christianity as a reckless deviation from custom. The emperor saw it as their duty to recall these errant subjects to the fold of Roman tradition. Galerius then candidly admits that coercion had only partial success. Quote, "When our law was promulgated, many were subdued by the fear of danger. Many even suffered death. And yet, since most of them persevered in their determination, and we saw that they neither paid the reverence and awe due to the gods nor worshipped the God of the Christians, we have resolved to grant indulgence." This is a remarkable concession, isn't it? Despite killing many Christians, the emperors found that Christian movement as a whole was preserved. Some former Christians, having apostatized under duress turned out not to worship the Roman gods so sincerely. Thus, the persecution failed to achieve its goal of unity. It even created a populace of disaffected people who revered neither the old gods nor the Christian God. In light of this, Galerius declares an end to the persecution and allows Christians to exist once more, holding their assemblies as long as they do nothing contrary to public order. Tellingly, he asks Christians to pray for the welfare of the emperors and state in return, effectively acknowledging Christianity as a reality in the empire and soliciting its divine aid. Galerius's edict, issued in Nicomedia, April 30th, 311, thus terminated the great persecution in the east. In the west, persecution had largely ceased earlier, especially after Constantius' son Constantine came to power in 306 and showed favor to the Christians. 2 years later, in 313, Emperors Constantine and Licinius met in Milan and agreed on a further-reaching edict, the Edict of Milan. That granted full freedom of religion to Christians and restitution of church property across the empire, and the long era of persecution was finally over. So really, the Roman persecution of early Christians was kind of a complex mix of social, religious, and political factors. It was no one thing. Now, religiously, the exclusivist monotheism of Christianity somewhat clashed with the more inclusive polytheism of Rome. The Christians' refusal to worship the emperor and partake in sacrifices, it was a slap in the face to the Roman notions of piety and loyalty. To Romans, this impiety and even treason, potentially inviting the wrath of the gods upon their community, was just not something they could tolerate. The Christians in Roman eyes were atheists for denying the traditional gods, and adherents of a mischievous superstition rather than a real and respectable faith. And socially, Christians were seen as separatists, strange loners. They often kept to themselves, meeting in private, and abstained from many normal civic activities, public games, festivals, and sacrifices. And that bred distrust and rumors. And it was these wild rumors that painted them as immoral conspirators. That charge of hatred of mankind that Tacitus mentions encapsulates how Christians were perceived as outsiders who repudiated the common values of Roman society. For a Roman emperor or governor, the notion that a sect refused to perform the simple act of emperor worshipping or sacrifice, well, they were acts that bound the empire together, that was deeply troubling. The Roman state was always concerned with order and unity as the most important thing. So what began as local sporadic actions, that is, Nero's scapegoating to placate the angry citizens, evolved into principled policy decisions when emperors like Decius sought to revive traditional religion as a means to save a crumbling empire. The persecutions often intensified during times of crisis. Marcus Aurelius's reign saw war and plague. The mid-3rd century was chaos. Diocletian's time saw a major effort to reinforce imperial ideology, precisely when unity was most needed. Emperors did not persecute Christianity out of sheer cruelty or madness. Well, maybe Nero did a little bit. But they did so to believe, because they sincerely believed that Christians' refusal to honor Rome's gods undermined the emperor's security and divine protection. In their view, a refusal to sacrifice was tantamount to an attempt to weaken the empire. But from the Christian viewpoint, these persecutions fulfilled the expectations that disciples would suffer as martyrs to their faith, exactly as their Lord had told them. Martyrs like Polycarp, Cyprian, and others went to their death holding that obedience to God came before obedience to any earthly authority. They interpreted Roman actions as a diabolical assault on the one true religion, and at the same time, they tried to defend themselves in the court of public opinion. Writers such as Tertullian and other apologists addressed the Roman authorities, arguing that Christians were loyal subjects who in fact prayed for the emperor, that they committed no crimes, and they were being persecuted solely for their name. Roman readers rarely heeded these pleas, of course, but they stand out as evidence that Christians sought understanding and coexistence, even as they braced for their own martyrdom. And so the Roman persecutions, brutal as they were, ultimately failed to destroy Christianity. In fact, they often had the opposite effect, strengthening the resolve of Christians and inspiring admiration from some pagans too. Within a few years of the final persecution, Emperor Constantine's conversion would initiate a new era. The once persecuted faith would become the favored religion of the empire. The long ordeal between Rome and Christianity demonstrates how profoundly the new faith tested the old order, and how, in trying to stamp it out, the Roman authorities inadvertently highlighted the very virtues of conviction and community that helped Christianity endure and flourish. A stonemason's son, roaming the bustling Athenian marketplace and striking up a conversation with anybody willing to have one. His face likened to a satyr, broad nose, bulging eyes, walking barefoot in shabby clothes. Yet people stop and listen. This figure is Socrates. Despite, or perhaps because of, his self-depreciating claim, "I know only that I know nothing," he sparked a revolution in thought. It was 399 BC that Socrates stood trial for his life, accused of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the city's gods. Instead of pleading for mercy, he used the opportunity to teach, challenging Athens one last time with his unwavering commitment to truth and virtue. But why exactly did this eccentric old man prefer death to abandoning his principles? To answer that is to go deep into the real teachings of Socrates. Lessons delivered not in formal lectures or books, but in relentless questions and an exemplary life. And that's what we're going to do today. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Talking about Socrates today. What exactly did he teach? We're going to explain it in the most simplistic manner that we can, so that we can all understand exactly what was going on. Now, first of all, thank you very much to those who have already clicked that like and subscribe button. For those who have not already done so, I assume that you will take the next few seconds to do so. Thank you in advance. And thank you once again to those who checked out the merch store and those supporting on the Patreon. Always good to see that, keeping the channel going. Now, without further ado and all the customary introductions out of the way, all out of good manners, of course, we can begin. Of course, the best place to start is by giving a little background on who Socrates actually was, for those who are new and for not quite familiar with him. So the story starts 470 BC in Athens, a time of cultural flowering and political turmoil. Socrates had lived through the golden age of Athens, but also the destructive Peloponnesian War. Unlike the typical image of a cloistered scholar, Socrates served as a hoplite, that is a foot soldier, in the Athenian army, distinguishing himself with bravery in battles at Pontidea and Delium. Yet it was not military prowess or public office that made him famous. It was his distinct approach to philosophy. There's many paths to glory in ancient Greece. Philosophy was certainly one of them. Athens in the 5th century BC was teeming with new ideas, where sophists, the wandering professional teachers, promised to impart wisdom and success for a fee. However, Socrates seemed to have positioned himself quite differently. He claimed to possess no wisdom to sell, had a modest upbringing, and by some accounts trained in his father's craft of stone masonry, and he never wrote a single word of philosophy. Instead, he made the streets of Athens his classroom, engaging ordinary citizens, politicians, craftsmen, and young aristocrats in dialogues about the deepest questions of human life. Socrates' era valued public debate and rhetoric, but he became notorious for turning conventional discussion on its head. He didn't lecture or proclaim grand theories about the cosmos. In fact, he often professed ignorance about many subjects, with a shrug of the shoulders. I don't know. Ask someone else, maybe. It takes a lot of guts to admit that. But what he did do was ask questions. He was great at starting conversations, getting people to think. Simple yet disarmingly profound questions like, what is virtue? What is justice? Those who stopped to talk with him often found themselves entangled in a rigorous examination of their own beliefs. It was through these conversations that Socrates developed a following of young students, fascinated by his charisma and intellect. Among them was Plato and, of course, Xenophon, who would later record his words and deeds. However, he also attracted suspicion and hostility from some of his fellow Athenians, who viewed his constant questioning as subversive. So to understand Socrates' teaching, we have to know our sources. Socrates wrote nothing himself, as we mentioned, so what we know comes from three main contemporaries. The first is Plato, of course. That is Socrates' most famous student, who wrote philosophical dialogues with Socrates as the central character. Plato's early works, like Apology or Euthyphro, are considered fairly reliable portrayals of Socratic thought, while later works tend to use Socrates as more of a mouthpiece for Plato's own ideas. Xenophon was another student of Socrates, a soldier and historian. His writings about Socrates, such as the Memorabilia and Apology, depict a more practical, plain-spoken teacher. His Socrates gives common-sense moral advice and engages in down-to-earth conversations, somewhat complementary to the image we get from Plato. And then, lastly, we have the playwright and contemporary of Socrates, Aristophanes, who lampooned him in a comedy called The Clouds. Aristophanes portrays Socrates as a caricature, a sophist and natural philosopher with his head literally in the clouds, which shows how some Athenians perceived Socrates' activities with either skepticism or some outright ridicule. But each source provides a different angle. Plato gives us the philosophical depth for Socratic thinking. Xenophon offers glimpses of Socrates' everyday interactions and personality, and Aristophanes reflects the public satire and, I suppose, the misunderstandings that Socrates had faced. So by triangulating these accounts, that is how we sketch the historical Socrates and his core teachings with a little bit more confidence. But we always have to be aware that we are seeing him through others' eyes and perhaps others' judgment. But if there is one singular thing that Socrates is famous for, it is his method of teaching. Rather than delivering sermons or writing treatises, Socrates taught by asking questions and engaging in dialogue. This approach, now known as the Socratic method, was his hallmark. He would begin by feigning ignorance, what is often called Socratic irony. For example, he might approach a self-assured politician or a reputed expert and say, "I know nothing about courage. Perhaps you can explain what courage really is." As the person attempted to define or explain the concept, Socrates would probe deeper with more questions. What do you mean by that? Is that true in all cases? Are there any exceptions? When the interlocutor offered an answer, Socrates examined it for logical consistency and clarity. Through this relentless questioning, Socrates exposed contradictions or gasps in his partner's knowledge. The immediate result was often called aporia, a state of puzzlement or impasse, where the person realizes they do not actually know what they thought they knew. Far from being mere intellectual showmanship, this was precisely Socrates' goal. He believed that recognizing one's own ignorance is the first step toward genuine understanding. He compared himself to a gadfly stinging the sluggish horse of Athens, irritating people in order to awaken them to reality. By unsettling complacent confidence, Socrates opened the way for true learning. I suppose for some people, it is very confronting when they're exposed for not being the reputed experts that they had thought themselves to be, and perhaps convinced many others that they were. You can see why Socrates was not universally popular, sure. So in practice, a typical Socratic dialogue, as described in Plato's early works, goes through stages. First, Socrates poses a big question. For example, what is justice? It's hard for us to explain it, isn't it, right? We all want justice. But define it. That's where Socrates comes in. Of course, somebody ventures an answer, and then Socrates asks clarifying questions, and perhaps proposes hypothetical situations to test the answer. Now, if there is inconsistencies emerging, the answer is refined, or a new one is proposed. The cycle repeats, often ending with the participants admitting that they have not yet found a satisfactory definition. This process is called elenchus, or cross-examination. While it can feel negative, since Socrates often disproved false beliefs without giving a final truth, Socrates saw it as profoundly constructive. It cleared away false knowledge, the illusion of understanding, and spawned a deeper quest for truth. An example of the Socratic method in action is found in Plato's dialogue Euthyphro. Socrates meets Euthyphro, a man confident that he knows all about piety, that is, holiness. Socrates, professing his own ignorance about what piety really means, asks Euthyphro to define it. Each definition Euthyphro gives, piety is what the gods love, for instance, prompts Socrates to examine the inconsistencies, raising the famous dilemma. Do the gods love the pious because it is pious, or is it pious because they love it? It's a good point. Either way, by the end, Euthyphro abandons the conversation in pure frustration, confidence surely shaken. But Socrates' goal wasn't to lord over people and humiliate them, but just to demonstrate that true wisdom begins by acknowledging how much you do not know. This question-driven pedagogy was radically different from the didactic teaching of the sophists. Socrates charged no fees and often drew no firm conclusions, whereas sophists were paid to deliver polished lectures or rhetoric. In fact, Socrates insisted that he was not a teacher at all in the conventional sense. He likened himself to a midwife even, helping others give birth to their own understanding. This maeutic or midwifery aspect of his method meant that knowledge had to come from within the student, through critical thinking and self-reflection. By refusing to spoon-feed answers, Socrates empowered his listeners to think for themselves. It's an approach that's still used in education and law schools today, at least the good ones, where instructors ask probing questions to develop students' reasoning rather than just telling them the facts. Now, you've got to remember that Socrates' questioning style was not some gimmick. It stemmed from a deep philosophical stance about knowledge itself. One of the most famous anecdotes about Socrates is the story of the Delphic oracle. According to Plato's Apology, Socrates' friend Chaerephon once asked the oracle of Delphi, that is a priestess famed for prophetic utterances. I have a video on Greek oracles if you're interested. Whether anybody was wiser than Socrates, that was the question. The oracle replied that no one was wiser. Now when Socrates heard this, he was pretty confused, since he never considered himself to be wise at all. Determined to understand the god's message, he set out to find someone wiser than himself, questioning prominent men who had a reputation for wisdom, politics, and also poets and craftsmen. But what he found was that while many people thought themselves to be wise, their understanding fell apart under careful examination. They believed they knew a great deal, but in truth, they did not. It was all surface level. Socrates realized that, paradoxically, he was the wisest, but only in the sense that he alone recognized his own ignorance. He concluded, "I am wiser than this man." Neither of us probably knows anything worthwhile, but he thinks he knows something when he does not, whereas I, as I do not know anything, do not think that I do. Now this insight is often summarized as the famous, "I know that I know nothing." It's become a cornerstone of Socratic thought, a statement of profound intellectual humility. Socrates was not literally claiming to know nothing at all, of course, but rather that he lacked the true wisdom about the ultimate truths. This awareness made him perpetually inquisitive and open-minded. It's the reason why he kept asking questions. Every conversation was an opportunity for both him and his interlocutor to inch closer to genuine knowledge, and that's definitely a conversation worth having. But importantly, Socrates also believed that acknowledging ignorance could protect one from false confidence and moral error. He saw pretensions to knowledge as dangerous. If a leader claims to know what justice is, but really does not, he might create unjust laws, thinking them to be righteous. Socrates' antidote was to always test and examine such claims. His skepticism about his own knowledge was not cynicism, not at all. It was more of a positive strategy for broad learning. By admitting, "I don't have any answers, let's find out together," he modeled an approach to truth that values constant inquiry over easy certainty. This attitude is the heart of what we now call the Socratic spirit, a combination of humility and relentless curiosity. And I hope that we can all be imbued with that spirit. But Socrates' intellectual humility was coupled with a kind of confidence in reason. He trusted that through disciplined questioning, humans could get closer to the truth. He devoted his life to this search. Even at his trial, when confronting the jury, Socrates did not abandon this stance. He famously told the court that if they offered to acquit him on the condition he stopped practicing philosophy, that he would refuse. Of course, we get another famous quote from this part of his life, which is, "The unexamined life is not worth living for a human being," which is what he declared in his defense. To cease questioning and examining, to pretend one had all the answers, or to simply accept the dogmatic thought of the time, would be for Socrates worse than death anyway, or at least to live less than fully. It's a striking statement, delivered in the face of a possible death sentence. It shows how earnest Socrates was about the importance of continual inquiry and self-examination. While Socrates claimed not to have knowledge of astronomy or cosmology, or other subjects that the earlier philosophers pursued, he did have strong convictions about ethical matters. In fact, ancient writers like Aristotle credit Socrates with bringing philosophy down from the heavens, as in, well, making it focused more on ethics and human life. rather than things out of human spheres of control. Socrates was less interested in what the stars were made of, and far more interested in questions like, what is the right way to live? What is justice, courage, piety? Can virtue be taught? Things like this. These questions of moral philosophy were at the center of Socrates' conversations, and from the records we have, a distinctive ethical viewpoint emerges. At the heart of Socratic ethics is the idea that virtue and knowledge are intimately linked, even in a sense, the same thing. Socrates repeatedly suggested that if a person truly knows what is good, he or she will do what is good. Conversely, all wrongdoing arises from ignorance. This claim is sometimes called the Socratic paradox, because it challenges our usual assumptions about weakness of will. Most people might say, I know what the right thing to do is, but I just don't do it. Socrates would respond that if you fail to do the right things, then you didn't really know, at least not in the full, proper sense of knowing what the right thing was. Perhaps you were aware of the right thing, but you did not fully understand the right thing. For Socrates, genuine knowledge isn't just about intellectual awareness. It penetrates one's character and motivates someone into right action. For example, in Plato's dialogue Protagoras, Socrates argues against the idea that someone can know the good but choose the bad. He insists that no one errs or does wrong willingly, another one of his famous maxims. Every person, he argues, naturally desires what they believe is good for them. If they do evil or make harmful choices, it must be because they are mistaken. They actually believe at some level what they're doing will bring some good or happiness, even if they're wrong about it. In short, all evil is the result of ignorance. This is a radically intellectualist view of morality. Becoming a better person is fundamentally about becoming wiser. To know justice is to act justly. To know courage is to act courageously. And from this perspective, the cultivation of virtue is the cultivation of knowledge. Not technical or scientific knowledge, but a deep understanding of the knowledge of what is truly good. Are you staying with me? Well, Socrates often emphasized caring for one's soul, that is the seat of wisdom and character, above all worldly concerns. According to Plato's Apology, Socrates told the jurymen that his divine mission was to persuade them to care not for wealth or reputation, but for virtue and wisdom first and foremost, saying, quote from the Apology, "Wealth does not bring goodness, but goodness brings wealth and every other blessing, both to the individual and to the state." This conviction that moral virtue is the highest good colored every single aspect of Socrates' life and teaching. So let's just summarize some key principles, just so we're very, very clear on everything. Ones that Socrates taught about ethics and virtues. First, it is that virtue is the highest good. Moral excellence is more valuable than fame, power, or money, and a virtuous soul is your most precious possession. The next is that virtue is knowledge. True goodness requires true understanding. If you genuinely know what is right, you will do what is right. No one errs willingly. Everyone naturally desires what they think is good. If a person acts wrongly, it is only because they are mistaken or ignorant about what good truly is. Also, it's better to suffer than to do wrong, or suffer wrong than to do wrong, pardon me. That is, committing an injustice harms your soul, which is worse than any harm you might suffer as a victim. Therefore, one must never do wrong, even in return. And lastly, the unexamined life is not worth living. Living ethically requires constant self-reflection. Socrates believed that only by continually examining your beliefs and actions, we can keep our souls aligned with virtue and truth. The ideas themselves might sound a little abstract, but Socrates made them concrete through dialogues. For instance, in Plato's Crito, we see Socrates in prison after being sentenced to death. His wealthy friend Crito offers to finance an escape and urges Socrates to flee and save his life. But Socrates refuses. He doesn't base his refusal on simple loyalty to the city or a death wish. Instead, he engages Crito in a discussion about justice and injustice. Socrates leads Crito to agree that doing wrong is never justified, even if one has been wronged. So escaping from prison would violate the laws and harm the city that raised him, which Socrates sees as an unjust act. So he concludes that it is better to accept the unjust verdict than to commit an injustice himself by breaking the laws. So this exemplifies his commitment to the principle that one must never do evil, even in response to evil, a commitment born from his belief that maintaining virtue, justice, is more important than any other consequence. Socrates' stance that virtue is knowledge was later criticized by philosophers like his pupil Plato, who in later works recognized that people can act against their better knowledge, and also by Aristotle, who developed the concept of akrasia, that is, weakness of will. Yet Socrates' bold assertion was meant to jolt his contemporaries into rethinking morality. If all people really seek the good, then moral education is the crucial task, and ignorance, that's the true enemy. Socrates devoted himself to fighting that ignorance. He didn't merely want to win arguments. He wanted his interlocutors to become better. Xenophon's accounts often highlight this aspect. Socrates is a moral guide who tries to cure the perplexities of his friends and lead them toward more virtuous lives. In Xenophon's Memorabilia, we see Socrates tutoring companions on self-discipline, responsibility, and justice in very practical terms, always steering them to see that understanding the good leads to doing the good. Socrates seems to have seen himself as having a kind of divine mission. He famously likened himself to a gadfly stinging a great but sluggish horse, that being the Athenian state, preventing it from becoming complacent. In his trial speech, Apology, Socrates explains that by pestering people with questions and goading them to think, he is actually doing the city a service, keeping it awake morally and intellectually. This was not a role he sought for fame or pleasure. He believed he was guided by a divine calling. Socrates mentions a peculiar inner voice or sign, his daimonion, which he experienced as a sort of spiritual intuition that would warn him when he was about to take a wrong step. Interestingly, this inner voice never told him what to do. It only stopped him from doing certain things. He notes that it often fell silent when he was on the right path. He took the existence of this guiding voice as evidence that he was meant to live the life of a philosopher in the way he did. The idea of the examined life flows directly from Socrates' mission, because he believed that care of the soul through pursuit of wisdom and virtue was the highest duty. He practiced and preached constant self-examination and discussion. When he says the examined life is not worth living, he's emphasizing that a life without reflection, where one simply follows the crowd or adheres to uncritically accepted beliefs, is a waste of time and potential. For Socrates, every person has the capacity and even the responsibility to reflect on questions like, what is my life aiming at, and are my beliefs justified? Only through such reflection can one improve their soul. In Plato's Apology, Socrates recounts how he went around questioning people as service to the gods following the oracle's pronouncement. He admits this behavior earned him quite a lot of hostility, as nobody likes to have their ignorance revealed, of course. Yet he persisted, Believing that provoking thought was the greatest good he could do for others, he says to the jury, "I shall never cease from the practice and teaching of philosophy, exhorting anyone whom I meet, saying, are you not ashamed of caring so much for money and fame and ambition, when you neither think nor care about wisdom and truth and the perfection of your soul?" This captures Socrates' mission in his own words, to remind his fellow citizens to prioritize their state of their soul, their moral and intellectual integrity over material concerns. It's worth noting, though, that Socrates was not universally appreciated as a noble gadfly, that's for sure. Many Athenians felt stung in less positive ways. To those he publicly embarrassed, I suppose exposing their ignorance on a grander scale, he was a nuisance, or even a dangerous influence on the youth, since many young Athenians enjoyed watching venerable figures being reduced to confusion by Socrates' questions. Over the years, these tensions built up. Athenians, proud of their wisdom or status, didn't take kindly to this strange man exposing their ignorance. And indeed, some of Socrates' own followers became controversial. Alcibiades, yes, that one, a brilliant but treacherous politician and general, had been close to Socrates in his youth, and Critias, one of the violent 30 tyrants who briefly overthrew Athenian democracy, had also associated with Socrates. By 399, 3 citizens, Meletus, Anytus, and Lycon, brought formal charges against Socrates for, quote, not recognizing the gods the city recognizes, introducing new divinities, and corrupting the youth, which was effectively a trial of Socrates' way of life and teaching. Socrates met his trial with the same steadfast commitment to his principles that he had shown all his life. He defended himself by explaining his mission and questioning his accusers in turn. Famously, rather than ingratiate himself with the jury, he maintained an unapologetic tone. When found guilty, he was given a chance to propose a lesser penalty than death. In a bit of a characteristic irony, he suggested that far from punishing him, the city should reward him with free meals for life at the town hall, the sort of honor given to an Olympic champion, because in his view, he really had helped Athens by challenging its citizens to think. Of course, this did not amuse the jury. They didn't see the joke, I suppose. Juries are not known for their good humor, and it likely contributed to the vote for the death penalty. However, Socrates was not being flippant. He genuinely believed in the positive value of his philosophic mission. One of the official accusations against Socrates was impiety, that is, failing to acknowledge the city's gods or introducing new ones. And this charge is pretty interesting because Socrates often spoke about the gods and was notably guided by a spiritual inner voice. So how did Socrates conceive of piety and the divine? The evidence is somewhat mixed and comes primarily from Plato's Euthyphro and Apology, along with Xenophon's writings. We'll start with Euthyphro. Now, as mentioned earlier, Socrates questions Euthyphro on the nature of piety or holiness. Though the dialogue ends, without a clear definition, as per usual, Socrates' probing questions suggest that he was not satisfied with a simple "what the gods like" answer. It must be deeper than that, and he was searching for a more rational principle of piety beyond the capricious wills of the traditional Greek pantheon. Socrates certainly did not outright deny the existence of the gods. In fact, in the Apology, he cites his own philosophical mission as something ordained by them, as per the Delphic oracle's message, and references his daimonion as kind of a divine sign. It implies he had a very personal sense of divine guidance, and you can't really have that while being an atheist, now can't you? What Socrates likely rejected was the conventional storytelling about the gods, which perceived them as immoral or petty. He was accused of introducing new divinities, possibly because of his talk of the inner voice, or because he spoke of the god's will, perhaps interpreting the oracle's pronouncement in a monotheistic way. His defense in apology to the impiety charge was that he does believe in gods after all. He acknowledges spiritual agencies like the daimonian, and one cannot believe in spiritual matters without having a solid belief in the spirit world. Thus he argued that the charge itself was contradictory. Socrates' reverence for the divine was intertwined with his political and philosophical quest. He seemed to believe that the gods wanted him to pursue and encourage virtue. In Xenophon's Memorabilia, there is an account of Socrates reasoning with a skeptic about the existence of gods. Socrates points to the evident order and beneficial design in the world. Our eyes are adapted to see, ears to hear. Cycles of nature support life, arguing that such grand design implies a wise and benevolent designer. This argument from design is quite a sophisticated theological reasoning for the time, suggesting Socrates had a more philosophical conception of a deity than the average Athenian. Rather than focusing on rituals and sacrifices, Socrates emphasized living rightly as the true way to honor the divine. He was known to participate in the customary religious practices of Athens. For example, he served on the council, and when he happened to preside over a trial, he refused to break his oath even under pressure, which could be seen as a pious respect for law and justice. And, touching on a pretty poignant detail, in Plato's work Phaedo, which describes Socrates' final moments, it notes that Socrates' last words were to ask a friend to sacrifice a rooster to Asclepius, the god of healing, a gesture that could be interpreted as Socrates symbolically thanking the god for a cure, perhaps meaning death as a cure for all the ills of life. So even at the end, Socrates kept one foot in traditional piety, while philosophically reinterpreting what true piety meant. But I suppose that was the problem. It wasn't pious in a sense that people were satisfied with. And so I suppose in summary, Socrates had taught a form of piety that was deeply ethical. The gods are wise and good, so the best way to honor them is to seek wisdom and goodness. He challenged shallow or literalist views of religion, steering conversations to questions of moral truth, things people could engage with on a human level. But that approach, however, was not easily understood by all, and it contributed to the suspicion that he was indeed impious. His conviction was likely less about an actual irreligion and more about politics and personal vendettas. But it does show that his philosophical mission put him at odds with many traditionalists. But then we have the situation of Socrates' interactions with these sophists, a different kind of teacher. Sophists of Athens were the educators for hire of Socrates' day. If you wanted a teacher, that's who you'd go to. They taught politics, rhetoric, and virtue as they claimed to anyone who could pay, often promising success in public life as the outcome of their teachings. Sophists like Protagoras, Hippias, and Gorgias were a celebrity of a sort, flashy, well-compensated, and sometimes viewed with suspicion for their relativistic or materialistic ideas. Socrates was frequently lumped together with the sophists in the public mind. After all, he too dealt with philosophical questions, and had young followers hanging on his every word. But Socrates was not happy with this association. He took pains to distinguish himself from them, and understanding this difference is key to grasping what Socrates really taught. So first and foremost, Socrates did not take money for conversation. This was not just a quirk, it was a reflection of his belief that wisdom was not a commodity to be sold, and that teaching virtue for a fee undermines the sincerity of the enterprise. He lived a life of relative poverty, which gave moral credibility to his message. He clearly was not in it for material gain. Now, secondly, the Sophists were often relativists about truth and morality. For example, Protagoras famously said, "Man is the measure of all things," implying that truth is subjective and varies from person to person. In contrast, Socrates, at least as portrayed by Plato and Xenophon, was convinced that there are objective truths to be found in virtues and justice. His constant asking of what is X, what is Y, presupposed that X has a real nature or definition, while a sophist might teach you how to make the weaker argument appear stronger, a skill useful in law courts irrespective of the truth, by the way. Socrates was interested in making the weaker soul stronger by leading it to the truth. He was deeply concerned with genuine definitions, not merely persuasive definitions. Another difference was purpose. Sophists aimed to equip students with skills, especially rhetorical ones, to achieve success, power, or worldly ends. Socrates aimed to improve souls. This is why sometimes he irked those in power. He would question their moral knowledge rather than teach them tricks to get their way. Socrates didn't claim to have all the answers, but sophists often did, selling their supposed wisdom. Socrates insisted on questioning assumptions. Sophists, by contrast, were sometimes seen as reinforcing whatever assumptions would win an argument for their client. The confusion between Socrates and the Sophists was not helped by Aristophanes' satire in the clouds. In that play, Socrates is depicted as running a thinkery, where hapless students learn ridiculous logical fallacies and natural sciences, like measuring how high a flea can jump, or how to argue one's way out of debt. Which, hey, I think that's a pretty good skill. While the comedic Socrates teaches a young man to disrespect his parents and twist arguments. This was a distorted parody, sure, it's very obvious, but Athenians who saw the play might have believed that Socrates was just another sophist, or something worse than that. Socrates addressed this in his apology, noting that he's been maligned by caricature for years, and that his accusers are capitalizing on that mistaken image. But in reality, Socrates' teaching style and aims were fundamentally at odds with the sophistic approach. He even disclaimed being any kind of teacher at all. In the sense of imparting knowledge, he was more like a catalyst. A modern analogy might be a mentor who insists you learn by doing and thinking, rather than handing you a manual and wishing you the best of luck. Socrates would accompany somebody in the search of truth, not claim to have packaged truth ready to deliver. Now, that being said, Socrates did engage in sophists in conversation. Plato's dialogues, Protagoras and Gorgias, show Socrates debating these figures. In those texts, we see Socrates challenging the sophists on whether virtue can be taught, and what virtue even means, and on whether rhetoric without concern for truth is morally acceptable. These dramatized debates show Socrates' difference. He continually presses for clarity and moral responsibility, whereas his opponents often end up revealing that they prioritize winning or expediency over the truth. So to sum it up, Socrates taught against the prevailing cynicism and relativism of the sophists. He believed in an absolute sense of justice and virtue, and it was worth pursuing, but quite difficult to pin down. He taught by example that a life spent seeking the truth and goodness was superior to a life spent chasing power or indulging in clever persuasion. In a way, he was a moral counterweight to the sophists, emphasizing integrity and wisdom over success at any cost. So, why not, for a bit of fun before we go, talk about a few anecdotes about his life that are equally illuminating and I think bring his teachings to life too. Of course, he's known for his philosophical ideas, but there's more to it than that. He did not separate philosophy from how he lived. He was the message he delivered in many respects. So consider these few glimpses of Socrates, which reveal a man of paradoxical and endearing quality. First, unlike the stereotypical intellectual, Socrates was physically hardy. He went everywhere barefoot, and apparently thought little of material comfort. In Plato's Symposium, the handsome general Alcibiades describes Socrates on a military campaign. During the bitter winter at Potidaea, Socrates walked barefoot on the ice, while others bundled up, yet he seemed completely untroubled by the cold. He also had astonishing powers of concentration. One story tells that Socrates once stood stock still in meditation from dawn throughout the entire day and night, thinking about a problem, much to the astonishment of his fellow soldiers. And in battle, he showed true courage. Alcibiades recounts how Socrates saved his life during a retreat, and even when the enemy was at rout at the Battle of Delium, Socrates withdrew calmly and in control, possibly preventing panic among the Athenians. A delightful, lesser-known side of Socrates appears in Xenophon's Symposium, not Plato's Symposium, Xenophon's. At a dinner party, after watching a skilled young dancer perform, Socrates good-natured attempts a few dancers' steps himself. In fact, a friend teased that he'd seen Socrates dancing alone in the early morning. Socrates didn't deny it. He cheerfully explained that he often practiced a bit of dancing at dawn as a form of exercise to keep fit and freshen the appetite. The image of the aged, pot-bellied philosopher dancing by himself in his house, simply for the joy and the health of it, is quite enduring. It kind of breaks the mold of Socrates being this stern moralist. And it reminds us that for Socrates, care of the soul didn't exclude taking care of the body in that simple, balanced way, and that joy and playfulness were all part of a well-lived life too. Now what about his family and personal relationships? Well, Socrates was married. In fact, some sources say he had 2 wives, Xanthippe being the most famous, and possibly a second named Myrto, though that is less historically certain. Xanthippe has come down through legend as the archetype of a shrewish wife, and many colorful anecdotes depict her temper clashing with Socrates' equanimity. The most famous story is that one day Xanthippe scolded Socrates harshly in public, and in a fit of frustration dumped an entire pot of water over his head. Instead of reacting angrily, Socrates took it in his stride with a witty remark, "After the thunder comes the rain." I'm sure his wife saw the humor in that, or whether it's true or not, it highlights Socrates' calm humor in domestic life. He himself explained, as per Xenophon, that he chose to marry Xanthippe because dealing with her spirited temperament was good training, much like a horseman choosing a feisty and unruly horse to improve his skill, and he joked that by learning to live with Xanthippe, he could get along with anyone. Well, I'm sure that poor old Xanthippe appreciates the romantic sentiment. Well, she mustn't have been too opposed to it, because they had 3 sons. But by Socrates' own admission, he didn't do much in raising them. His mind was always set on other things. Still, he showed affection. In Plato's Phaedo, we see Socrates briefly comfort his weeping friends, and even his distraught wife, whom he gently asked to be led away so he can meet his death calmly. It paints a picture of a man who, while philosophically single-minded, still cared about others on a human level. Taken together, it reinforces the coherence with these antidotes between Socrates' teachings and his life. He valued self-control and demonstrated it through personal endurance and temperament. He valued humor and perspective, never taking himself too seriously, and he tried to act according to the virtues he discussed. His life was his final teaching. When Socrates, at age 70, drank the cup of hemlock poison at his execution, he did so with remarkable composure, discussing philosophy, the immortality of the soul with his disciples until the very end. He even censured his friends for crying, gently asking them to let him die in peace. In doing so, he showed that for him, death was certainly not the worst evil, but wrongdoing was. And so he faced his death with the peace of someone whose conscience was clear, and whose soul was, in his view, ready for whatever would come next. And so we see that Socrates taught not only through doctrines, but through example and dialogue, and that's a legacy that's profoundly shaped the entire concept of Western thought. His actual teachings can be distilled into a few powerful ideas that I want you to remember. Examine your life, know that you do not know, seek virtue through understanding, and never compromise your moral integrity. He challenged those around him to question everything, define their terms, and live by principle. In an academic sense, he revolutionized philosophy by focusing on ethics and how one ought to live. But his style was still accessible. He spoke in the marketplace free of charge, used analogies from everyday life, and possessed a sharp wit. This is why we can imagine him giving a university lecture today. I suppose it'd be pretty unpredictable, but intellectually rigorous, possibly filled with that plain-spoken humor. And so the historical Socrates emerges as a man of irony and paradox, wise because he knew his own ignorance, influential while claiming no authority, deeply rational yet guided by a divine inner voice, and condemned as a criminal. Yet history remembers him as a martyr for truth. I wonder if those on the jury saw that coming. His teachings force us to confront our own beliefs and ask, as he did, what is a good life for a human being? In hearing Socrates' story and ideas, we're effectively being invited into one of his conversations, and it's a conversation that has continued for over 2,000 years. Each of us, examining in our life, becomes a student of Socrates. Perhaps that's his most enduring teaching at all, that philosophy is not reserved for academics and specialists, but it's a way of living that's open to anyone. As long as you're willing to think critically, that's all you need. Well, that's it from me. Thank you so much for joining me again today. It's been a pleasure talking about Socrates. You know, in the spirit of Socrates, I suppose it's that the main question of this entire talk, what did Socrates actually teach? Well, that is, I suppose, a Socratic question in itself. What is the Socratic method? What is Socratic philosophy? Well, I hope you know now. But I also hope you know that you don't know. And I know that you know that you don't know. And you know that I know that you know that you don't know. Okay? Thank you. I will thank my top tiers and patrons and supporters. That's Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Amber, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carey, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Orthodox Review on YouTube. Go check out his channel. Scott, Stark Factory, Charles, Wendy, Josie, Ryan, Sarah, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, Crystal, the HMSHH, Talbury, and Anthony. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I will see you in the next video, okay? Hope you enjoyed it. Good night. Lots of love to you all.